been wrong.
What prediction? I don't know what you're talking about. I've done no predictions this year so far. Lies. But no, unfortunately, I only got one correct prediction, which is Team Flash. No, they did really well going into Group A, so I was very happy about it. But what a surprise. For a group of death, a lot of underdog teams actually did rise up to the occasion and actually secure their final spot very early on. And especially, again, an Indian team made it, which is always super hype, and congrats to them.
Yeah, you say group of death. We might be talking about that a little bit later, because I think this might be the group of death. After Group A, how are you feeling, Neptera?
Very excited for Group B, because Group A, like I said, again, we've had some discussion about this. They say Group A was group of death. I think it's pretty even, to be honest. I think you've got some massive contenders in both groups. So Group A being as hype as it was, I am definitely looking to Group B to be looking at some more hype action coming over the next 2 days.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at a lot of hype action. But there you go. We have the qualified teams that are going to be continuing on here at PMWC at EWC 26. 4 Thrives. They didn't fully dominate, Max, but they did just so consistent. They were doing everything so well that even IQ was like, we still need to improve.
Yeah, which is
good. Mingala
dominated their respective group. In the finals was a little bit shaky, right? So I would like to see something they need to
PMWC,
Absolutely, it's definitely something we need to really think about. Is yes, they can dominate, and it's always fun to see a team that can dominate and come in first or second without any wins whatsoever. But with that smash ruling, we are going to be looking at, do they have that win potential when the going gets tough? That's going to be a massive factor at this year's PMWC.
It will be a massive factor. Who's going to be able to win it? And will they be winning it via smash rule or not? So far, honestly, I'm hoping that it ends up happening here at PMWC at EWC 26. But something that we were not expecting yesterday was a funny moment for Aurora, because during Rondo match, there was a moment where, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Seoul, she ended up calling your favorite stuff players in the cover, and this ended up happening right here, where he ended up getting just absolutely spiked down.
Oh, hey, you know what? That's a good helmet. That's a good advertisement you could put there. But yeah, unfortunately, the cover flare is a little bit random where it's going to be falling. And normally, you want to communicate, guys, steer clear. The cover flare is coming down. I guess he didn't say that at that moment, so that was quite unfortunate. And they did get knocked, but I believe they got back afterwards. But cover flares, they could be your friends or your enemy. Be careful.
Yeah, if you were ever wondering if it can knock you, yes, it can knock you. Yes, we have full proof up there. But let's just remind everybody about the prize pool, because there's so much money on the line here. We got a prize pool of $1.7 for the finals, $152,000 for survival, and $1.1 for group stage. I mean, yesterday we saw with 4 Thrives being able to get that first place, they ended up with something along the lines of like $70,000, $72,000.
For 8 games. No, for 12 games. Thank you. I can't do math. We know this. It's fine. It's fine. But no, that is a pretty insane number of stats coming on through. They're very excited to see who's going to be taking that first place home for Group B tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for Group A, if for some reason you did end up missing it, don't worry. We got you covered with the STC Rewind.
Jackie Bowers here, joined by John Allen live for the STC Rewind. Well, we're going to be talking PUBG Mobile, John. Run that right back. Absolutely. We had a lot of action for the last 2 days. Yesterday was the final day of the group stage, and a lot took place. 3 really important chicken dinners. The other one's also pretty important, as well as some performances mixed in. But I want to highlight OG at the start of the day. Oh yeah, doing a lot, doing the business, continuing their momentum from the end of day before to be able to find another chicken dinner in a technical back-to-back to open the day on Rondo. 11 eliminations. That really bolstered their scoreline and helped them. And on the performance they were able to find RRQ and Alvaro as well, really crucially timed chicken dinners, match 3 and match 5. Making themselves secure in their footing.
It was a sick start to the day. Like John said, back-to-back gave a lot of energy that kept them in a great spot for the overall runnings. Because as much as the individual twists in the narrative of those results mean a lot, it's the big picture context, John. So should we start to switch our attention towards that, get into how that developed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bigger picture, of course, is those qualification spots, right? Moving in towards the top 5
and hopefully away from the bottom 3. But all good things must come to an end. For certainly 3 of our teams yesterday, it did, which of course X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming and Gaming Stars all had to take a dive on that one. 3 teams, they're not going to be making it forwards. Their keys, no more, obliterated.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is you either dominate and you're able to live your movie on the stage, or your keys get crushed. And, well, they did go down, much like we're going backwards. That's how it went for those squads. 4 Thrives were up on stage, effectively gloating, having their showmanship moments that they well and truly earned.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 Thrives at the top of the pack. A clear winner. Great to see them coming off with the PMGO title as well. To be able to bring that power to another global stage is brilliant. Sometimes you don't see that, so fantastic stuff from them. Orangutan joined them in 2nd place. You've got Aurora, Team Flash, and Enigma Galaxy all in those top 5 direct qualification spots. So they are going to be chuffed to bits, Jackie.
Oh yeah, they were. And if you missed that as well, it was a double peak finish on Miramar, where Lord from Enigma Galaxy, I think, got like 8 elims on his own, to the point where he was just living there sweating bullets with limited ammunition to do anything. That gave him a nice injection of points. We saw some close runnings, going down to a bit of a nail-biter in our final game, John.
Yeah, Ulf were able to take that chicken dinner, but they were just shy of Enigma Galaxy's scoreline, meaning that they weren't quite able to join that top 5, and that was a little bit of an upset, I have to say. I mean, Ulf, a lot of teams, a lot of players, viewers will have expected them to be joining that top 5 podium finish, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately, and Ulf will have to go to the survival stage along with so many teams.
Today's live on the show.
Hey, no, I do not want to talk to you, Kalara. Since last year, you were horrible to me. I'm done with you.
I'm not horrible to you. You're my favorite friend.
Favorite friend? Oh, friend. Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, no, okay. I understand that I made you predict last year when...
I'm gonna
make it up to you. I've got you a gift.
From you?
Pictures of all the good throughout the years.
Wait, that was the first time we met. That was actually a really fun time. I was a big fan of yours back then.
Not
anymore, but... Oh, yeah, I remember this moment. That's my first handshake with Hyunbin.
Yeah.
How did you know I liked him back then? That was ages ago.
Yeah, he's a god.
Yeah, he's really good.
With
Blank, also classic.
I stopped predictions. Exactly,
yeah. Thank you so much. This is literally the... So I forgive you. Last year, it's over.
Thank you.
Yeah, have this. Okay, sure. I'm gonna do some other stuff. Have a good day. See you later. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. I love the... Wait. 4 Thrives. Ulf. Alpha 7. Wait, Maxman's official predictions? What? Kalaris, get back here.
We knew we were gonna get him one way or another.
Okay, wait. I can't find him. He's got little legs, but he's really fast.
It's okay. I know you were running, so if you need to wipe your sweat, I got you, bro. I got you. There you go. Just don't let her fly, because we don't want to let her. Now let's actually switch to Group B, because this will be the squads that will be participating here for Group B. We have some champions. We actually have the defending champions as well. We have some other surprises too. For this squads, one thing that I actually want to see, Maxman, is I want to see a little bit more aggression that we didn't get a chance to see out of Group A. I think we're going to maybe have a team that's going to end up dominating here.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, I thought going into this tournament, the Group B was very homogenous, which in itself kind of makes this a smaller group of death, because it's going to be very hard to qualify. The favorites here might still struggle to make and reach the final. Aggression is going to be of the...
EDSA 721 Team Vitality Arena, TT Project, Horror Esports, Hostile Crew, YG, Glady Goes, ID Esports, 2G Esports, Wolf Esports, Ever 7 Temba, Chocolate Esports, Pin, Red Force here, NRS here, Pin, not as a thing.
Okay.
Top Nest lah mate.
Exactly what they were able to do last year when they ended up winning.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Earlier we were talking about Group of Death, Group
Miko ni yaပြောင်းလိုက်မလား
Now we have possibly
ဘယ်နေရာပြောင်းမှာလဲကိုရီးယားချက်ခံရတဲ့လူတန်းသားနော်
I know you were saying that Group A was the Group of Death, but I feel
ကိုရီးယားချက်ခံရတဲ့လူတန်းသားတွေနော်မလီတို့ကအချက်ခံရတဲ့လူတန်းသားတို့ဘာလို့တို့မင်းမထောက်ခံပြီးသား
I think it's the group of life.
မင်းမရပြီဘာလို့ပြောင်းနေတာလဲကျွန်တော်လုံနေလို့လေဘောလားလုံနေတော့ကျွန်တော်ပွဲပြောက်အချိန်မရှိဘူးအရင်တော့သူများလောက်မှလောက်ရတာဆိုတော့ပွဲပြောက်အချိန်မရှိအခုကျတော့ကိုယ့်အနေကိုအေးစေးလှုပ်လဲထွက်လိုက်ပြီဆိုတော့လှုပ်လဲထွက်ထားတာဆိုတော့အေးစေးအငြိမ်ပဲကျွန်တော်ပွဲကြီးပြန်ပြတယ်ပြီးနောက်ပိုင်းလှုပ်ပြန်လှုပ်လို့ရှိရင်လည်းကိုယ်ပိုင်လှုပ်ပဲလှုပ်တော့ပါလေ
Yeah, and if we're talking about that, we
ကျွန်တော်နှစ်ချက်တွေရောင်းနေနော်အခုကျွန်တော်နှစ်ချက်တွေရောင်းနေ gaming နှစ်ချက်တွေရောင်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ Hyper-X Earbud Cloud 2ကျွန်တော်ဒါ install နှစ်ခုရှိမယ်ပြီးရင် Hyper-X Earbud Cloud 3S ဒါ3ထည့်မြင့်နေ 3S install နှစ်ခုရှိ install တစ်ခုရှိမယ်ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော် parking တော့ဖောက်ထားတယ်ပစ္စည်းတွေပါစစ်ကြည့်တာ 3S ကိုအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ3ခုရှိပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်လိုချင်တဲ့ညီကိုတွေလာပြီးဝယ်လို့ရပါတယ်
Like they have been non-existent. They
weren't
able to make it even to PMGO season 1.
Especially for
games
were quite consistent for these
guys.
I want to see them when the circle is shifting away from them. If they do that, I think they're going to show that they can do what it needs to try and hopefully get to the finals and after that make it and become the champions here at PMWC 2026. So slight changes. Of course, they made it before.
We haven't really seen much of them when it comes to this year, and we actually casted PMMI together, and we saw them, in 2026 make something happen on, in my opinion, one of the toughest lobbies we have seen this entire year, and they ended up in 22nd place. So not the performance they wanted, right? But this is their bounce back opportunity. They're coming in as the defending champs. I hope they put in just a little bit of extra work to say, you know what? Let's go back to back, baby. Let's make it happen.
If we're talking about underperformers, we definitely have to talk about none other than Alpha 7. Because Alpha 7, I'm sorry, Brazil. I'm sorry, Alpha 7 fans. Because they have been having one of the worst years possible ever since winning PMGC last year. Yes, they performed so well. You could see how much it meant to them when they ended up lifting up that trophy for PMGC. At one point, I actually thought Rio was going to retire. But this one has been non-existent so far this year.
It's tough to watch, right? Because this squad has won pretty much when it comes to international events. It is shocking to just see such an underperformance, and it's going to hurt their legacy if they don't make it happen.
Yeah, true. I mean, actually, I want to bring up a topic that you mentioned to me, which is you talked to them right after PMGO Season 1, and they said they didn't prep right, and I hope they prep going into this one, otherwise this is going to look pretty bad going into this lobby and the group of death, as some of you guys call it.
Well, don't forget, we actually...
YouTube မှာလာကြည့်လို့ရပါတယ်နော် Facebook မှာစိတ်ပြီးမကြည့်တဲ့လူတွေအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ YouTube မှာလာရောက်ပြီးကြည့်လို့ရပါတယ် YouTube မှာလုံးဝ the best quality.
That is going to be the case. I know Kalaris was able to catch up with Alpha 7. Let's see what they had to say.
Quality share ကြီးနဲ့ပြတာလေ
PMWC for day number 1 of Group B. I've got the man, Revo, here to talk about everything that's going on. First question for you, man. Obviously, it's been a bit of a mixed bag this year, obviously, with PMGO as well as PMMI. Coming into PMWC, though, how are you guys feeling overall? What's it feeling like?
We are feeling confident. We did very good preparation, so we are ready for it.
YouTube မှာလာပြီးကြည့်လို့ရပါတယ်
In our base. So we're gonna face them.
Who
wants to fight with us? We're gonna fight and that.
So obviously you guys with Gizao and Obscure, you've had big highs, PMGC, but obviously some kind of lows here and there. How was the overall synergy with the team so far? Because it's kind of still a bit of a fresh roster move as a whole.
I think when it got on PMGO and PMI, our synergy got a bit low because we lost, and it happens with all the teams. So now we are feeling good, we are confident, our synergy is really, really good. And then I like the
we have confidence of it. Team
EWC, so we are ready.
Team
PMWC is a very important tournament for you guys as a whole. So did you watch out?
team နော်အရင်က confidence နေဖြစ်နေတယ် F7 ကောင်းတာတော့လက်ခံနေတာပဲမရတော့ဘူးအခုကပေးမကောင်းတော့ဟုတ်လားကျွန်တော်မြန်မာတွေတိုက်တဲ့ defender ဒီ tight defender နော်ကဲ team မှာမြန်မာတွေ
getting experience, so I'm happy for the
podcast RP
like for it's alright.
ကြားတာပါတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်လို့ကြားတာလို့
Also really good. So
ဟောလဲဆောက်နေတာကိုကြည့်ရင်နေပြီ
Good result for Group B. You're going to be coming out strong.
yeah, we are gonna do great. We're gonna qualify.
ဟောပွဲကြည့်ရင်နေပြီ
Thank you very much, Revo, for your time.
Thank you guys.
Mine is not a prediction. Mine is just, in a way, a statement for
Oh,
opposite.
talk about me,
You're
Ava.
saying you're going to be coming out strong there, Revo. I want to see a win in the first game if they want to be able to start off
အာ
strong.
ကျွန်တော်နည်းနောက်ကြမှာတက်လာနော် live က
He's feeling good going into this tournament because they need to do good, right? They have not hit a single
နည်းနောက်ကြမှာတက်လာတာ live က
and
အာ
it's shocking after such a
ကဲ
massive
ကျွန်တော်တို့ပွဲတွေကတော့ rondo ရှိမယ် rank 3ပွဲပြီးတော့မှ2ပွဲအားလုံးက6ပွဲပြန်နော်ဒါပုံမှန်တိုင်းလေးပဲ
season 1. It was only 6 matches
ပုံမှန်တိုင်းလေးပဲပုံမှန်တိုင်းလေးပဲ
in that game 1, but couldn't even crack the top 10 afterwards. 19 points total, 14 eliminations, only 5 placement
ပုံ
points.
မှန်တိုင်းလေးပဲဗျာ
Then you
နော်
go to PMMI, the big tough tournament, 24th place in 12 games, a really bad underperformance. And you look at their numbers as well, 39 total points, 32 eliminations, 7 placement points. So out of all those games, we see a ton of eliminations, but those placements are gone. So they need to start. They have the firepower, but they got to get to late game.
One team that I know has that firepower is none other than Hora and also Nunshim Red Force. I got to give you some love. Come on, hype up my boy Hyunbin.
Oh, yeah. Also, XZY really good. But Hyunbin, Hyunbin, he's kind of built different. But no, these two teams, Hora Esports from Nepal and the side of Hyunbin and the boys, right, from Nunshim Red Force, were looking really, really strong recently. And Nunshim Red Force in particular, one big threat that this team kind of poses in this tournament is that they want smash rolling win in a global event in PUBG Mobile Esports history. If they make it to the finals right away from Group B, I'm telling you guys, they're going to go out blasting, hoping to get that PMWC trophy.
Prediction time, Max. On the spot.
What, MVP?
Non-Sim Red Force? No, not MVP.
Oh
Non-Sim Red Force. For everybody currently watching, I want you to clip this because we can use this to reverse the Max Man curse. I'm trying to help you out. Non-Sim Red Force, top 5, yes or no?
Yes, I think it's happening. Top 5. Hey, come on, I
Okay,
know
let's
it's
go down, yeah, man,
the curse is maybe a thing, I don't know, you can theorize about it, but I think the Nongshim Red Force, if they don't make it top 5, it's a massive fumble. South Korea on top.
A huge fumble. We already seen some fumbles happening in Group A as well with Ulf and Furia and some of the other squads. Now it's your time to put in your prediction. Alpha 7, top 5, survival, or bottom 3, Hot Jukes?
It's got to be top 5, right? It has to be. It's too devastating for their legacy if they don't make it into the finals. So I don't even want to see them in the survival stage. Alpha 7, please do something. Top 5. I'll cry. I will literally cry.
He will.
I will not like this at all.
You will cry?
I will. It'll be a single tear of just defeat. And,
we will bring you back with us to make sure we see that happen live. All right, for everybody, make sure you click that and let us know and remind us if it does end up happening. But I'm with you. I think Alpha 7, we do need to see a bounce back out of this team. PMGC champions, they cannot continue to have this kind of performance here throughout this year. We'll talk about some of the other squads that are also going to be in this group. We got to talk about none other than S2G. S2G is a squad that we're expecting a lot out of Turkey. It's just going to become a thing if the pressure is going to be getting to them.
I mean, S2G right now, going into PMGO Season 1 earlier this year, I was not really sold on their performance, right? I feel like a lot of us were saying back during the broadcast that they got very lucky with a few of the servers, especially on Miramar. But S2G, I think that actually right now during PMMI did really good, right? We're talking about quite a bit, Hot Jukes, and we're like, actually, this team has leveled up. The synergy's up there. Solk's gelling is on point. Calci with big numbers. So S2G, if they bring that same level of play that we just saw in PMMI, who knows? Top 5 is in the cards for this squad.
Yep.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen because we have Vitality, E-Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Group B might just be the group of death, but I think it's time we stop yapping and we actually get started with PMWC at EWC 26. Group B.
လာပြီဗျာအဲ့မှာကြည့်လိုက်အတင်းနေ player တွေထွက်လာတော့မယ်ကြည့်လိုက်အဲ့မှာ player တွေထွက်လာတော့မယ်ဒါကြီးနော် player တွေထွက်လာတော့မယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာ player တွေကဲအတင်းနေမိတ်ဆက်ပြီဗျာ
16 teams have patiently waited on the sidelines for their chance to shine. Players who are hungry to make a statement on the Gadia City grid.
Yesterday, 5 teams secured the spot in the final, while 3 of them saw the key crushed. Now, Group B is facing exactly the same challenge. Like, it's 12 games, 2 days, and every game counts.
12 games, 2 days, no? Sana boy
One chance at a first impression. I've also noticed we never even introduced ourselves yet. My name's Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside this fabulous Frenchman, Luti.
Thank you for that, Barney. But you know what? The stage looks set. The Group B is ready for battle. So it is time to introduce our team, starting with ESPORTS.
ID.
TT Project.
TT Project.
ETSH ESPORTS.
ETSH.
Wolves ESPORTS.
Dude.
Non-team Red Force.
Anna. Tianba. Tayodi.
Darkness.
Korea. Japan.
Hustler Crew.
Alpha 7 ESPORTS.
Alpha 7 နေလာပြီဗျာနော်ဟိုဆရာကြီးတွေခေါ်တယ်
Arena.
shop ပဲဆိုမော်မန်နော်
ESPORTS.
ဟုတ်လားအိန္ဒိယအတင်း
721 GS ESPORTS.
ဝိုင်းကြီးလာတော့မယ်
Team
Vitality YG let's go
S2G ESPORTS.
S2G ရဲ့ PMGC champion နေ
ESPORTS.
Aura အပြာရောင်နဲ့ဖြူအောင်ဖြစ်သွားရပန်းရောင်ခင်းရောင်မှုတော့
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC.
Hold it. Galacticos. YG. Come on. YG. Tayo. Yuka, no?
As you've seen on day 2 of the group stage, the margins are so tight. Every rotation,
YG.
every point matters.
No, Tayo champion, no title defender.
Day 3 of the
No, ni Yuka one, la.
at EWC 2026 starts right now.
YG. No. ဆရာကြီးကနောက်ဆုံးမှလာလားဖလာကြီးကင်ပြီးတော့ Title defender YG.
Last year, Yangon Galacticos arrived at PMWC as underdogs.
မနေ့ကလည်း YG ရတဲ့ underdog အသင်းအနေနဲ့လာတာတဲ့အခုတော့ဒီနေ့တော့သူတို့ကဗာလဲ title ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ defend ဖို့တော်ပြန်လာခဲ့ပြီတဲ့
Win the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
ကျော်ဒီ World Cup မှာပေါ့ back to back ပြန်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်
Their journey to the title was anything but straightforward. After struggling to find their rhythm in the group stage, Yangon were forced to take the longer route through the survival stage. Their entire
stage ကိုရောက်တယ်တဲ့ survival stage ကနေပြီးတော့မှ
would have ended their World Cup journey before the grand finals had even begun.
for this year, I do believe in my team because we had like a little bit of training time and we put a lot of work to that. We had a lot of discipline, so yeah.
Shots back and forth, trades.
Okay.
But after surviving elimination, Yangon looked like a completely different team. Their rotations put them in strong positions. Their utility created openings and their confidence.
rotation နဲ့ကောင်းနေတယ်ပြီးရင် utility တွေသုံးတာကောင်းနေတယ်ကျွန်တော် late တွေပစ်တာလို့ smoke တွေသုံးတာလို့အဲ့ဒါတွေနဲ့ပဲ YG က champion ဖြစ်လာခဲ့တာပေါ့သိရမလားသူကအဲ့လိုပြောတယ်
Second day, Yangon had claimed 4 wins and moved to the top of the leaderboard. On the final day, the pressure continued to build as multiple
ပြီးတော့ final day မှာလည်းသူတို့ရဲ့ pressure တွေကိုတိကျလေး ထိပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ပြီးသွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်ဆုံးမှာတော့သူတို့က champion ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့တယ်
change between survivor stage and grand final is especially our mindset, you know. When we completed to the grand final, we don't have any pressure anymore. We can get all our fully potential.
Last year, Yangon had nothing to lose. Now everything has changed. They are no longer the surprise team flying under the radar. Every opponent knows their strengths, studies their rotations, and enters the lobby determined to take their crown. Being the hunter brought them the championship. Now they must learn how to compete while being hunted.
Defending champion is so much like everyone is watching on you and everyone is learning about you. It's not pressure on us, but
အခု title defender အနေနဲ့ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အတင်းတိုင်းသူတို့လိုက်ကြည့်နေမှာတဲ့အတင်းတိုင်းတော့ကတဲ့ YG ဆိုတဲ့အရာကိုပဲလိုက်ပြီးကြည့်နေမှာဖြစ်တယ်သူတို့က pressure ရှိပါတယ်တဲ့
Yangon Galacticos now have the opportunity to become the first. This year the question is no longer whether Yangon can win. It is whether anyone can stop them from doing it again. Can Yangon Galacticos make history and PMWC back to back? Or will a new champion take their crown?
The stage is set. Paris is excited as the energy is starting to reach a fever pitch, and myself and Black are in position for another exciting is that we've changed teams, a new group, the return of the champions, and so much talent is right behind us, getting ready.
I know they absolutely are. We have some godlike fans with us right now, which is cool. You can imagine they're going to get pretty loud at some point today as they start to pop off, or we hope they pop off. But we've got some big names coming in as well. We've got Nongshan Redforce, Hyunbin, an absolute monster on that squad. Alpha 7 looking to potentially be just a little bit difficult considering the run that they've had this year. But it sounds like they've done a lot of time, according to Revo. Like I said, I think Revo has probably the best shotgun player, close range player in the world. But I think Falak's going to give him a run for his money going forward.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude. The signs of life we were seeing back in the first stage with the way that it was played.
Do you know what's even cooler? It is the ancient charm set from Yangon Galacticos. You can join the PMWC event in-game, redeem those perks for a chance at those outfits. Fantastic, I might say.
The way it's all tied in, the smile. I gotta get me one of those. I saw him in the flesh when they came out yesterday wearing them, boy. Oh, it's he.
It is he. It is he. I mean, it is a vibe. It's a complete vibe. I love it. I need to get my hands on it in game at some point. But they were rocking it yesterday. They look cool. I was half hoping. Just as cool. These guys have style on the side of Yangon.
They do indeed. Already the arena is starting to get excited.
So
many teams that are being represented here. Friends, family, the coaching staff, and the onlooking fans that want to see once again another rise to success for a squad like Alpha 7 Blank. They've done it before. And what a tantalizing prospect it is having two of our champions in one group. Very different. But still, they both won it.
Looking to do it again. And for Yangon, it's a case of defending their title now. It was a bit of a rocky way to the top for them last time, but they made it. And like we've said before, absolute underdogs. But they've had a lot of time, a lot of focus brought into this one. A lot of training in the back end. They've had their filler arc. Now they're ready for the main event here at EWC. Let's see what they can get done. But Alpha 7, the fans, they're happy. They're looking.
It is looking ကုန်တီးမှာပဲလေးလက်မလေးတယောက်ချက်စီနေပြီးတော့ရောနော်ကျွန်တော်က comment မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်က 1G အားပေးကြမယ်အကုန်လုံး
It's very true, Blank. And it's starting to get loud in the venue. We're not even live yet, and Paris is lighting.
တီးတော့မှာ
You can hear the excitement. They brought all sorts of different instruments.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sabi. နော်ကျွန်တော် Rondo မှာစတင်လို့လာခဲ့ပြီလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်း16သင်း player တွေ64ယောက်လုံးအကောင်းဆုံးရှင်ပြိုင်ဆော့ကစားမှာဖြစ်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်အပေါ်ပဲချမ်းမှာ 1G player 4ယောက် Okay Let's go အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်လင်းလန်းချောင်းနေနေရတော့ Ring Jam ဘက်ကနေစတင်လာကျွန်တော်လင်းလန်းချောင်းကကျွန်တော်ခွန်ရှာဘက်မှာပဲဆုံးတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲဒါမြေပုံရဲ့အလဲကနေဖြတ်ပြန်သွားခဲ့တဲ့လင်းလန်းချောင်းတော့အစင်ပြေတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးကျွန်တော်တို့စင်းကျင်နေခဲ့တဲ့ point တို့ရွှေ့ကျင်နေခဲ့တဲ့နေရာတွေအကုန်လုံးရွှေ့လို့ရမှာဖြစ်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော် 1G တွေအနေနဲ့ဘယ်ကိုစင်းပြီးတီးမှာလဲကျွန်တော်တို့ record tower ဘောဘယ် player ဆင်းမှာလဲကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်လို့ကြည့်ရမယ် Okay ကျွန်တော်လင်းလန်းချောင်းစမှာတော့ EDS ကတော့ကျွန်တော် record ကိုစတင်ပြီးဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထမ်းပါတွေလည်းရှိတဲ့ horror ရောပြီး ID eSport ဘက်က Rita တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့လဲဒီဘက် Fonton ဘက်ကိုတော့စတင်ပြီးဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့လို့ TT ၄ယောက်လုံးအစုလိုက်ပြုံလိုက် glide ပြီးဆင်းသက်သွားခဲ့တာတော့မြင်တွေ့နေခဲ့ရပါသေးတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါမြန်မာအသင်းဖြစ်တဲ့ 1G ဘလောက်ထိလောက်ကင်ပြနေမှာလဲကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ F7 လေးစတင်ပြီးတော့ battery တော့ inside နေခဲ့ပြီးကျွန်တော် obscure တယောက်ခါလေးပဲတော့တော့ချပေးနိုင်ခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Vinning HC ကျွန်တော် Faster Crew ဘက်က HC ဘက်က Vinning တယောက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေကြလို့ Armo လို့ကျွန်တော် Lemetress တို့ကတော့အနေနဲ့လည်းဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Jasmine ကိုခါလေးတော့တော့ချပေးနေခဲ့ပြီး Revolt ခါလေးပဲကျွန်တော် Mattress ကိုတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် S2G လေးလည်းစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ကြနေခဲ့ပြီး Revolt ဒီဘက်ပေါ်ပဲချမ်းနေပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လေးတော့ထိန်းချောင်းထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ player အကုန်လုံးအားလီပိုင်းပတ်တယ်ဒါကေးတွေပါစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲ fan နေတာတော့မြင်တွေ့နေခဲ့ရသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ထျံပါတွေဒဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးဖို့တော့ဒါကြံတော့ကြံရနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာပဲကျွန်တော် F7 အားလီပိုင်းမှာလည်း 10K 2K စတင်ပြီးတော့ပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ horror ဘက်ကတော့ Novia တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီပြန်လိုက်ခဲ့တယ်ဘို့တော့ပြင်ဆင်ရအောင်မယ် logo ကျွန်တော် HC ဘက်ကတယောက်အငိမ့်ပဲအိမ်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာကတိုးလေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဟိုးနေခဲ့လို့ Novia တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြော Nassau တယောက်ခါရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် obscure ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒီဘက်အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာ F7 နေ၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ survive တက်ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီ3ယောက်လောက်အထိပါဒီဘက်မှာ K တွေတော့လာပြီးတော့ပဲ fan နေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် sticky ဘုံတွေမှာစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်နေခဲ့လို့ necessary ရှိနေဘက်ကိုတော့ရိပ်မိထားခဲ့တယ်သူနေနောက်ဘက်ချမ်းပြန်လည်းပြီး forward လုပ်နေခဲ့လို့ flash ban တွေပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးထားရဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်အသင်းလေးကတော့အားလီဘန်မှာတော့ AC ပါပဲသူတို့ကသူမသားပုံသားဆိုတဲ့နေထားတစ်ခုမှာ prefire တွေတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲပေးထားခဲ့လို့ F7 ရရင်ရတယ်လို့ဒီဘက်အိမ်ကွန်ပေါင်းလေးပဲချမ်းပါပဲအငြိမ်လေးတော့ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးထိန်ပေးထားခဲ့တာလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ F7 နေတဲကြီးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး Revo တယောက်ခြေတန်းနေပါကြားနေခဲ့လို့ Woofer ကတယောက်ကတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီး necessary ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာတော့တဲကြီးပဲပြီးတော့ rush နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေထားကမှ Revo ခါရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Alpha 7နောက်တစ်ချက်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ logo တဲကြီးပဲပြီးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေထားကမှ Revo တယောက်ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြားနေခဲ့ပြီးခါရဲကိုပဲပါတော့ခေါ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေထားကမှတော့ AC ဘက်က logo တွေ့ရတော့ဇက်နဲ့ပဲသူနဲ့ 1K တော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ unique လို့နောက်တစ်ချက်နဲ့ထမ်းပါတဲ့တဲကြီးပဲပြီးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီး obscure တယောက်ကိုခါရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ထမ်းပါ QCC share နဲ့ day ပဲပြီးတော့ rush လာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့လေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Milu နေတလုံးခေါင်းပေါ်ပဲချမ်းကို show ဝေးတော့သွားပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ logo တယောက် first aid ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဟီးနေခဲ့လို့ပေါ်ပဲချမ်းမှာတော့3ယောက်လောက်ထိပဲရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးထမ်းပါတယ် day ပဲပြီးတော့တက်လာဖို့တော့ချဲရနေခဲ့လို့ shotgun နဲ့နော်သူရတော့တဝက်နဲ့ပဲမရတော့ခေါ်လေး Milu ခါလေးကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် AC logo တယောက်ကတော့ဒီမှာပဲ show သွားခဲ့ပြီလေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့ဘေးပဲချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ review တော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့လိုလက်သွားလို့မရဘူးနော် Okay အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် F7 နေငိမ့်မယ်ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးတော့ထိန်းပေးထားခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ထမ်းပါနေနေရတယ်ဒီဘက်အိမ်ဘက်အချမ်းကိုတဲပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့တာသူတို့တကယ်ရောအစင်ရောပြေနေခဲ့မှာလားကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်တော့ကြည့်အောင်မယ် Revo တယောက်ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ short သွားခဲ့လို့ obscure ဘာလို့နေနေဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်အချမ်းမှာ border lover တွေကပြန်လည်းခေါ်ဖို့တော့ပင်စင်နေခဲ့လို့ထမ်းပါနေနေရတယ်အငိမ့်လေးပဲဒီဘက်အချမ်းမှာတော့ပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပဲထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီး Nate တလုံး action သူရတော့တစ်ဆက်ကျွန်တော် EDSH ဘက်က speed တယောက်သူနေနေတော့ဒါ booster တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် QCC တို့ဘာလို့နေနေချမ်းပါတွေဒီဘက်အပေါ်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာ3ယောက်လောက်ထိပဲပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ horror ဘက်က sky တယောက်ဒဲကြီးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ Get up, but they are being built by either ESH, Tinky 3KC by St. Target, low speed, job being Reno, APK Reno, job be Fahita, and two, not a day out. So layout T, nearly being built by Tony, shouldn't get a pin in low. So now, you might think one in Alabama, but the side Maram will be a name, a holy bag sleepy tea outside if you're not got a job, I gave you already had Kumaro. Sleepy?
Sleepy's
generally like
on the side of Aura. Catches players off guard, but ETSH, they've got their eyes wide open at the moment. Circle's got some suspenders on it right now.
Okay, that chamber, then you 2 years of by St. Target, eager. Paper chamber, tap you over Hura Sky, 3 versus 1 surrey, Natat Kumaro, Sky, Tia, Ratawa, low, not a flash pain, I umala, paper channel, tap over Ashim Milu. So now the chamber, let the out, time and be of a town in Keluchi, then if a child gave you already talking about Hura Sky, Tia. Native Asadi, you have a guys on target, it's already Tatumaro, Chambody, David Peter, win out of the sky, Nate the low, negative little little target, it's already Tatumaro, 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, already Tatumaro, Sky, but time you have a piece of target of your so Chamba, was the Martinki 3 kills, Steve, a fine target, for Sama, the time you have EDSH, Pagatia, got a prone, Catholic of Yamil, but totally gave speed, they are open fees, already Tatumaro, Boba Challenge, and Tawila. Next, the girl back common and get a native side if you have a kind of target, your teenage, what each call like that. Now, if you have a topic target at point, the girl went low to negate the EDSH in the air, Jonah get it never so I can have a pure part of me. Even you do machine in it. Okay. Not the Fahita, borrowed in the baby machine, name Pamon, you thrown in the easy that I have a shove in the air, thinking, Saturday of a Yashi game, my Juga, you're not going to challenge shove, they are not a few time, you're not going to challenge every fight that you have a QZZ. Cario was so not that be like you have a chamber in the air, think it's a skin. The Ramaro takes on is Saturday of a Usong here, the pure part of me. As 2G. So one in the top of a team against Kenji, no got a Charlie Gello, Midkia, Mitiga, down in the baby chama by top nasty. He needed in the air of Tape, Peter push again, is already down Kumaro. So Camel Kazi, Carl was so not the big target below. So as 2G in the think 3 years by St. Target, Lufa, DNE, the channel, the Dave, Peter push, and became Kamikaze. So that native beside the Bureau guys on target as 2G in the alley, the Q, Carl, back over us, and Sunday gave it Lufa, 3 hours of the Sunday shop, and the Piano to find targets who made a shadow. Carl was so okay. So not that way like a tinky fork in a so DNE in the alley, the Pesa like Yavi. I'm saying not in an easy way, a regarded by the Piano when Yashi Nigeras, or I have a
way they were going about it, the 2-2s, the jumps around the corner felt coordinated. It's usually what Turkish teams are so good at as well, is that synergy, that coordination. So out of character for S2G in the past to be so unlinked with one another.
I don't know, who feels all that?
You got to have the basics down, and the protocols look nice there, at least with the way they
get your slow net.
Squads on the move up towards the zone right now as well.
Matrix
into position. Curious blank.
So vitality in the John my exo about the favorite chairman.
Many eliminations there.
Tap your way, John. Do low Pianshu alone in vitality. Just when second Ashkan nearly tap your way, shooting Nigera, through shooting a point, through doing a position at Kevin, Magani game and Sula. So that the chat of sound Giame. Lord and Major Mama, they put a wine, nearly a sub of a song and get a through shooting get a point off. Very mess up between shooting game a little peony in a bed, or that one shot, one shot. Oh, one shot, Oma, it's in the Tatima. Romeo, Baby Chama, the factory Bama. Okay, John, I say Cloud of Baron in the sheet. AC with the Sake Ashkan is so many to a 1G.
A lot of teams on that eastern side feeling fairly uncomfortable.
Point at Diga, Chana Diga, point at Diga, I don't know, point you say below the Soma. Come on, 1G is some rotation in Banya, Nita. Nita, we power.
I'm sure you can hear that as well. The fans getting amped up.
Trong Facebook mà lại chi lùi nữa, YouTube mà lại làm chi lùi nữa, nhiều người YouTube mà lại easy vậy.
Guizao driving on through. Circle starts to close in. Yangon Galacticos starting
towards. Okay, you don't cho that F7 cover low. Obscure pause zone to revo. Tinga 3 KST ပါရရှိထားတယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Geo အနေနဲ့ကလည်း call လိုက်တယ်ကျွန်တော် YG စပြီးပြပြီကျွန်တော် Mana Smile Romeo နဲ့တူ Say Cloud ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လုံးဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေကြလို့တို့တာဇုံဝင်ရမယ့်မီတာအနေရေတော့ကလည်းမီတာ900ဒီပါရှိနေကြလို့ YG တွေစင်ရောပြေနေခဲ့မှာလားကျွန်တော်ဒါချက်တော့စောင်းတော့ကြည့်အောင်မ Say Cloud ရှိပဲချက်နေဖြည်းဖြည်းအေးစစ်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့တိုးဝေးထားခဲ့တဲ့ point ဒီဘက်လောက်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေကြလို့အရှိပဲချက်မှလည်းသိမ်းမတော့ရှိမနေကြသေးတာ Smile တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့လဲကားတွေပါစီတွေဖြည့် AC ပဲတိုင်းတို့ AC ပဲညီလေးတွေဟုတ်လား AC တို့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးเนาะကိုရီးယားတွားချစရာမလိုကိုရီးယားလာချရင်ပြန်ချပေးလိုက်ဟုတ်လား AC ပဲเนาะဘယ်ကောင်မှတက်ယူဆိုင်ကြမလို့အကုန်တီးကျွန်တော် handset S2G Soke ကျွန်တော် Kamikaze Lost 4ယောက်ငိမ့်ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်တောင်ကုန်းဘက်ချမ်းမှာကတိုးလေးတိုးပြီးတော့မထိနေခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲလှုပ်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဘေးပဲချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Horror အနေနဲ့ Novia ကျွန်တော်အသင်းကတော့16အသင်း player remaining 64ယောက်အပြည့်ကျန်နေဗျာကျွန်တော်ဒီ group ကပိုးတော့ကြက်နေတယ်လို့ပဲရွှေမြန်မာလေးတွေဗျာဟုတ်တယ်နော်အပေးရမယ်ကျွန်တော်လည်းညီလေးတွေကိုကဲတိုင်းတို့တဲလေးလက်မလေးမပေးရသေးနဲ့ပေးပြီးတော့ကြအောင်နော်ကျွန်တော်ဒါမ share ရသေးညီကိုတက်ဆိုင်ရာပတ်ကျုံမှန် group တွေမှာတော့ရပြီးတော့ share ပေးလို့ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်သတင်းကောင်းပါလိုက်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျအားလုံးပဲကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်ကပွဲလေးကိုချက်ပြန်ကြည့်ရမယ်ဆိုရင်ချမ်းပါတယ်ဒီဘက်တောင်ပေါ်အချမ်းမှာကျွန်တော်ဒါ NSC ကိုတွေ့နေခဲ့ဘူးကိုရာဘက်ကဂျီကေတယောက်ကိုရတော့ဇက်ကတော့ကောင်းပါခဲ့တယ်ကောင်းလေးဘက်ကြီးလေးလေဝိုင်းတော့တော့ချမ်းကတော့များတယ်ဆိုမှလည်းသူ့နေတော့ဒါလွတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးပဲဟျောင်းပင်းလို့ XZY တို့တော့2ယောက်တီရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ NSC အနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒါ Korea region ရဲ့ pride အသင်းအနေနဲ့ကတော့ဘယ်တော့ထပ်ပြီးလောက်ပြနေခဲ့မှာလဲကိုရာဘက်က Sky တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့လို့ချမ်းဘက်ကမီလူတို့ဘာလို့ချမ်းပါတယ်ဒီပွဲမှာ Tinker 6KT ကိုပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးအာလီဘန်တော့တာထွက်တော့ကောင်းနေတယ်ဗျာYG AC ပဲကျွန်တော် Vitality က Excel တယောက်အိုးအဲ့မှာကောင်းသွားပြီ YG ရဲ့ second Ash ကနေအကုန်လုံးတဲထုရုံပဲအဲ့တော့တိုးလာတဲ့အသင်းအကုန်လုံးပတ်လေးကိုတေချာထိန်းပြီးတော့ YG တွေအကောင်းဆုံးဆော့ပြနိုင်ဖို့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါတစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်တော့ကြည့်ရမယ် YG တွေခင်းထားခဲ့တဲ့ point တွေရွှေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ position တွေကတကယ်ကိုမိုက်တယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ F7 Rivolo ဘာလို့နေလဲ Carrillo ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Quazo လို့လည်းရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ 3 kills တော့ပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်း Wolf တွေရှိရ point တော့ Day ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး Limitless ကျွန်တော်နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားကမှနေကြီးကနေငယ်တော့ကြော်သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာပဲဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာနောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံး Nesri ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Carrillo နေဒီမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့လို့ Carrillo ရဲ့နေတလုံးခေါင်းပေါ်ချောင်းကွက်တီပဲကြာနေခဲ့မှာလား short way ပဲသွားပြီးတော့တီးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Wolf တွေအနေနဲ့ဒီဘက်အိမ်ဘက်ချက်မှာ3လောက်ထိပဲရှိနေခဲ့ပြီသူတို့ဒါရွှေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ point ကတော့တကယ်ကောင်းနေဆိုပေမဲ့လည်း F7 လေးနေငယ်တော့ကျွန်နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာနေငယ်တော့ view side မှာတော့ရမယ်ဗျာF7 လောက်ထိထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ပြသွားနိုင်အောင်ပါလေဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Carrillo smoke တွေပါခင်းပြီးတော့ဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးဖို့တော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Pando နော်ဘတ်တွန်တို့ဘာလို့နေနေရလဲဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Wolf Esport နေတလုံးထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့လို့ Carrillo ဒီဘက်ပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာရှိတာတော့ရိတ်မိထားခဲ့တယ်ကားတွေပါပြန်ပြီးပိတ် save လေးပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့ဆော့နေခဲ့တဲ့ Wolf Esport ကျွန်တော်၄ရောက်လုံးနဲ့ survive တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ72 games တွေအနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတဲကြီးပဲ stadium တဲကိုတော့ပြေးတော့ဝင်သွားခဲ့ပြီးသွေးရတော့တဝက်လောက်ထိပဲကျန်နေခဲ့လို့ short weight တို့စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး 10 bar တွေတဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီလားဒီတော့ထားမှတော့ရတော့မယ်7 games တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့71နေရ AC ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့မေးလို့ short base တယောက်ကိုကားရဲကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေကြလို့ moment ဘေးဘက်ချက်ပြက်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီး EDSH တွေတဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့ rush တွေကြလို့ Carrillo တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရဲနေတာကမှတော့ပေါ်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့ Quazo တို့ပြက်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ချက်မှုတွေအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့အိမ်သွေးရတော့တစ်စက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Revo လည်းရှိတယ်ဆိုရဲနေတာကမှ Revo တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်း Carrillo တယောက်ကိုတော့နောက်ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီး speed တယောက်သွေးရတော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့ကိုင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Revo F7 နဲ့တဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရဲနေတာကမှ Carrillo လို့နောက်တစ်တယောက် Quazo တယောက်ကိုတော့ knockout ချပေးနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး F7 of secure တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မယ် 4 ဆိုတဲ့ button နေတာကမှတော့ 3 man down နှစ်သင်းလုံးတော်တော်ကြီး and ရတော့များတယ် of secure ဘူးတော့လုံးမတော့ရတော့နားဆောက် over chat နဲ့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကောင်းလေးခါတော့ပဲပြခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီး F7 of secure သူရတော့ design နဲ့ Revo တယောက်ကိုဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့နေပထမပြီးတော့ကင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ of secure ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ F7 Tinker 7 game နဲ့အတူကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျ secure ငြိမ်မယ်ဟိုတရာလေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးတော့ထိန်းနေခဲ့ပြီသူတို့ထိန်းနေခဲ့တဲ့ point ရွှေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ position နဲ့အလုပ်တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့တယ်နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်နဲ့ပဲ one man survive လေကင်းကြီးပါဆက်ပြီးတော့ပဲဆော့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ ever 7နေတကယ်ပဲစင်ရောပြေးနေခဲ့ဦးမှာလား secure တယောက်သုံးနေတော့ပြေးပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးနေခဲ့တော့721အနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒီဘက်မှာ elbow လို့ကြော်ပြီး rehan malik 3ယောက်လို့ငြိမ်ပဲ AC ကျွန်တော် Masco တယောက်ကတော့ထပ်မံပြီးတော့ပိဆက်ထားခဲ့ရတယ်ဆိုမယ်လေ Stadium ဘက်မှာအနီးတောင်းတက်ဝိုက်မှာအသင်းနဲ့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လေဘက်တရီတော့ဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဒါတိုးရမယ်နေထားတော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီ Vitality ဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုရှေ့မှာပိတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲစောင့်နေကြလို့နောက်မချမ်းနေဝိုင်းကြီးတွေဇုံတိုးဖို့အတွက်တော့ဖြည်းချင်းတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့ဘက်ချမ်းမှာတကယ်ပဲလို့ဒီဖြစ်နေခဲ့အောင်မလား NS XZY တွေးရတော့တစ်စက်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ aim ကျွန်တော် Malikခါလေးကိုပဲ knock out ချနေဒီမစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာဒီနေ့နဲ့တော့ပါခေါ်ဖို့တော့ကြံရွယ်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာရှော့ဝေးတော့သွားပြီးတော့ပဲတီးနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်မှချန်နေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ turning kick ဂျိုကာ၄ယောက်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲသူတို့ဒါ forward တော့လှုပ်ထားခဲ့လို့ easy ငြိမ်မဲ့ stadium ထဲမှာ take 9 kills နဲ့ EA ကျန်ရလို့တော့ point နဲ့အကုန်လုံးတော့တေချာတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိန်းနေခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာဒီတော့721အနေနဲ့လည်း Malik Aliko Rehan ကျွန်တော် Wolf ဒီတဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီ721နဲ့ရှိရဘက်ကိုပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ Limitless လို့ပါတော့အနေနဲ့လည်းဘေးထဲမှာ Solid
Arena lobby leaders right now with the Elim
Slonik အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်း Sasha ကျွန်တော် short Sasha မို့ဒါ EA တွေဗျာ short ဘေးချမ်းမှာကျွန်တော် Limitless တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီး knock out ချနေကြလို့နောက်ဘက်ချမ်းနေထဲမှာတဲကြီးပဲရှေ့ကိုတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီ short ပဲတယောက်ကို knock out ချပေးလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာနေတွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ EA နဲ့ဘက်တော့သွားပြီးတော့ပဲဆိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီနေတလုံးပေါင်ပြီးတော့ပဲခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲဂျိုကာရုရှိပေါ်လည်းနေတွေပါတလုံးပြီးလုံးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲပြခွဲထားနေခဲ့ပြီ smoke တွေပါပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြနောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံးမှာထပ်မံပြီးတော့ပဲရှောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ solid တယောက်ကိုတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲ knock out ချအပါခေါ်တော့ကြိုးစားနေခဲ့လို့ Limitless တယောက်အနေနဲ့သွေးရတော့ ZEA ရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲထိနေခဲ့လို့ Tani ကြီးသွေး10Kစီပါပိုင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် idea တွေနေနဲ့တော့ 1G ဘက်ကမှနဲ့တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီ Joker knock out ခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ cover လေးပါပြန်လဲဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ Wolf တွေတော်တော်ကြီး and တော့များနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Limitless ပါထပ်မံပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ကြောက် 1G လည်းတယောက်တော့ knock နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာနောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံးကျွန်တော် short ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာနေကြီးတိတ်ပဲပြစ်ထုတ်တော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ Say Cloud မာနဲ့2ယောက်လုံးပါသွားခဲ့ပြီအသင်းတွေ3သင်းအဲ့နောက်မှာဗတဲ့ဆိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုမှာ 1G ရော်ယူရိုအန်ဒီတော့များတယ် Carilo လည်းခါလေးပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးနေခဲ့လို့ Sleepy တို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Rehan Nate တလို့အကောင်းဆုံးပဲခွဲကြထားခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး EA 10 case နဲ့အတူ Foreman Alive ဒီပွဲမှာတော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့ on fire တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့တယ်ဗျာ 1G ကျွန်တော် Say Cloud တယောက်ပါထပ်မံပြီးတော့ပေးဆက်လိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီးတော့ဇုံတိုးတဲ့ point နေရတော့အနေငယ်တော့မှားယူနေခဲ့ပြီး Tani K ရှစ်ဘချမ်းငြိမ်လေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာသူတို့အနေနဲ့ဗားလေးနဲ့ဆက်ပြီးတော့လောက်ကိုင်းနေခဲ့မှာလဲ 12K ဒီမှာရရှိထားခဲ့တဲ့ EA တကယ်ပဲကောင်းမွန်နေခဲ့တဲ့ lesson တစ်ခုနဲ့ပဲသူတို့ဒါအိမ်စာတွေတော့အများကြီးတော့လောက်ခဲ့တဲ့အနေထားတော့မြင်တွေ့နေခဲ့ရပါသေးတယ်ဗျာဒီတော့ကျွန်တော် TT Aura လည်းတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီအဲကြောင့် Nosy Nose ခါရောပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် FF ဒီဘက်ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာကျွန်တော်တယောက်ကတော့ပေးဆက်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားကမှ ZYS ရဲ့ Fins ရဲ့ကျွန်တော်3ယောက်လောက်ထိပဲကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ F7 ပဲ out secure တယောက်အနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒီဘက်အောက်ပချမ်းမှာအရင်လေးတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးထင်းရွှေ့ပြောင်းနေလုံနေခဲ့တာစင်တော့ပြေနေခဲ့ပြီး 1G ကျွန်တော် Romeo နဲ့ Smile နှစ်ယောက်တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်စုံအနေထားကတော့ကျွန်တော် IDA 1G တွေရှိအောင်ပေါ့တော့ရသွားခဲ့ Vitality ရောကျွန်တော်ဒီနားမှာလည်းအသင်းတွေက3-4သင်းလောက်ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီး 1G တွေအတွက်အစင်ရောပြေနေခဲ့ပါမလားကျွန်တော်ဒါတစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော် NS ဘက်ကစိုးစီတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီခါလေးတော့ပါဖို့ခွင့်နေပါရရှိထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်း F7 Osakura 2ယောက်တော့ဇက်သူနေနဲ့ကားလေးပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပေါ့နောက်ဆုံး2ယောက်တော့ဇက်နဲ့ပဲဂျိုးကာအဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီး EA တကယ်ကောင်းနေသူတို့အသင်းနေအကောင်းမွန်ဆုံးတော့ဆော့ပြထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ EA တွေနဲ့ဒီပွဲမှာနေပဲဒါ 14 kills တကယ်ထုတဲ့အသင်းများအဲ့တော့ချစ်ကန်လာရအောင်အမှတ်တွေကတအားကြီးပြတ်သွားမှာအဲ့တော့တေချာတော့ပြန်လိုက်မှတော့ရမယ်ကျွန်တော်721နေ Malik ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းတက်ပြပဲ DNE Lufaro အနေနဲ့ကလည်း Foreman Alive
softening up the competition that's been coming their way
အစီအငြိမ်နဲ့ဆက်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာအတင်းကတော့7သင်းထိပါကြံနေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာချမ်ဘာတွေကျွန်တော် call light တွေတေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုမှာ call light တယောက်တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ Power တရားကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးမှာမန်ညာတရားပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းပြောနေတယ်ပဲ goal လိုက်ရတဲ့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်ပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိနေခဲ့ပြီးဇက်ရတို့ရှိရ point နဲ့ထိပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံး goal light power တရားပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းပြောနေတယ်ပဲကျွန်တော် TT နဲ့ထိdrive by ယူခါလေးကိုပြစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ပဲချန်နေ EA နေတိုးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့တင်းအကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲတူးနေခဲ့တယ်15 game ထိပါရရှိသွားရလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာEA တကယ်ထူတာနော်ဒါကြီးလို့ကြောက်ကြရာကြီးEA ထူတာကြီး2 AC နဲ့2အဲ့မှာနေ L2G တဲ့ပဲပြီးတော့တက်နေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် AC တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းလို့ပြောနေတယ်ပဲနောက်တစ်ချက်နေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲAzza ကျွန်တော်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်ပြီးသားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတွေမှာ Azza ရဲ့ထောက်ပြီးသားခဲ့တဲ့ point နေတကယ်ပဲလှုပ်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့အောင်မလား loss ဆိုပါတော့နေရာတဲ့ပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီ vitality ပေါ်ပဲဂျမ်းမှာလည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ S2G နဲ့ပတိန်ဆိုင်နေတာတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီ kamikaze တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာပဲဆိုတော့ S2G တွေအနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံတစ်ခုအောက်မှာ Azza တယောက်ပဲတော့ channel kamikaze ကားနဲ့ပဲမောင်းပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လှုပ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Azza တယောက်ကတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီကားနဲ့ပဲတဲ့ပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ loss ဆိုရလို့တော့စမုတ်ထဲကနေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ spray နေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးမှာတော့ AC တွေဒီမှာပဲတင်းလုံးတော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာရှုံးနေပုံးနေပါလေဆိုမှလေဟုတ်တယ်ရှုံးနေတကယ်လို့ရှုံးနှစ်သင်းပါတယ်ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ TT ကလည်းယုံနေပဲလား EA ကလည်းယုံနေပဲဘယ်ကောင်းယုံကြည့်လဲဘယ်ကောင်းယုံမလဲမသိဘူးနော်ကျန်းနေ
Given a single inch right now.
IDA တွေကဆုံးပြေးလို့လာမှာအောက်မှာ YG ရှိတယ် S2G kamikaze တယောက် short လာပြန်ပြီး short ဘေးမှာလည်း Eligo knock out ချပေးနေကြလို့ vitality ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ထားနေခေကျွန်တော်731နဲ့တသိန်းလုံး wide ပေးလိုက်ပြီဗျ Oh my god Irina တကယ် on နေတာပထမဆုံးပွဲမှာ 10k 17k ထိတော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတော့ vitality ရှိရပွဲပဲတိတ်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး soke တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီး federalist နေပြီးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် loss နဲ့ kamikaze ညော်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းလို့ပြောနေခဲ့ရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် soke တို့ဘာလို့နေလဲအနောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာ exo ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် vitality လေးတယောက်ကတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့သေးတယ် S2G ကူတော့လုံးမတော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲဗာလည်းများဖြတ်ပြီးတော့လုတ်ပေးနိုင်ခဲ့ဟိုမှာလည်းဘေးဘက်ချန်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ ham sit တို့ဘာလို့လဲအောက်ဘက်ချန်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ exo တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီးခေါင်းနဲ့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ခွဲထားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေရာကမှအင်ရတော့နိုင်ငံတော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့ပြီးကားနဲ့ပဲနောက်ဘက်ချန်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီး exo လိုက်လဲပြီးတော့ pick up နေခဲ့ဆိုမဲ့အင်ရတော့နိုင်ငံတော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်ဆုံး ham sit တယောက်ပါသူရတော့ design နဲ့ပဲတော့တော့ချန်တော်တော်ကြီးတော့များနေခဲ့ပြီးကားလေးမှာမီးခိုးတွေပါဥနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးမှာ razor knock out ချပေးနိုင်ခဲ့ပြီ S2G နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့လို့ပြောနေနေပဲ loss ဆိုပါတော့နေနဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တောင်းနေကြလို့ so okay တယောက်ကတော့ knock out ချ federal အဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ vitality ကျွန်တော် S2G တော့ knock out ချပေးနေကြလို့ ID တွေနေနဲ့တော့ YG တွေရှေ့ပွဲပဲတိတ်ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီးနေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ Ibrahim သူရတော့တစ်ဆက်ဘေးဘက်ချမှာ smile sport တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ကင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဆွာဂျန်ကျွန်တော် Nate တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့တာတကယ်ကိုအန်နေတော့များနေခဲ့ပြီဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်း YG တွေရှိရ point တိတ်ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့တဲ့ IDA တွေတကယ်ပဲလောက်တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာတော့ Romeo နဲ့ Smile နှစ်ယောက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ short way Nate တွေပါသွားပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်တကူတော့လုံးမလို့ရတော့မတိတ်ပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Romeo Prefire တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပေးနေခဲ့ပြီး IDA တွေဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး YG Reader တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်လည်းလို့ပြောနေနေပဲအကောင်လုံး smoke တွေမှာပတ်လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ Romeo တယောက်အဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ YG တင်ကြီး 1k ပဲရှာရှိသွားခဲ့တယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Down and out in Rondo. And one by one we whittle through our
Oh la la la.
The only fight we've
ဘာကြီးသုံးမှပဲရပါလေအဆင်ပြေပါလေကျွန်တော် Rondo ဆိုတော့လေ short ပေးလိုက်ဟဲ့လားအဲ့တော့ ID 2 vitality win 2နဲ့မောင်နေကောင်းနေဘာမှမဟုတ်အဲ့ကောင်နေဘာမှမဟုတ်တီး Razor သူရတော့တော့ပဲကျန်နေနေဒီစတင်ပြီးတော့ဝင်ရောက်လာပြီးကားတွေပါကွဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်ဒါတကူမှ exhaul ဘေးဘက်ချန်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Nate ဒီမှာတလုံးလုံးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ reader တယောက် Nate တလုံးပွက်တီပဲနောက်ဘက်ချန်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ exhaul ပြစ်ချက်မှုတွေနဲ့အတူတော့ vitality နှစ်ယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီး federal ဝင်ပြစ်လိုက်မှာတိုက်ဝင်ပြစ်လိုက်မှာတယောက်ပဲကျန်တာဘေးဘက်ချန်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Ramsey သူရတော့ဇက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့လို့ပြောနေနေပဲ Riggsy တိတ်ပဲပြီးတော့ push ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရင်ဒါတို့မှာ first aid မှာပြန်ပြီးတော့အိုး call လိုက် federalist ခါရောပဲ knock out ချနောက်ဆုံး swagin တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့လို့ပြောနေ prefire မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ရောအဲ့မှာ federalist ခေါင်းလေးမှာဖြတ်ခွဲပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် vitality 10k7k နဲ့ format life တွေရှိနေခဲ့ပြီး EA တွေအနေနဲ့ကလည်းဒိုကာ shot ပဲကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ turn နေခဲ့ 3 လုံးချန်နေခဲ့ပြီး Lufa တယောက်ကျော် Tani K တော့ခါရောပဲဆုံးတော့တပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရဲနေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ညောင်းလို့ဒီမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့နောက်ကတော့ကြာနေခဲ့တဲ့ DNE ဂျိုကာအရှိပဲချမ်းမှာလည်း Day ပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီး Molly ပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးထားခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Lufa ရောဘာလို့အနေနဲ့ဒီဘက်နားမှာရလို့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ camp ပေးထားခဲ့တာစင်တော့ပြည်နေခဲ့လို့ EA ကျွန်တော်18 games team ပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့သူတို့ဒီပွဲမှာတော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့ on နေအိုးကောင်းနေတဲ့ Shwabe ရဲ့ Nate တလုံးကျွန်တော်စတင်ပြီးတော့ Lufa တယောက်ကိုနောက်ကတော့ချပေးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Shwabe နောက်တဲ့ Nate တလုံးနဲ့ပဲသူရရောဇန်နဲ့သူနဲ့နောက်ပဲချပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Vitality နဲ့ Matika ဘေးဘက်ချန်နဲ့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့ညတစ်ခုမှတော့ Molly ကပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပေါ်မှာချမ်းလည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့မော်မယ်နောက်ကတော့ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Nate တလုံး bounce လေးနဲ့ကျွန်တော် nozzle sparker တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မယ်လို့ speaker တယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေတယ် speaker ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ moment နဲ့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထိန်းချောင်းထားခဲ့တဲ့ point 10 ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီး Molly ကပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျဲနေခဲ့လို့ speaker သူရတော့ desert moment နဲ့လောက်ဒီမှာရှိနေခဲ့ပြီး day ပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့မရတော့ဘူးနှစ်ယောက်ဘဲညာ plata ကျွေးအကုန်တီးဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ DME တွေလည်းဒီမှာပဲသင်းလုံးတော့အဆုံးတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ EA Dreamer Live 22 games နဲ့ပဲအိုး chicken လာရဝိုင်းတပွဲလေးတော့အမှတ်40နီးပါးလောက်ဖြစ်သွားမှာ Oh my god ကိုကြီးမော်လီမှာဟောတယ်ကျွမ်းတော့အောင်ပြရတယ်အားချောင်းနေဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာ EA 4ယောက်လို့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Horror JK တို့ Day ပဲပြေးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာ Horror တွေကျွန်တော် EA တွေကတော့ဒါရက်တန်းလို့ရပါအောင်လားဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းတက်ပြီးတော့ Vitality လည်းတိုးလာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့ဒါကမှ Sleepy တို့ဘာလို့နေနေရလဲအေးစိငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်းနေခဲ့တော့ Horror Think it's SK နဲ့သူတို့ top 3 ထိပါလာခဲ့လို့ Vitality ဘက်က Rising တယောက်တော့တွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီး Sleepy ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကြော်လေးမဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ဖွင့်နေခဲ့ကောင်းလေးတယောက်အနေနဲ့ကတော့ဒါ smoke ဒီပါ King Cover လေးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ Jigga Novia Sleepy တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့ရောတော့ဒီမှာထပ်ပြီးလောက်ကပြသွားနေခဲ့မှာ Vitality Razor Exalt ကျော်တာ4ယောက်လောက်ထိပါကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့သူတို့အနေနဲ့တော့ zone second ash ကနေတွင်းလာခဲ့မှာအတင်းအကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်ပြီးတော့ထုနေခဲ့တာကျော် moment သူရတော့တစ်ဝက်လောက်ထိတော့ကိုင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲအတင်းအနေနဲ့တော့3 game ပဲကျန်နေ player remaining 17ယောက်နဲ့တူကျော်ရရင်ရလို့တော့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြေးထိန်းထားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ Rising ရှီယာ point ပဲ Novia လဲပြီးတော့ပဲ pick နေခဲ့လို့ Horror တွေဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက် chance stadium ဘက် chance အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲပြနေခဲ့တယ်ကျော်တာဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ EA တွေလည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ Shabby ဆိုဘာလို့အစား3ယောက်moment day ပဲရှိပဲချမ်းပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ Vitality တွေတိုးလာခဲ့ point တော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိန်းပေးထားခဲ့ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာကဲတော့လုံးဒီတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီး Shabby အပေါ်ဆုံးကြီးကိုပြေးပြီးတော့တက်ပေးထားခဲ့တဲ့ Shabby ရဲ့ point တကယ်မိုက်သွားပြီးခိုင်ကောင်းနေအကုန်လုံးတီးထိုးတော့မယ်ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာ Shabby pro နေပဲပဒယ်လေးတွေတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ငြိမ်နေခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာဂျိုကာပါတက်လာပြီအဲ့ဒါကြီးအန်နေများတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘေးမှာကာဗလေးထားရွှဲပေးကျွန်တော် prefire လေးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပြည့်နေခဲ့လို့ JK လို့ရှိရပေါ့အောင်လည်းတွေ့နေခဲ့တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဂျိုကာအောက်အချမ်းမှာလည်း Horror ဘက်က JK တယောက်ကိုတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတော့မှာဂျိုကာတယောက်ဒါကာဗလေးပါပြန်လဲဖန်တီးတို့ဒါကာဗ flare ရောပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ခေါ်ပေးထားခဲ့လို့ JK တယောက်မတွေ့ဘူးနဲ့တူတီးတာမှတော့ကောင်းလေး over ပေါ်မှာဂျိုကာကျွန်တော် JK တယောက်ကိုခေါင်းလေးမဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ဒေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ EA 23 game နဲ့ AUG Master တိပါရရှိသွားခဲ့တဲ့ဂျိုကာကျွန်တော်တယောက်တည်းပဲ security ပါ fan ပေးထားခဲ့လို့အောက်မှာချမ်းပါလဲ Vitality Dreamer Live တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Foreman လို့အချိန်မပြတ်လိုက်ပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိန်းနေခဲ့ Federalist ဆိုဘာလို့နေတာအောက်မှာချမ်းနေဇုံဝင်လည်းကတစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးရတော့မယ်အခိုက်အတန့်တစ်ခုမှာကျွန်တော်ဖယ်သင်းချစ်ကန်နေတာစားပြတော့မှလဲဂျိုကာရိုနေတာအေးစစ်ငိမ့်မဲ့တို့က cover လေးပါခင်းလာတာအဲ့ဒါကြီးကတော်တော်ကြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် EA ဒီဘက်မှာချစ်ကန်စားဖို့ chance တော်တော်ကြီးတော့များသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Federalist တို့ Vitality Day ပဲပြေးတော့ push တော့ Smoke တွေပါပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲခင်းနေကြလို့ဂျော်ကာလို့ရှိရပွားတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Vitality ဘက်ကတယောက်နောက်မှကျန်နေ Shabby ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးနေကြလို့ Shabby bandage ကိုပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပတ်နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတော့မိသားစုမှာ Vitality တွေလည်းစုံလန်းကြောင်းမြင်ဆန်တော့ဖန်တီးမှတော့ရတော့ဂျိုကာကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ Exo ကားနဲ့ပြတ်ပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီးတော့တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီး Shabby ရဲ့ 8 ကျွန်တော်Nate ကျွန်တော်8နေတကယ်ကောင်းမွန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Shabbyဘေဘချန်နဲ့ကိုလုံးနဲ့ပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးလာခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲလုံးဒီတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီး Razor နောက်မှာတယောက်တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ data တစ်ခုမှာ smoke တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ခင်းပပချန်နဲ့တက်ပြီးတော့ဂျိုကာနဲ့ Shabby နှစ်ယောက်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံတစ်ခုအောက်မှာအကုန်လုံးပပလည်းပြေးတော့တင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးအောက်ပချန်နဲ့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ Razor တယောက်ကလည်းဂျိုကာနောက်ကတော့ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့ data တစ်ခုမှာတော့ Federal လည်းခေါင်းနဲ့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွဲ Razor တယောက်ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ short ရောမယ်ဆိုတော့ data တစ်ခုမှာတော့ Shabby အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ Federal လည်းပြစ်ချက်ဂျိုကာ Shabby ရောမြန်ဆန်တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကင်မရာရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲဒါလေးကတော့လောက်တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးအောက်ပချန်မှာ Razor ကိုကျွန်တော် Horror ဘက်ကတယောက်ကပြန်ပြီးတော့ကောင်းနေခဲ့လို့မောင်းမယ်ပြီးတော့ဘေးဘက်ချန်နေအငိမ့်လေးအသားရလေးထောက်နေခဲ့တာကျွန်တော် Federalist တယောက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့မတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေရာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Shabby တို့ဂျိုကာလို့နှစ်ယောက်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ခေါင်းတော့မော့လာခဲ့ဦးမယ်ဗျာ Novia ဒီဘေးဘက်ချန်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ပြီး Tinky 7 ကနဲ့ Horror လည်းဒီဘွဲတော့ chicken စားဖို့တော်တော်တ ကဲဟိုပဲချိုးပန်းပြနေခဲ့လား3 vs 3 vs 4ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ okay 3 vs 3 vs 2ဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်3 2ကျွန်တော် vitality 2ယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မယ်အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ဆော့ကစားပြနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် horror နေနဲ့ဒီဘက်အောက်အချမ်းမှာ3ယောက်လုံးတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ
Vitality playing it slow but will have to move
အဲ့တော့ Cavalier ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲခင်းမေးထားကြလို့ shot bait Cavalier ရံကုန်သေးဘူး Cavalier အေးအဲ့မှာစပြီးပြစ်ပြီး
Gets the peek out. Federales cowering close towards the limited cover he's got, but no fish.
တိုးလာပြီ Hora မရဘူးဟလာကျွန်တော် Federales
Some clean connections in the past couple minutes here.
No fear တော့နော်ပေးလိုက်ပြီ
The arena, they see this, they know
ဂျိုကာတို့ပေါ်ပဲချမ်းမှာ shot bait နေတလုံးကောင်းပေါ်ကွက်တီပဲအိုးမရတော့ဂျိုကာနောက်ထပ် pre-fire တွေပါထပ်ပြီးပေးနေဒီပါတလုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ပြက်ကျဲအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ shot bait ရဲ့နေကျွန်တော် vitality အကုန်ရှောသွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဂျိုကာတို့ KR တော်ကြီးတော့များနေခဲ့မော်မတယောက် sky တယောက်ပတ်ခါလေးကို shot bait နောက်တော့ချပြလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာဟူရာနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့မတင်က27 oh my god တအားကြီးကြောက်ဖို့ကောင်းတယ်အဲ့လောက်ကြီးက2 vs 1ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ shot bait ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့ဒီဘက်ပေါ်ပချန်နဲ့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လက်ပြန်နေပြီးတော့ထိန်းထားခဲ့တာကျွန်တော်တပွဲလေးနဲ့ဟိုပဲကျွန်တော်ဂျိုကာနဲ့ shot bait တကယ်အလုံးလုံးပြနေတာဗျာ
And Sleepy is all that remains.
ကြောက်စရာကြီး
And an unbelievable game.
အာလာအီးကြောက်စရာကြီးပါလားကျွန်တော်ဒါ 27k အငိမ့်ပဲ smoke တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Novia တယောက်အောက်မှာ not နေခဲ့တာတော့တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ဒါ K တွေပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan ပေးထားခဲ့ဖို့အတွက်ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့တာကျွန်တော်ဒါ E တွေအနေနဲ့ chicken ရဖို့ chance တော်တော်ကြီးတော့များသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
just one more minute before it all finishes
အဲ့တော့ smoke တွေပါပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Hora ဘက်က sleepy ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာ EA shot bait နှစ်ယောက်လုံးတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ sleepy တယောက်ကဲပဲအစင်ရောပြေနေခဲ့မှာလားပေါ်ပဲ2-1ဆိုပြရတော့မဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါဂျိုကောပါတက်ပြီးတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ 29k တေးပဲခုံတော့ချနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ sleepy ကျွန်တော်တယောက်တော့ knock out တော့ချပေးနေခဲ့ပြီး shot bait ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့1 vs 1 shot ကနေလိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခတ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ shot bait တကယ်ကိုအိန္ဒိယတော့မှန်ကန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ sleepy ကိုပါဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ EA Oh my god အကောင်းဆုံးနဲ့ပဲဝင်ချစ်ခဲ့နေတော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအလိုအေးကြောက်ဖို့ကောင်းနေတာတင်က30k လားမသိဘူးကီ30နီးပါးရပါ Oh my god 29လား30လားမသိဘူးတပွဲရင်းနဲ့အမှတ်က40လောက်ကြီးကတ်သွားပြီချစ်စင်
Team working in unison from start to finish. The mechanics, the movement, and the setups.
Oh,
the game perfectly.
I mean, respect to Revo. I mean, he's smiling over this. And he should be. Everyone should be smiling. This is records broken. This is records made. On a first game of all things.
But my boy is there. I'm not leaving. Just sing. You're there.
Right, they're in at this point. Yeah, they're not dropping out. It's incredible.
I didn't expect it.
I mean, it's just disbelief on players' faces.
Just seeing you.
They're shocked. That's all it is, Blank.
I mean, Aura's probably shocked, yeah.
What
a game. What a game. I've not seen anything like it.
More over here.
Free arena. Just another day in the
books. Shopping it.
I have never seen a play like this work out, by the way. Never.
I can't believe it.
That's a shit. 29k. Oh my god.
This work is wild. Let's hear him with the team.
Bro, clear comms. They were just locked in. There was nothing that needed to
just sing.
There's no comms.
They are locked. They knew what needed to be done. Trusted their individuals on that one. No need to waste brain power talking. Let's just get it done. And that's what they did.
Man, I mean, the Rabbits.
They
shortly after this.
Tại vì kỳ dùng nghe để kể lúc để nó chút xíu như cho cô lâm rồi còn nữa. Juicy. So bad.
As we head into a jam-packed weekend here in Week 5 of EWC 26, it's time for another Club Championship update. And this one is a banger, so let's dive straight into it. First of all, at the STC Arena, they are out of groups, now into quarterfinals. We'll be following along with how that journey goes. But this is where the big storylines start to kick in, okay? Because we have 2 games headed into their grand finals today. Over at Tekken 8, we have our top 8 players solidified. One of them is from AGAL. This will matter in a little bit. We're going to get back to it. Falcons is also going to be playing in that top 8. In honor of Kings, we are down to our top 2 teams, and they are the same 2 teams that battled it out last year. We're talking AGAL again and KSG. You can start to see why AGAL is a big player heading into today. Currently, they are only 250 points behind Falcons on the CC leaderboard. If they are able to solidify a win, they can get those 250 points that they need from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage alone, because they've already guaranteed 750 for that second place. The win ties them with Falcons. If they get another good placement over at the Allianz Vault, this could be the weekend that AGAL take the lead away from Falcons. As those updates come through, I'm going to be making sure we're reporting live to give you guys all of the most up-to-date information to see where they are on that leaderboard. And of course, to close everything out for us, we're heading into Group B today for PUBG Mobile. Whole new group of squads getting into our competition, and we're going to see how they manage to do today as well. So check back in just a little bit later.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting EWC records broken here at PMWC at EWC 26 as E-Arena puts up a cool 39 points, Max.
Absolute madness, record-breaking Rondo, and just like E-Arena, we are on the rooftops right now. It's a little bit windy, but you know what a play, sending 2 players up there in particular, Joker getting so much done at the end with Schweppes.
So much damage, bro.
Lovely stuff indeed, and in particular, it's not just the rooftop in particular that was interesting here, Niptura. It's also the fact that down below they got so many eliminations. There was Tiamba, there was Wolves, there was Nongshim Red Force. You threw everything at that team, and yet they had a plan, Niptura.
And that's what you want to see for a team of this caliber. They have a plan for every situation, just running through the basement, getting rid of all those players that were hiding out, going up onto the top and going, okay, now we have control of Stadium. What's going on around it? I mean, look at all this excellent showcase of how actually here, Max.
They are seeking missile themselves. Tony K was going crazy. You know what people say? Oh, we got Tony K.
Tony K
right now. He's crazy.
And towards the end, finish here in something that you kept calling out over and over when we were watching it, especially when they were on the roof. It's like somebody came up to E-Arena and asked, how many cover flares would you like? And they said, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Captain's like, okay, 1 cover flare makes sense. Then I saw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we had a 7th cover flare at the end, which literally the roof we know. I mean, Niptura, we've been up there sniping many times, and ultimately. That position is terrible if you don't have any cover, because it's a little bit of a slope downhill. If any team has a position where they can see the rooftop, it becomes truly unplayable. But see, all the cover flares here was great, but at the end, the leap of faith, literally, Niptura, 2 players jumping on the shotgun worked out in their favor.
It did. I was very. It's one of those things where kind of on tender hooks. You know, that final push down. It's like, oh, I don't know how this is gonna go. You've done so well. Is it all gonna fall? No. We don't have parachutes. It's not gonna work. It's not the same.
Give us the zip line. That's what we need right now. We need the zip line so we can get back to the home studio as well. But for some of the other squads, I mean, if we start off, we saw Tiamba being able to start off hot as well. Niptura, they were able to get a good amount of eliminations because of that hot drop that they were doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about what we're seeing from Tiamba so far. I mean, they were looking very, very clean, very put together. Some great synergy coming in as well there in the hot drop. Yeah, I mean, they were pushing together. I think, who was it? It was Wolves, I think that player of Wolves up on the stairs in Yulin, and he, the 3v1 push, they push together, they're pushing around, they're trying to get angles around all of these different teams. Vitality was another one I was impressed with on the outside towards the end of that game. They were doing some really good stuff as well, just maneuvering around S2G, using their weakness to their advantage. Very excited with that. So yeah, a couple of other teams apart from the big dogs here that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, one of them, I mean, you just mentioned it. Vitality, the way that they were able to play that towards the end as well. Max, not only the peaks, but also the way that Federalis was able to put up the smoke and go up to the fence and give themselves a little bit of an extra chance against the Arena, but it was going to be too much.
I mean, Federalis only got 2 eliminations this game, but the way he got those eliminations was just truly stellar. I mean, I'm just going to try and replicate how he was doing it. He was going like... Okay, oh no, you can't see me anymore, okay. Well, you know what, maybe later on if you're lucky, but E-Arena here, 29 eliminations, 39-point game, record-breaking rondo from these guys, and we checked it earlier, right, Nipchira? Yes. How many points were secured by the fifth place cutoff team in Group A? It was 88 points. They're basically halfway there in 1 game of rondo.
I mean, that's how you want to do it, really, when you only have 2 days. I mean, we saw it from 4 Thrives in PMGO Season 1, right? You do this, you have this kind of day, you have this kind of game, and you are kind of set for the rest of the day. They have to just be consistent, not a lot of points, not a massive win. They're good to go now. They can relax and they can chill now.
Yeah, I mean, really having a good time in this game. You know what? Looking at all of these teams, it felt like there was not 16 teams, there was just 1 team. It was the E-Arena show from start to finish.
Oh, when you get to stadium early, when you're able to defend, the way that they were able to actually defend against Wolves as well. Wolves didn't even want to push out. Wolves just kept using up a lot of nades, but E-Arena, cool, calm, collected, doing their thing. One team that we actually got a chance to see do their thing, even though I wanted to see a win out of them, it was none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ended up with 7 eliminations, and we're talking about expectations for this one. This is not a bad match for them.
Yeah, it was good in terms of overall eliminations. A lot of those which is what you usually expect, right, in Rondo. The hot drop gets a bit messy. Obscure actually putting up some good numbers this match. I feel like the rotation into the zone itself was a little bit uneducated, not a lot of scouting done, and because of that they clash into, I believe it was ETSH at that point, and then a big fumble happens really at that moment, and it does not work out in their favor. So Alpha 7, the fragging is there, but the rotation could have been maybe a little bit better in that mid stage.
We just want to see that fragging for Alpha 7. They'll be able to tie down other stuff with them. Anything that surprised you out of this first game besides E-Arena?
Oh, you know what? I'm looking here. I'm liking what we saw from a couple of teams. I maybe just re-highlight Federalis, honestly, from Vitality. I think he did a great job. It was subtle, but he really worked for his team. So for me, yes, Federalis, want to see him in the next game.
I'm going to go for Horror. Really so happy to see them do well. But of course, it was the E-Arena show, as we know, in Stadium, but E-Arena were just good to see, just like in PMGO Season 1, dominating their respective group. We're #1 in PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. So far, also a decent start in this tournament. It's just not an E-Arena start, which no one's close.
One team that we haven't really gotten a chance to give props to, especially after that match, is Godlike. Godlike was able to put up a good amount of eliminations in that game. I think they ended up with 7. We saw them take the fight with TT Project as well. We got a chance to talk with S-Power. They're very confident. They're looking to make sure they end up going to the finals like OG was able to do yesterday. And before we actually send it over to Barney, Max, show us again, what were those peaks like? There you go, Barney Lays, take it over while we'll try to see if we can find a zip line to get up.
There is my iPhone 到位。
Barney and Lace are on the side of the stage with Alpha 7 Esports! Let's go! Okay, I'm joined by Camilla. I'm joined by Vitala, of course, from Alpha 7. First, Camilla, I'd like to ask you, how many of you have come out here to support the team here at PMWC?
We're 30 here, but there are many more coming. We came all the way from Brazil just for this championship, but there are many of us still coming.
Wow, we've got more to come, Lace. Oh my goodness.
And Patala, obviously E-Arena just had a 39-point game. Do you think Alpha 7 can catch them?
Of course, we're gonna destroy them all.
We're gonna destroy them all!
Oh, dear.
Yo, destroy them all! We're 1 game in! I can't believe it. Camilla, obviously this year hasn't been the strongest year so far, but obviously that can all change. If you could give a message to the boys competing here on the main stage right now, what would you like to say to them?
I'd like to tell the boys that we really believe them and we are sure we're taking this trophy to Brazil.
I like that. They're taking it to Brazil. Alpha 7, do you think you can do it?
Alpha 7.
Got this. Over to you.
Probably one of the best supporting staff and fans is Alpha 7. They are fantastic, always here, providing support to the boys on the stage. And again, they're always coming out smiling no matter what, and you know that's because whenever they go backstage, they're always surrounded by love. So I think for Alpha 7, it is important, it's good. Again, it's just one game so far, and realistically, that was
the crazy bit about it though, right? It makes it feel so different in your mind, because we do have to reset and accept. Might have been, 3 games. But that's all it was. That was just Rondo. Yeah. Now it's a little bit more of a no.
Okay, let's go.
Things do return slightly to normality, but hey, we'll see if that ends.
I wouldn't really care if they even went down to 16 personally. I think that'd be fine.
You can rest for the day, boys.
You've done 3 games in one. But we are heading down towards the south side. This is a hilarious score line that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. 29 elims, next best is 8, because they stole all of them. But Aura, expected Aura to do well. They got far into that game, sadly weren't able to spreading their wings and flying down to him, sending him straight back to hell, which was crazy. But nasty playing path to start things off here for our first Erangel of the day. Every one of our top players is the arena as well, also unsurprising.
It's early
K now. This guy's been putting in work. He's doing a lot of good stuff. Schweppes also glad to see he is continuing the trend. Throughout his career, he's always been a fantastic player. I'm glad he's finding success here now on the arena too.
There was a lot of success in game 1.
Suffering from success now.
Yeah, you think so.
Military base goes
think about trying to target them. Maybe that's going to make you go, you know what? A lot of fans down there.
brother, what is this? What is this? All right, boys. Let's just qualify 2 games. We're good to go. Let's do it. They get a really nice start here. As do Alpha 7. Wolves could probably swing in behind there if they wanted to. Might go past Roof. A lot of water in this one. We are cutting out a lot of space early on. Remember, there's a huge amount of fields down towards that south side. So some of the sight lines might get some of our squads.
Yeah, I might change things a little bit with how they play this one, like you say, cutting out a fair amount of that landmass with the first shift on the circle for some of the teams. The military base could have a longer rotate on that one, so you'll be seeing them. If you want to see something that's absolutely beautiful, as you can run in stylish, much like taking the fight straight to godlike, and that's an opening. Free Elin, godlike down to a trio. That's a tough thing. This kind of playing path is you're not always going to get your Sky Sleepy. Know that you're a single over towards that position and punish you for it. I don't feel too bad about what happened to godlike there. It's difficult, right? If you're godlike, that gives you a huge amount of options. And Aura just tried to take advantage of it where they could. Fast and loose there, honestly. See if godlike can bounce back with just the 3. Certainly possible. It's early doors, so no need to hit panic stations just
yet.
To come out swinging into the first more consistent battleground we're going to see today for these squads. But hey, the trio can still get work done. Move up from Hora off the back of it as well, clearing some distance swiftly as they wrap over towards the zone. A7 and the arena have taken some nice distance towards each other as well, splitting off to either side of the coastline so they can loot happily. No reason to stick into each other there.
Tiamba. Again, these guys started really well on the last match on Rondo. They look good. Yeah. Happy to see them play the way they did.
action.
necessity. And again, with that kind of playing power.
Okay, no, no, check the sound of G. I'm then call on through the singing again, lane, dodging again near you. Easy that I live Yoshi Tali, sorry, not tomorrow. So pay attention, come and build up inside the target. My EDS, I told you, by doing my power, my Danani, not doing my way. Come and build up a toe and I gave you sorry, not tomorrow. Your chamber in the target of a toe and give my life or check the sound of G.
Potentially over towards box compound. Take a stop off there.
Got later. Oh, only made it, what, no?
Only a split off as well from S2G. Handled themselves pretty nicely in that opening game on Rondo, to be fair, Blank. With some of the situations they were thrown into. They had good mechanics at the fallbacks.
I also thought that where they set up afterwards on the pillars, that's good, that was good, right? Their initial engagement was clean, then they had a game plan, set themselves up center, and then we kept pulling over towards stadium, and it was only a matter of time.
DNA, do fast, speaker.
But I think the game plan overall,
Matika, Kenji.
So for our Turkish fans, you can be pretty happy about that. It is
No,
only
through as a winner cool, Saturday of a pandemic, through shooting at a point now. Kevelo di Pinnacle Malajon, DNA, Nina, is it nearly a piano of a tour training galo. So through Varo, the Beyond the Peace Light Out Shaw. Hospital Baguro, Saturday, Uti Lager, I mean, doing the part of me. So the Mingava Gold and Mingava from Yan, and we all over Mingava. You're AC never got a pinning. GM son.
Closer and closer.
Johnson.
Race to get themselves back into a better position inside of the zone and set up on this one. Non-Shin Red 4 starting to make their entry with a trio from Godlike. A bit of a split of either side. STG going right down through the middle. This is the bridge crossing from Vitality as well. No one there to attempt
Vitality
to
halfway
out from Sivnovka to get back to
the
the
with that. Counting one, you got a
they're spawning it anyway, but again, I feel like
Anji Badia 2 Malamdi. How dare you shopping a tattoo?
You genuinely don't really need to worry about making this bridge crossing. I think it would be
so Federalist Rising.
Someone to try and camp this, but it's
on an easy can so
they're going to take it slow in the meantime. Axel's already made he's going to try and get a little bit further up here. Federalis holding behind, but they have nothing to worry about. They really don't. I'm genuinely putting that down.
How they get to me, surely my 2 and my 3
other spaces to take up here.
Yeah, you can't afford to have the paralysis by analysis of wasting too much time on that one. In the midst of all this, we did see that opening knock that came out from Schweppes.
Must be Dema. Miss a gay
Wolves that got slightly close to the territory of the arena, up by the compound. Rest of the team did get out though, Blank. Double background hospital side.
Yeah,
I mean, for E-Arena, they did pull off sound.
They
try to regroup this.
Somebody, Mane, Cyclo, Romeo. Come on.
Over towards the western side of Everest. This area.
Come on, Mario. Come on. No, go on, Tito, man. Tito, man. Go on, Tito, man.
I think for them, they're coming
Go on, Tito, man. Pipare. Check the sound here, man. Go man. 1G.
Third party is going to be galore around this area too.
Once again, B, man.
Your GS team over towards that eastern side now. Alpha 7 back to
Mane, Romeo, Cyclo, it's mine. Hey, Mami said, yeah. I'm saying, be that, yeah, powder.
Coming into this one, at least you give
them
safety where they've not had to really run too many risks early doors. Over the course of the past 8 minutes, he's been able to loot and sit pretty.
And as the TZ, Suzy, the airdrop Sabi Chavi, yeah. So someone lands on 1G Pandita, the Gale Gone and Vitality Payma, and think to the Tamba Shime, EDSA Shime, being Godlike Shime, Tony, and so near the boat Pilana. Oh, Piduaro, man.
I mean, last game they played Stadium, they were there for quite a while, right? So we can say
Piduaro, man. Yeah, so we do. Idea to win,
lucky with the way they put down every.
One thing they look at came on. So that's so much of the one you put on. Neon, but doing it, but let it not on him.
How they want to finish this out. We have seen plenty of teams in Group A get good circles and not really be able to convert off the back of it. Now, I really do want to see a big
Sky Sleepy.
would be fantastic to watch happen.
Show me. Come on, said it would.
I'm not going to hold my breath for it.
Don't me.
That they're going to be able to play some very aggressive PUBG Mobile today. That was the game for it. And again, like you say, the circle luck will only go so far. It's more what you do with the position you presented. Very clean last time. Again, a little bit of a gift that they'll be happy with.
NSA in that XZ1, so Vitality, Pena Matula gave it, Rising E, Tani Gay, Esiba, Lubutia was added to knock out the Charni Gelo, so people trying to tap you over TG in the effect. Carney of Piro 2 gave you over to the Hyun Bing, Kiri, but Pia of oh, Machala good. Shalay de Hyun Bing. So here, 2 hours, no sources you 2 Nina, E or sources you 2 Nina.
Into groups. So I do
think no one Steve Ellie people bella. Mangia kuma rasate so toma isiba no one pit deba. O E the thing E Vitality horror so S2G be mya ne.
I think the Nongshim Red Force want to turn that around.
Easy. Tani Giro 2 yawa bi so the moment shobe Toga 4 yaw E so E Arena ni ne roဒီ hospital အပေါ်ချမ်းအကုန်လုံးပတ်လေပြီးတော့ထိန်းနေခဲ့တာသူတို့ထိန်းတာတော့အဆင်ပြေတယ်ကောင်းနေဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းဘယ်လောက်ထပ်ပြီးလုပ်ပြနိုင်မလဲပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ချက်တော့ကြည့်ရမယ် EA ဒီတစ်ခါတော့နိုင်ငယ်တော့ခတ်သွားပြီသူတို့ဒါအလုံးကြီးရှိတာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးသူတို့ထိန်းထားခဲ့တဲ့ point ဒေးပဲပြေးလို့လာမယ်ဆိုရင်ပေးရဖို့ chance ကတော့များတယ် 1G ဆိုရင် second Ash ကပဲအငြိမ်လေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ထိန်းနေခဲ့ Romeo နဲ့ Sick Cloud လို့ဒီဘက် second Ash ကနေရှာရတဲ့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လေတိုးနေခဲ့တာ F7 နဲ့နေလည်း Gozo Yeah, baby, chama. Also, Cuba, John, Revo, Leo, and Yame, then we have a take a point, get a load of penny, get on maybe.
The fact that we still have about, what would you say, 30%
get you also QR.
Everest being a big chunk of it. No,
I don't get any get Male. A baby chama Carrello, doing like a Joe, the TD net.
It is mechanically and tactically difficult.
Seeing how much of a
Eerie line she did, show lady, not gone. Show yeah, Teo Young and Tai Young, no?
No, it's not, but
Teo Young and Tai Young, they want also want to be out of me, 2 out of me. Eerie night, so yeah, Miss Agava, the woman of I get 2 miles out of me.
Western side potentially with the rest of the team.
Why need 2 view in my area?
Cannot be greedy on a circle like this.
Contour 2
front at the moment. Make sure you drop the riot shield because teams are going to be coming at you thick and fast in the near future.
Starting below where Jordan Shamu Glady goes doing like a land on my ID Leshi, the ship at my tabby of NS, Helmin was up. Nate is motive of piano of a guy in again with 8-0. The paper chama, Neolog machine again 1G. They even Peter Rage to get my paper chama tabby of a mask with they are picture with all my lip trace. Starting to knock out a chan and get low, paper chama mana, oh, it can only Nadia. Paper chama, Chabu upon and get low, smile. Follow Papa the piano, a town and gave the Vitality Day, a Peter Door gave a TD in the near lobby of Pesa like I'm sorry, Naruma Vitality. So think it 2 kids never, the Zayation effect near very channel of Lepione, so when I call up and a bit of a penny, we get a TD, Siampi and gave Amla, so the sound of Gia, and say yes, so Diva Baby Chama, the piano, we have a tool winning again, so effect do Asa, Diva Baby Chama, I think a column Papa, the piano, we have a pick a target, is already Kumaro, so the effect, the Pia with chance, story of Yanni, gave AC, like a Vinny. Diva Baby Chama, piano, we have a tune again, 1G, Manado Asa, so near Papa winning again, nothing low, but the European Maramodo, Lupione, and 1G. Doing they get so in land cool, get over the pin gave us a little suit down in a bed or the room you see of man and smile. A common the post that cool or the Tara songs on get on in doing the idea to read her. You paper chamber, the sheet out of Tina Gello, Ham to G, to the ham sister in S2G. Giant Yadu Polo Katie, a pepper fan and get a pin and give you a reader. The chamber idea ducking. The Milu QZ0 var in the chamber in the arrow, the Albert chair, Pijan Dow Shama, and you know, PM of attaining it at the Pivaria, or she a point of 1G David Peter to give Sky, number champion, and a 4 alone give a smile, over Channel Island, of a pick and get us melee, and you know, later on the Sky, no guardian of a pepper of a mountain, 1G in the alley, but so when they not cool, a piano of a shower, Miss Rennie Tomorrow, who are in it, but as I put up a piece in the Gala, or the chat of sound of Chia, the garden, a bad position issue. The people chama tabby of a sky no asa, Shy Yard of Pine Colon, a papa piano, we have a technique at Kelvin load of piano, Dara at the ကားပေါ်မှာပြန်လာတဲ့အကွက်ကိုတခါလေးပစ်ချထားပြီးတဲ့ highlight လေးပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် S2G လောဆယ်မှာတော့ lost တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီဘေးဘက်ချမ်းလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Malik လို့လည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ Emery ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာကျွန်တော် Admino လုံးနဲ့တွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီ Kamikaze ဒီဘက်မှာ not နေခဲ့တဲ့ border တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်လဲကယ်တင်မှာရတော့မယ် call line နောက်ဆုံး2ယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့တယ် Masco တယောက်ကိုပြန်လဲကယ်တင်နေခဲ့လို့ Reader တယောက်ရဲ့ pitch up လေးအောက်မှာ Admino စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာခါတော့ပါတော့ခေါ်နေခဲ့ပြီ Rick Zat တို့အစား Milu တို့နဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တူထိနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်တစ်စုံနောက်ထပ်နေတာတစ်ခုမှာအိုးဆုံးယူလေ show အသင်းနဲ့အကုန်လုံးပြေးတိုးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာတွေများလောက်ကင်နေမှာလဲအသင်းတွေတကယ်ကိုအန်နေတော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ vitality တွေအနေနဲ့လည်းဆုံးရဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနေပြီးတော့ထမ်းပါတဲ့အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လည်းပိတ်ပြီးတော့တူနေခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲလုံးနေတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ NS တွေအနေနဲ့ကလည်းတူသွားခဲ့တဲ့ point တကယ်ကိုအန်နေတော့များနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ vitality တကယ်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့ movement တွေဖန်တီးနေခဲ့တာတော့မြင်တွေ့နေခဲ့ရပါသေးတယ်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့ XZ ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ action ဆုံးနေတော့ show သွားခဲ့ပြီGet up, vitality, to Federalist, Razor. We might tap your eager, facility, but two ID redown the twin again, job moment, dear, Holly Vegas, power, dear, with time and knock out the chap moment, Carlo, Paracobi, like we think 4 to EA, Irina, in Nero, Tazon, Celebrate, Uson, the vitality, former life, TV channel, gave your eager, paper champion, and we have a town to return down in the first city, but we have a tone and gave it 2 in a lady. Carlo, some of them are a shower, and a pion in a pre-nate, low, starting to have a pippy, daggy, Miss tomorrow, eager shape of 40, making the lower. Cannot found on and get the Rita. Now, first say the PMWC here, my EDSA room, you don't have to 2 niggas, so my mana, oh, Romeo, mana, no, the same club, time you're not going to chance gave you away. Turn now so, smite the other general and Lupioni in a shogun, and now not Pimaro Yam and not call it now, not Pimaro Yam and not Lupioni, some mine. A common look at target of YG. Now, more of Paka, the PMW Chala gave his ready Raduma, but they are failed over the Royal Chancellor of Yana gave his smile. Above a period of time, Molly of PMW of Chavin Nigelu, to Molly of PMW of Swan again, a pre go down in Aero, first city by PMW of He gave a native side of a kind of target of YG. COP in Kelmala smite the Shia point on Nate low, and then a letter and gave us some mine. Baby, I tried to have a pin and gave it 2 further one. Baby, my party of PMW of a corner gave his ready. No. Low 3 further. Oh, Shabo, glad you go. Summer 4 further words already. That Kumaro, the girl look at target of a YG. Common zone to defend the Hadira. From people to my type of law, the Shiaba mascot, carry over son of the like a bit of S2G relay, Timani mate or the F7, you Chappy like a oh, holding Pimatia, Tom Jenny get the Samai Mijaro, Zone and Kuma, horror, son of the like a bit of YG. So Timani son of that target. Allo, 4 or 2 like that.
Looking out, I mean, Aura had a decent game last time around with Pip to the post on the chicken dinner. With a good setup on this northeast.
Aura so further though. So people say, "Tap your sky." Calling my tap your quick and higher days, or not come on tap your bed. GM son, Tia, something to knock out a chart and get right. Zero paper chap and tap your bed. ID, Rita, so vitality, right? Z, E, more man, the chap 5 man, 5K, actually target your chuka. People say, TNE, tell our trader, sleepy tea of AW and review, something to knock out a chap in the game of Hura relay. Jan Yalu, appointing Colonel, Piamino, potato, E, Leo, survived to pin and keep Lufarushi, appointment to Kate, appear rich and keep his already dark market, load of pin and Mala. So chat the sound of Chia, Lufa, Power Chani, Piano, to retain Kalo E, George Chugati of native side, if you have a guy sound gave it Lufa, Dave, Peter Rage, gave it 2 years to 1 of Chugati of Shia Pono, Louis Red Line, the show of Changa Royum Yan and Lufa, the Kali never Catulio, Piamio, Tony gave it Chuka, 2 years of the Zerch, Lufa, Dave, Peter Rage, gave it surrender on Chuka. Tuning now, Chani Pelabio, Picamuri, Lufa, Deva Pelabio, knock out a Chani gave it eager, so Baby Chani Colonna, Papa, Piqueda, Zida, DNA, the squall, wild, low, we like it, surrender on native, Pelabio, kind sounding a little, Lufa, Pelaka, they couldn't buy a sheet, so DNA, Sinapin gave out.
They were trying to play garden and architect, pull out all the weeds on the south side, but
EA, so vitality, Pimashi or tweet, Shabby, Colon, Papa, Pelabio, Pin and get rising to us at the peace light out shop, and young lady Piambio, but 2 retaining Kela. Load of pin and keep you up a DNA relay. So တော့ရှေ့ဘက်ချက်မှာ F7 နဲ့လည်းရှိနေခဲ့လို့ EA တွေစုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုမှာတော့နိုင်ငံတော် NA တို့များတယ် technical တယောက်ပေးဆက်ထားခဲ့ရတယ်ဆိုမဲ့လည်း 3 man live team ချန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Morman တို့ပြီးတော့ beach line တောင်းဆိုတူလာမသိနေအကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Riser တယောက်ပြစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Matika တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ကြားနေခဲ့ပြီး vitality ရလို့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲနေခဲ့လို့ Horror ဒီပွဲမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် S2G ရှေ့point တော့တိတ်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ဥမှာလားချက်တော့စောင့်လို့ကြည့်အောင် Sleepy တို့အစားဒီ beach line တောင်းရှောက်မှာပဲအငြိမ်လေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးနေချွေးနေခဲ့တာဖြစ်လို့ Ever 7ရှာထားခဲ့တဲ့ point ကတော့တကယ်ကိုပဲကောင်းနေခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
It's a similar situation, man. This is what Ida wants.
ကဲဒုတိယပွဲတော့ရောက်လာပြီအတင်းအကုန်လုံးဘက်တရီရင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ချီကေတို့ကအစဒီဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Sky ဒီအနီးဘက်ကလူဖာတယောက်ရှေ့အပွားအောင်နဲ့ပွားစု F7 နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပြီးသားခဲ့ဆိုတော့နေကတော့နိုင်ငံတော်လွဲချော်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပွားစုရှေ့အပွားအောင်နဲ့နေတွေပါပြန်လည်လို့ရောက်လာခဲ့ပြီးလူဖာတယောက်စင်ရောပြေးနေခဲ့မှာလား short way တော့သွားပြီးတော့ပတိနေခဲ့လို့ပွားစုတယောက်နေကတော့အနေကတော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့တော့လောက်ကတော့ဖြစ်သွားဖို့တော့မမျော်လင့်သေးဘူးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့လူဖာ DNE ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ Vitality Rising တွေ့ရတော့ဇက်အကုန်လုံးပတ်လေပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ EA Morman ထိနေ point လေးကတကယ်လို့လောက်တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီလို့ Sleepy တို့ကတော့နေရတယ် treatment alive ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Morman Vitality တွေရှေ့ point မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ Vitality ကျွန်တော် S2G တဲကြီးပဲ Ever 7ရှိရဲ့အိမ်ထဲကိုပြေးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ဦးမလား loss ဆိုပါတော့ဆောက်အောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုံနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှတော့ off secure ဆို kamikaze စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီ loss ကတော့ကားနေပြီခြေတော့တိုးတော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှ Morman တို့ကိုလုံးပတ်လည်းတော့ပြခွဲပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ vitality လေးဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်နဲ့ colonnade တွေပါလုံးပြီးလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပြခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ F7 3 case နဲ့2ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာတိုးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့ horror တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ short bay တို့အစငိန်လေးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ vitality day ပဲပြီးတော့ rush လာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေရာလုံးမှာနေဒီမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ပြီး short base ကားနေပဲနောက်ချက်ပြန်လဲ forward လို့တော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ EA တွေနေခဲ့တော့ NA တော့များတယ် joker ရှိတဲ့ပေါ့ net လုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ပြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲပေးနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ EA ကျွန်တော်ကန်ဆာဘက်ကတော့ဆင်းသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေရာကမှ Morman 2 year the set 2နေနဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလဲ horror လည်းရှိတယ် short bay တယောက်ကတော့ woo ဘက်ကနဲ့ screen တယောက်ခါလေးပဲနောက်တော့ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ lupa တယောက်ကလည်းခါလေးပဲ F7 နေစုံလုံးတက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှတော့ရချင်နေတဲ့ point အကုန်လုံးနဲ့ပတ်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအကုန်လုံးရေဘက်ချမ်းနေပြီးတော့ပဲငိန်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိန်းနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့အတင်းနဲ့အကုန်လုံးနဲ့ vitality ဒီပွဲမှာတော့ 12k ထိပဲပိုင်ဆိုင်ထားခဲ့လို့ဆိုတော့တကယ်ကျဲနေဒီပွဲကြီးอ่ะเนาะအတင်းအကုန်လုံးပြစ်ခွဲပြနေခဲ့တော့ပေါ်ပဲချက်မှာ F7 review တယောက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ exo သူရတော့တော်လောက်ထိတော့ကြာပါခဲ့တယ်ဆိုမှလည်းအစင်တော့ပြင်နေခဲ့တော့မယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Nate ဒီစတင်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီး carry လို့ဒီဘက်မှာ cover လေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ horror နဲ့ no fear တို့ဘာလို့အနေနဲ့ကလည်းပြောမယ်သူတို့ကတော့ miss ဆက်ခဲ့မှာပဲကားထဲမှာအငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ရေးပဲချမ်းမှာပဲအငိမ့်လေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုး F7 နဲ့ day ပဲပြီး rush နေခဲ့ပြီး carry လို့ the rising ဒီဘက်ဘေးပဲချမ်းမှာ pro နဲ့ Nate တွေစတင်ပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီး rising နဲ့ Nate လို့ carry လို့ကန်တော့ကောင်းသွားခဲ့သေးတယ်နောက်တစ် Nate တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ပြီး F7 နဲ့ vitality နှစ်သိန်းပဲကုန်းပေါ်မှာရှိတော့တယ်ဒီနှစ်သိန်း forward 3ဘတ်တယ်တော့ရင်ဆိုင်တော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ KO ပဲလုပ်ပြီးဖြစ်နေခဲ့မှာ reboot ရှက်နဲ့ day ပဲပြီး rush နေခဲ့ပြီး Nate ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့တော့ rising exo ဘေးမှာလည်းနောက်တစ် Nate တစ်လုံးထပ်မံပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ horror ဆင်းတော့ပြီးတဲ့ beach line တောက်ရှောက်မှာပဲ reboot တယောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ exo ရဲ့ Nate တစ်လုံးနဲ့ပဲနောက်ကတော့ကြာ quarry လို့ပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ knock out ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ vitality နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကိုပါထပ်မံပြီးတော့နောက်ကတော့ချနေခဲ့ပြီးခေါ်ဆိုတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောနေရှိနေမှာကေးအကုန်လုံးဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲစပန်လာခဲ့တာကျွန်တော်15 games နဲ့အတူပဲကျွန်တော် vitality ဒီပွဲမှာတော့တကယ် on နေခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာခေါ်ဆိုတယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တယ်နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲခေါ်ဆိုရှိရဘက်ကိုဒီလေးကြီးကကွတ်ခေါ်လိုက်တဲ့ခေါ်ဆိုရဲ့နေတလုံးကျွန်တော် rising ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီး razor တို့လည်းရှိတယ်နောက်ဘက်မှာလည်း horror တွေအကုန်လုံးပတ်လေပြေးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် F7 Gazo တော်တော်ယူ NA တော့များတယ်သူရတော့ desert first aid တော့မြန်ဆန်တော့ Hema တော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေ Molly တွေပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျဲရတော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ vitality ချမ်းရလို့တော့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိမိထားခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ Exo တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီဘေးမှာ necessary ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ခွာဆိုနေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်တော့ပြစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှာတော့ razor တချို့လာခဲ့တဲ့နေကြီးရ quality vitality exo မြန်သွားခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှာတော့ oh my god ကျွန်တော် vitality think is 16k နဲ့အတူနောက်ထပ်ကျွန်တော် on fire ဖြစ်နေခဲ့တဲ့အသင်း vitality ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Potential a full regroup here though for Vitality.
Choosing.
Swings up slightly, but what do you do after that? The game might just slow down, and Aura
Aura လည်း fight ကြီးရတာနော်တော့ရှုံးလို့မရဘူး
for a spray down, but Vitality, I don't know how good the util's looking, how good the supplies are looking on side.
ကဲတော့ Vitality က KV ပါပြီစုံရဲပါတယ်အဆင်ပြေတယ် AC ပဲကြိုက်တာလို့မိုက်တာလို့အတင်းကနှစ်သိန်းမင်းကျန်တော့တာ Aura နဲ့ Aura ချစ်ကန်ရတော့မင်းတို့ရဲ့စုံရဲ message ကြီးမှာ 5k နဲ့ကောင်းလိုက်တာ AC ငိမ့်လေးပဲ AWN ကြီးနဲ့ချိန်နေတာဗျာနော် Hora, Vitality, no 4 vs 3 ဗျာ 4 vs 3 ဗျာ
draining their resources like you say whilst Hora
EWC နဲ့တကယ်ကိုကြည့်နေတာရှစ်စားနေ EWC ရှစ်စားနေတကယ်ကိုကြည့်နေတာ Vitality နည်းငယ်တော့ NA တော့များတယ်သူတို့အနေနဲ့စုံလင်ကတစ်ခုလည်းဖန်တီးရအောင်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမျိုးမှာကားနေတော့တေးပဲပြေးတော့ push သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Hora Sleepy တို့နေနေရတော့သူတို့ position တွေမှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲ ယူထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Sleepy ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ Rising တွေ့နေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်း AWN နဲ့လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်နေကောင်းလေးသွားစားနေတာ AWN နဲ့ Rising
digging those bullets into the backside of the vehicle.
မစလီကြီးကကားပေါ်ရပစ်ချလိုက်နေကောင်းအောင်မနော်ကောင်းလေးတွေကဇုံပေါက်ဇုံမပေါက်ကိုရတူတော့မှာဗျာအဲ့ဒါကြီးကချပြီ Vitality 3ရောဒေးပဲပြေတော့ rush နဲ့ခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာခုမှတော့ Sleepy Novia ဘေးပဲချန်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီကားနေပဲအကုန်လုံးပတ်လဲပြေတော့အိုးကားနေပဲတယောက်ကတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Vitality rigs နဲ့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကထပ်မှပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီ Sleepy exit အကုန်လုံးတော့ knock out ချသွားခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်တို့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လဲ2 vs 1တော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာခုမှမြင်စံတော့ game တော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေ Sleepy တယောက်တွေးရတော့ Z exit သူနေနဲ့ဘာလို့မှလဲ first aid တော့မြင်စံတော့ he မှာတော့ရတော့မယ် JK နေကြီးကခေါင်းမော်ကြီးကိုကွက်တီချလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာခုမှတော့ exit မော်လီကပြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဆွဲနောက်တစ်နေ့တလုံးဘိုင်းအောက်မှာကြာနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်တစ်နေ့ဒီကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Hora ESPORTS ဝင်ချစ်ခဲ့နေတာတော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာAT တော့နော် Hora နာရီAT တော့ဗျာ
Gains pulled down the second game. Good for him.
Beautiful action there. Hora locked in, understanding their rotation, the best opportunity to try and force Wolves out.
ပွဲလေးရလေကြည့်နော်ကျွန်တော်ဝန်ကြီးပွဲလေးကြည့်လိုက်မင်းလေးစားလိုက်မိမမောနေမှာဆိုလို့တယ်ဒီမှာ spicy ကျွန်တော်မာလာရှမ်ပေါ်အနှစ်ထုတ်နေတယ်ဗျာနော်လုပ်ပြီးစားအောင်မှာပေါ့နေကြည့်နေလိုက်တာဆွေးရ
Spinning like crazy that game.
Smoke
on the tires because 9 elims almost made it more than that. What a wild performance for him, not only on that game but last game too when they were trying to make their way up towards the stadium. It is funny that we had Aura, Vitality in that top 3 on Rondo. Over on Erangel. We seem to have a couple of favorites here, Jackie.
Already establishing some of our lobby leaders potentially. And not even one of those statements where we'd say at the end of day 1, at the end of game 1, now going into game 2, like you say, mate, it's just becoming very crystal with a lot of the squads that are looking incredible out here. This is the final moment replay as well. You can see back how rough it was for Axel.
It's so unfortunate because the Molotov went far. I think he could have stayed playing against that vehicle. He makes the right call in the moment because that Molotov's placed correctly. He can't play up front. But it's a very, very hard decision to make in the moment. But again, it did feel like Vitality could have made that work. And I wasn't joking when I said that felt like an impossible game. It really was.
They had no cover. They had no pathway.
Oh, right.
They went for the call and
did
it. Ridiculous. Let's get down on the stage and find out from themselves.
All right, well, yes, thank you very much. I'm Claris down here on the stage. I am with the arena, though, and it's Joker here to talk about that first game, honestly, because that might have been the best game in PUBG Mobile history. I want to get your thoughts about that game, what was going on in the team comms, the feeling after that first game.
เราอยากมาพูดเรื่องเกมแรกนะครับตอนนั้นเราเก็บไก่ไปได้เลยนะตั้งแต่เกมแรกเลยเรามองว่ามันเป็นเกมที่แบบว่าดีที่สุดตั้งแต่เราเคยเล่นกันเลยมาเลยนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนั้นเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะแล้วก็ทีมพร้อมแล้วก็บรรยากาศในทีมฮะมันเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
จริงๆจังหวะนั้นเราไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยครับแค่ไล่ตีในเมืองของเราให้หมดแล้วก็ไม่คิดว่าจะไก่คิวเยอะขนาดนั้นครับ
All right, to be honest, we didn't expect that we're gonna get that much kill, and like so what we plan doing that time is just like keep getting into the city and like hit everything hit like one by one into the city at a time.
Okay, so very quickly here as well, after that performance, after looking fantastic already here, any words for the fans, everybody kind of watching for E-Arena out at home as well, because I'm sure a lot of people are very excited about that first performance.
หลังจากที่ทุกคนได้ดูเกมแรกแล้วนะเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนตอนนี้กำลังจับตาน้องทีมของเราอยู่นะฮะอยากถามว่าเรามีอะไรฝากถึงพวกเขาบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้อีอารีนานะครับหนึ่งเดียวจากไทยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
All right, to everyone, please supporting us. We are the Arena, the only one and the only hope of Thailand.
All right, well, thank you very much for making PMWC history here. E-Arena looking awesome.
E-Arena ဟုတ်တယ်နော်တကယ်ပုံနေကောင်းနေဟာ E ရပြောလို့ပြောမှာ E ရတကယ်ကောင်းနေမော်မန်ကမကြိုက်တာဆောက်ရှုံးမပြီးဘူးဟုတ်တယ်စမား4ဘက်ဝမ်းပြလိုက်တာစမား4ဘက်ဝမ်းပြနေတာ
E-Arena hitting us with the only hope for Thailand. Well, that hope is looking pretty damn good. And you know who else is looking good? Hora! As they were... you too, Max. You too, honestly.
No, I mean, Hora, what an absolute banging game for Nepal, right? You start off with a second place in one of the weirdest opening games ever in an international tournament. And then, how about we do get that win here on a beach finish that we rarely see at any tournament whatsoever. And oh my goodness, I mean, for you in particular, Nitra, you're a big fan of snipers. Sleepy, the bolt action, oh my god, Nepal is here to play.
Oh, it's so nice to see it. So nice to see it at a global tournament. Finally, it's been years, it feels like. He's still one of the only players that uses a bolty. We need to have that more often, and maybe after this game, other players would go, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have an absolute god at sniping on your team, because oh my. That is exactly what you want to see. You getting those long-range shots coming on through. Really, really good stuff. But Hora in general really able to circumnavigate a whole lot of traffic coming on through there, Max. You know, over on that beach side, one of the only plays they could have made, and it worked really, really well.
Max, remind me which bolt he was using?
The arm!
The arm. All right, Lace. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you here. I want you to give me the best sound possible. Keep in mind, sniper is going to sound amazing.
The best sound.
It's every shot is like pure ASMR.
Yeah.
Boom. Baby.
All right, Max, you next.
Okay, on me.
On him. Put it on him.
On me.
Get the camera on this, man. Boom.
Put him in there. Call no, put him in there.
All right, get ready. Arm sound. AWM. Come on.
What? Did you sneeze? That was a sneeze.
What? Okay, for everybody that has been making videos of PMWC at EWC 26, there you go. There's the challenge. Go back to that last game, have Sleepy, and replace those sounds and see which one was the best. Make sure you guys share it on social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But talking about teams that were able to perform so good, we have to talk about Vitality.
Man, the whole entire game from them was absolutely incredible. They basically had bridge. They were able to hold that position so early. They were the Zone 3 gatekeepers of that entire match. They had direct lines of sight on everybody that was rotating in such a difficult choke point where they had to rotate. They actually left Reezy behind to scout E-Arena's movements. They basically waited. They flanked on in there, right behind them while they were in contention. And I mean, they reserved so much utility to be able to take on E-Arena and get them out of their way. And then obviously they set their sights on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had nowhere else to go but to exit building, so they'll be able to do that. And especially this play, I mean, such a large distance to be able to go. They had the vehicles, and I mean, fell a little bit short here, just having, sit back a little bit too far. But what an incredible game from them. Not the first place that they were probably hoping for, but goddamn, that's some eliminations they put on the board.
Oh, goddamn, indeed. No, but look at that vitality. I feel like the moment that allowed them to get into a second place in the first place is actually when they decide to push up onto the arena, leapfrog Alpha 7 in one.
Vitality nó rất tốt mà. Ủa là sẽ mà Alpha 7 cô mà arena phần mà. Ủa trong mà ID trong mà anh duy trì ngắm mà top này sẽ lấy mà. Anh đi lấy mà à? Giờ là ID sẽ tốt mà. Các bạn nằm mà. Anh ấy sẽ nằm mà cho đó. AC tầm mà. Tầm thì 721 này tầm mà. Có lại những TTR zero.
And so far, after 2 matches, that's exactly what's currently happening with Alpha 7. We see them now being able to have back-to-back good performances. This is what we want to see out of PMWC champion.
It is absolutely. It's really nice to see them make a little bit of a comeback bit by bit here. I'm going to be expecting them to continue that, much like Orangutan in Group A, right? In day 1, they're just going to be continuing to grow and grow and grow that momentum, hopefully for day 2. So we will see how that goes. But for now, 9 points on game 2 is a really, really decent start for them. So yeah, I am happy with them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they have such a powerful roster as well, and Revo was definitely kicking it for them. This type of squad can focus on eliminations. We saw that coming out of match 1. They actually held out Wolves in several scenarios. Then in this second match, they focused on placement and prioritized that. They were actually on that northern side, uncontested for a long time, obviously sitting and building and waiting for the likes of Vitality to come along. But it shows the strength in different sides that this squad can play, and especially when you come into Smash Rule, you want to be able to prioritize eliminations, but get these placements as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. Like we were talking about them too. A7, the greatest PUBG Mobile team in history. I think the Alpha 7 fans will end up agreeing with that one because so far, I mean, they have been one of the most consistent teams when we talk about PUBG Mobile esports history. Nongshim Red Force, though, they've not been having one of the best starts so far.
I'm very surprised by Nongshim. I thought
surprising what kind of way? Tell us more, please.
Okay, I will. All right. Where are they? They are silent. They're not doing anything. I thought,
he's on Fury silence. Wait. Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry.
But PMMI, massive champions by Smash Rule, all of that sort of thing, coming into here looking very, very, very good. And then we have, what, 2 0-pointers or a 2-point and a 0-pointer? I'm confused and surprised, and hopefully that will change as we go on into the next couple of games. But yeah, bit odd, I think.
I'm sad. I don't have any analysis. There's nothing really to break down except that the early rotations, they can't quite get in there. I didn't see the start of this game because we were running from the rooftop over to here, so I'll have to go back and check it out and break down what really happened to Nongshim Red Force. But it was good, but unfortunately it's a very exclusive club, on the rooftops.
Can
go on rooftops. That's all we can
do.
Tomorrow, Lays, you'll join us at the beginning of the show.
Fine, I don't want the
I'll make sure it happens, all right? I'll make sure you get that wind flowing and just while you're talking. E-Arena currently in first place with 46 points with the amazing performance that this squad had in the first rondo. Not surprised. Team Vitality there with that second. Remember, if you for some reason missed the first 2 days of PMWC and EWC 26, the top 5 teams at the end of tomorrow will be going directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will end up going home, and everybody in between will go to survival. And TT Project, Hustler Crew as well. One team that wasn't able to perform that well here in this Erangel was Godlike. Godlike started off hot, and we were kind of joking about it. The first game that they get a chance to experience at a global event is none other than a stadium finish. But here, we're gonna have to see a bit of a bounce back.
I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna be so fair to them. You said, yes, their first rondo in a global is gonna be a stadium finish. Their first Erangel in a global finish is north of Zarki on a beach, or not Zarki, but the South George. Thank you, yeah. South George. On a beach? Excuse me? No, thank you. So you know what? I'm going to cut him a little bit of slack and go, when we have a normal zone, then I'll start talking about them.
Now we're going to get a weird circle again. Thank you. You did that.
I'm not cutting slack.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not going to be cutting any slack. I want this team to start performing and performing now. Because we saw what ended up happening yesterday. And with Godlike, the thing with Godlike is we know that they can definitely put up the numbers. We know they have the fragging power. And with the audience that they have behind them, and with what we saw RG coming out of them, I know they might be able to bounce back. And we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back towards today. But while we're at it, before we start match 3, let's send it over to Kalaris. John Allen.
That's right. Well, you know what? Here on the stage, we could talk about game 2. We could.
Yeah, well, game 2, sure, lovely. But what about game 1?
Whoa,
that was some interesting stuff coming through from Arena.
Yeah.
They swept the floor with everybody.
Yeah, it was impressive, really impressive. So much minutia in it as well, right? They even, not only did they not get challenged in Stadium to start things off, but sent 2 north to actually show up their bets against the circle if it had come down, and then moved back. So it was anything but passive. And the crazy thing about all the eliminations, none of them were recalled. So it makes it even more insane that Rondo could ever happen like that.
Yeah, 20 level. It is incredible stuff. Like you said, none of them were equal, so it wasn't like they were getting stuck in a Neox or in one of those other hot drop locations. They were absolutely keen to get straight into the action. As soon as those recall towers closed off, they were like, no, we're just going to play bread and butter.
And you can see the double drop here as well to kind of look at how they're able to seal the deal. Not only that, are able to defend the zipline locations to make sure nobody else was coming up on the roofs. So it was
1G.
Before I had that interview with Joker, he
said
he was lucky. And I'm like, I don't think it was lucky at all. That's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you very much for this, John. It is time now to head on over to the commentator team. Once again, game number 3, well underway.
The perfect hit from John to get us back over to the commentary booth as we set the stage for another game here live from Paris. A lot of energy in the building, a lot of excitement. And we got an Alpha 7 fans in the house! All right, what about a team that might need a bit more energy? Let's hear it for Godlike! Hey! There we go. That's what I wanted to hear, Paris. Give us some of that. Let's get loud as we get into our 3rd game of the day. They need that energy. They need it now. But honestly, not doing too badly so far. E-Arena took to the stage on that first game of Vitality. Aura not far behind. Alpha 7 been taking along too, 16 points. S2G, big surprises right now. 15 points so far.
Okay, sorry. Let's go.
Because this what this shows me is that the gun skill is
point of the back of placement.
To the arena.
လေလံကြောင်း military base ကနေစတဲ့လေလံကြောင်းကြောက်တာ command shaking နဲ့ server နားမှာဆုံးတော့တက်သွားခဲ့လေလံကြောင်းမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ TT လေလံကြောင်းဆောက်မှာပဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲစဉ်သက်သွားခဲ့တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ vitality တွေနေနဲ့ federal ဆိုပါတော့တို့ကဒါ military base ဘက်ချက်မှာအငိမ့်လေးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲစင်ကျွန်တော် YG တွေနေနဲ့လည်း no reply စင်ပြပါလေစီပဲတဲ့ကိုလုံးဆုံးမဲပေးရမှာဆုံးဒီဘက်ကန်းပေးလိုက်မှာဆုံးဒီဘက်ကန်းပေးလိုက်မှာဒါရောဆုံးလေးဒီဘက်ကန်းပေးလိုက်မှာဆုံးလေးဒီဘက်ကန်းပေးလိုက်တော့ပိုကောင်းတယ်ဆုံးလေးဒီဘက်ကန်းလေးပေး ID လေးစင်မှာပြီးတဲ့အကုန်လုံး easy ပဲဗျာနော်
Again, the circle might be kind to us coming through to game 3.
They
need a break at this point. It's been wild so far. Some teams been able to roll with the punches, others not so.
Hold it. Zone, di ba kan be like bi.
This is your fault, Neptune. You got to take ownership of this one.
တန်တိုးရပြီးကောက်ရည်ကျွန်တော်အတန်လားဂိမ်းတန်လားဘရိုကျွန်တော်အတန်လားဂိမ်းတန်လားဂိမ်းတန်ဆိုကျွန်တော် short ပေးထားပြီနော်ဂိမ်းတန်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် short ပေးထားပြီကျွန်တော်အတန်ဆိုရင်တော့နည်းနည်းတိုးပေးမယ်အော်မတီးကုန်ပြီဟိုရာနဲ့ call လိုက်နေတယ်အမို့ဟိုရာမို့ AC call လိုက်တော့အာလီဘန်နေဗတဲ့တအားဆိုင်နော်ဟုတ်တယ်ရောခေါ်လိုက်ဒီတီးထုတ်ပေးနေတာဒီကောင်ကြီးအောက်ဆုံးမှာရောက်အောင်တီးထုတ်ပေးနေတာ AC ရဟုတ်တယ်ဟာသူ့လေဟာ TT တော့ call like mania တော့နောက်ဆုံးပြောပေးကြတော့လေ call လိုက် call like နောက်ဆုံးပြောပေးကြတော့
They want to drop this one out because they are going for this trash
ကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်တက်ကြည့်ရမှာလားအာလီဘိုင်းမှာတော့ဒါအသိနေပြတ်သွားတော့မရှိဘူး AC ငြိမ်နေ
dropping together because
call like ကတယောက်ဆိုဒီဘက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ woof တွေဆိုရင်လည်းကြောင်းတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲဖန်တီးလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာက military base ကိုတော့ရှောက်သွားပြီဗျ woof တွေနေကားရတယ်ချမ်းပြီးတိုးလာအဲ့ဒီတကယ်မိုက်တယ်ဗျနော် pro အနေနဲ့ legate ဆက်ပြီးဆော့ဖို့တော်တော်ပြင်ဆင်ထားခဲ့တဲ့ပုံပဲ အဲ့တော့ group B အားပြိုင်မှုတအားယူပြင်းထန်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းတွေနှစ်ပွဲပဲပြီးသေးတာအမှတ်တရ40ကျော်30ကျော်တွေတအားကြမ်းတမ်းနေခဲ့တဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဗတ်တဲ့အနေအထားတွေမှာ 1G ကတော့9မှတ်တော့ရထားသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာသင်းနဲ့တော့မြန်မာအသင်း 1G ကျွန်တော်တို့ EA Tani K Shobe Moment Juga 4ယောက်သူလည်းဇုံလန်းကြောင်းတော့စပြီးတော့တိုးနေပြီ AC ပဲအငြိမ်ပဲတသားရပဲသူတို့ရဲ့ landing ကိုမရောက်သေးဘူးအဲ့တော့ landing အရင်သွားမယ်ပြီးမှလာထုပြီးတော့ဝင်မယ်နဲ့တူတယ် EA က EA ပြစ်ပြီးတော့ဝင်မယ်နဲ့တူတယ်ပြီးမှ EA ပြစ်ပြီးဝင်မယ်နေထားမှာတော့ရှိတယ်လောဆယ်ကတော့သူတို့ဒီဘက်ဂျော်ကောဘူးဘက်ကိုပဲစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲဦးတည်လာခဲ့တာဖြစ်လို့ဒါကတော့ TT project တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့ FAT
I do feel bad for him.
Music,
we'll see if
FES being said yes.
Our fourth angle of the day, and then to our Miramars, we've seen that anything can happen. Back up those rankings. Towards that south side, that S2G do move on through. A quick replay. I mean, S-Power did hold it down. He's only got micro.
In
those situations. And Vest as well, level 1 helmet. The fact that he held on as long as he did was pretty insane.
DNA နဲ့2နေပြီ DNA နဲ့ Wolf တွေနဲ့2နေလို့ဘေးမှာလည်း Vitality နဲ့ S2G နဲ့2နေပြီ Kamikaze ပေးလိုက်ရပြီဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Wolf တွေ Limtris
He is fierce. And again, coming into this.
ကျွန်တော် Nesri တယောက်ကတော့ပေးထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် S2G က loss ထပ်ပြီးတော့ show သွားပြီ Racing တကယ်တီးနေတာကောင်းလေးကားယူပြီးတုတ်ပြီးကောင်းလေးကားယူပြီးတုတ်ပြီး
just like guys we got to get through here we got to
DNA တွေလိုက်ထုနေတာ DNA တွေလိုက်ထုနေတာ Limtris ကကြာသွားပြီဗျာကောင်းနေ AC ပဲကျွန်တော် Wolf တွေ NA များတယ်ကျွန်တော် DNA နဲ့တွေ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တယောက်ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပေးဆက်လိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ speaker တို့ဘာလို့ဒီနေ့ပြန်လိုက်ခဲ့တယ်လို့ပြီးသွားခဲ့ပြီ TD S2G နဲ့ military base မှာဘာတွေတော့ပြီးတော့ inside နေခဲ့လို့ Hamsit ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ show တာ oh S2G ကအားလေးပဲမှလည်း quite out ဖြစ်သွားပြီ oh my god အားဆောလွန်းနေဗျ
S2G they stepped a little bit too
ဝိုင်းစားတာ9မိနစ်ပဲရှိသေးတယ်
home ground down towards this south side. They want to clear out more space. You got Razak as well as Federales holding over towards the bridge, whilst Razy as well as Axel currently holding down C block. They have a lot of area to work with. They are feeling unbelievably confident. Hustler crew still causing problems for people around the map.
Oh, swing out. That's your single knock to play with. Looking for more as they do take the fight back over to Vinny. Nade in the hand for the close quarters. Shut down. It's good damage, but can't find a follow through with a withstand it. As they are down.
721 3K AC လည်းပြတ်သွားပြီဟုတ်တယ်ဟဲ့တကယ်ထူးနေတာကိုရီးယားပွဲမကတ်ဘူး ACG မှာကျွန်တော် 1G ချမှာပွဲကတ်မှာ1G ချမချင်းကပွဲမကတ်ဘူး sorry ပဲဟုတ်လား 1G ချမချင်းကပွဲမကတ်ဘူး sorry ပဲနော် ACG မှာ loss တဲ့ 10 ပါဟုတ်တယ်ဟာဒီကောင်နဲ့လေးနေစီးလိုက်တင်မောနေစီးလိုက်နေ
Surprise me after the circles we've seen today.
နှစ်ယောက်ကတင်မောနေနှစ်ယောက်ကလေးနေ
Already chilled out over towards Milter, moved away from North George towards this location of the map, considering the plane path itself. The arena though, they took way longer. I mean, they wrapped back up towards South George. I think they rotate in. Either on the bridge or send Primos can grab some boats.
ဘာလို့ထဲမှာပဲပြနေလဲကျွန်တော် 1G လေးပါလေးပြလိုက်မလား F7 လည်းချီကားနေ
all together getting their move on with the hovercraft crossing from the main
1G ရှိတဲ့ point ကြီးကိုတိုးလာတာနော်
that similar rotation of course as they do glide their way around a few more style points on that
1G ရှိတဲ့ point ကြီးကိုတိုးလာတာနော်
oh definitely line for the air does feel good. I mean for Alpha 7 though this is going to be feeling weird for them. Like a lot of times when they make expecting teams to be holding a Novo. Yangon Galacticos on the other hand though, they've headed over to hold out all teams. Cloud down towards the south side though is peeking over towards Alpha 7, but the hovercraft means they can immediately get out of the water and get on the bridge. Off from the west hand side.
Oh, S2G နဲ့ TT ကအဲ့လိုပြစ်သွားတာလားအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ရှော့တာဟုတ် Hora ကျော်တော့ DNE speaker ရှော့ပြီး TTF ကထပ်တီးရမိ TT က TT က 4K ရနေနော် DNE နဲ့တယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့မယ် Hora အခုမှဇုံတိုးတာအနေများတာ Zayesh နော်ပါပြီ Kenji ဆုံးသက်ပေးလိုက်ပြီ ရှော့ရပြီ
We've already lost 3 teams.
DNE နဲ့ရှော့ရပြီ
S2G down to 13, 47.
DNE နဲ့ရှော့ရပြီနော် AC ပဲတတရရပဲဗျာနော်ကျော်ဆို 1G F7 2ဖို့တော့ Okay အဆင်ပြေတယ် 1G bus တက်လေတခြားရှင်းလိုက်လို့ရှိရင်အဆင်ပြေသွားပြီနော်ဒါကြီးပုံတီးရုံနော်လားအောင်နေတီးထုတ်ရုံပဲ AC
Centering up, we do have those buildings that sit down towards the
ကောင်းနေတီးထုတ်ရုံပဲဗျာနော်ကျော်လာနောက်ပါလဲအင်းနေအများကြီးကြံနေတယ် E က AC လေးငြိမ်လေးအခုမှတိုးလာတော့ horror တွေရောပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ Novora plan ပြမှာလဲဒါ F7 တွေတော့ရှိတယ် 1G တို့တိုးမဲ့ point နေတကယ်တော့မှန်ကန်နေဖို့လည်းလိုတယ်ဗျာနော်အားပေးနေတယ်ဗျာ 1G ကိုအားပေးရမှာညီကိုတို့ Walker ဟလား Walker နော် Walker ကဲလုံနေတာလား 1G က rank 8မှာလောတယ်နော် rank 8တော့ rank 7မှာခုနမှတ်နှစ်ပွဲပဲပြီးသေးတယ်နော်ကျွန်တော်လောဆယ်မှာ IDA Wolf တွေပေးမဲ့ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ FES တယောက်ခါရဲကိုဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ S2G ပါနေနဲ့ ETSH တွေနဲ့721နဲ့တွားပြီးတော့ပဲညှိနေခဲ့တာကျွန်တော်ပေးမဲ့ချက်မှာတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Ellie ကိုနောက်တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ Solid K ပေါ်ပချက်နဲ့ပြန်နေပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့နေတွေမစတယ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီပေးမဲ့ချက်နဲ့လဲလဲပြီးတော့ပဲပစ်ကတ်နေခဲ့ဆိုရနေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့အိမ်များတော့နိုင်နေတော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့တော့နောက်တစ်နေ့လုံးထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲပစ်ခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာတစ်ခုမှာပဲ quad တီးပဲကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေကျွန်တော် Wolf တွေဒီမှာပဲသင်းလုံးတော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာကျွန်တော် vitality day ပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြေးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီတပ်ပါဒီပါဝင်ပြီးတော့ try နေခဲ့ဆိုရင်ဒါဒီမှာ F စတင်ပြီးတော့ပါတော့ခေါ်ခံလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီ exalt ဘေဘချမ်းမလည်းပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ရှောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ razak နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ cut ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဘေဘချမ်းမလည်း set yet နေ pre နေတွေပါစတင်ပြီးတော့ပစ်ထားခဲ့ဆိုပေမဲ့နေကတော့နေကတော့လဲချော်နေခဲ့တဲ့ set yet ဘေဘချမ်းမပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ exalt နေတလုံးကြီးက quality ဝင်လာခဲ့တာတွေးရတော့တဝက်နေတော့ကန်တော့ကောင်းသွားခဲ့သေးတယ်နောက်တစ်နေ့တွေလုံးမလုံးတော့ပြတ်တော့ခွဲနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်ဒါဒီမှာတော့ vitality လုံးရင်းနဲ့ပဲတိတ်ပဲပြေးတော့ push တော့မယ် neo 0ဘာလို့နေတယ်ဒီဘက်နောက်ဘက်ချက်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ federalist နဲ့ ကဲဘယ်လောက်တော့ဖြစ်နေကြလို့နောက်ဆုံး neo တယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေခြေတန်းတွေပါကြအပေါ်ပဲချမ်းနေခုံပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်နောက်တစ်ခုမှာတော့ federalist razak ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ vitality ကျွန်တော်တို့ TT တွေကိုတော့သင်းလုံးတော့ wild တော့လုပ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဗျာF7 ကားတွေပါဖြတ်ရှာဆိုဇဝင်လည်းတစ်ခုတော့ပြင်နေပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့နောက်တစ်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ 1G လည်းရှိနေခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ 1G နည်းငယ်တော့3ထားမှတော့ရတော့မယ်သူတို့နှစ်ပွဲခုနမှပဲရထားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ 1G အနေနဲ့ block ထိထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ပြနေခဲ့အောင်မှလည်းထျမ်းပါတွေရှိရ point ပဲ F7 day ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ action ဒီပဲဘေးဘက်ချန်ပြန်လာပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ပြီ revo နေတွေမစတယ်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ revo ရဲ့နေတလုံးပြစ်တော့ပြစ်ခွဲလိုက်ခဲ့တယ်ဆိုမဲ့နေကတော့အနေငယ်တော့လွဲချော်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Milu QCC Eagle Action အကောင်းဆုံးရှားရရရင်ပွဲကိုအကုန်လုံး second ash ကနေငိမ့်လေးပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီ F7 Revoru အနေနဲ့ကလည်းကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်နောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုံးနေခဲ့လို့ဒီဘက် high ground ဘက်ချက်အကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းထားခဲ့တာကဲဘက်လုံးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါတယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်တစ်စုံနောက်ထပ်အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာ 1G တော့စုံရဲ့ second ash miss second အထိပါပြေးပြီးတိုးလာခဲ့တဲ့ save cloud တယောက်ကဲအစင်းတော့ပြေးနေကြမှာလား F7 နေလဲစုံလဲတစ်ခုတော့ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးနေကြလို့ YG ဒီပွဲမှာတော့စုံအခြေအနေကောင်းနေတိုးဝင်လာခဲ့တဲ့အသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြေးတော့ထိန်းလို့တော့ရနေကြလို့ထျမ်းပါဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာမီလူကျွန်တော်တို့ QCC Eagle Action ၄ယောက်ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ NSC အနေနဲ့ကလည်းကျွန်တော်ဒါကိုရီးယားအသင်းပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ OPA တွေဘာညာနေထားကျွန်တော်ဒါ XZY တို့ကျွန်တော် Hyunbin Sozi နဲ့ TZ ၄ယောက်လို့အငိမ့်ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာကတိုးလေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဟိုးနေရတယ်သူတို့ကလည်းဇုံတော့ပါဇုံက stage 3ပဲရှိတာအသင်းကတော့17သင်းပဲကြံတော့တယ်နော် player remaining ဘာညာနေထားလဲ39ယောက်ရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုရင်ဒါမှတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ late game မှာဘယ်အသင်းတွေထပ်မှန်ပြီးအကောင်းဆုံးတွေပြပြသွားမှာလဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါမြန်မာအသင်းဖြစ်တဲ့အသင်းတွေတော့ YG အသင်းရောဘယ်လောက်ထိထပ်ပြီး K တွေ fan ပြသွားနိုင်မှာလဲကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကဲပြောလို့ဆိုတော့မတေးပဲ call လိုက်ဘက်ကမန်ညာရှိတဲ့ point တော့ YG တွေပြေးတော့ push သွားခဲ့ပြီဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမလဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ F7 ပဲ Guadaluro ဘာလို့နေနေရလဲ military base ပဲ miss ခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတကူတော့ပြေးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီအသင်းအကုန်လုံးတော့ကောင်းမွန်သောပုံစံတကူအောက်မှာပဲအကုန်လုံးပတ်လည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွဲတော့ထိန်းနေကြလို့ EDSH စုံရဲ့ cycle အပြင်ချမ်းမှာအငိမ့်လေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်းထားခဲ့တာတကယ်ပဲလုံပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာအပေးနေတယ်ဗျာနာမည်ခေါ်ပေးဦးမယ်နော်အဖူတော့နော်ဘောစီတော့နောက်ပြီးဖောင်းတော့အောင်လေးဆက်ထွန်းရည်ဟာဆိုးလိုက်တာ Kedio Jorda Wanji.
Did make the cross, by the way.
Sigla, Romeo, Smile, Mana.
They are rocking up over towards that.
And Elu, when I in TM and all.
Rocking up on it right now.
So call like a mania. Even baby chama. Siglo, Lobo, hello, DLC, and gave me no champion and beautiful for but alone again. Wanji. Shine out the little point and golden on PMB of a door, retaining every man, native beside the other guys on target of forms of ones and they had to go on a mania.
Was hoping to at least get that one.
Baby chama, Katuli, PMB of a tape. Oh, back in some mind to call it, call him a PMB of a query, I gave you 1G. Thinking 1G or starting of a Yashi dog and I left you about it. Easy way. Easy way, no, some point will have finally. Ailey dog level.
Play this one out. Irina was cautious on the approach. Vitality didn't want to hold this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Like honestly, Vitality's playing like a finals team right now. This is really, really cool to see. Layering up towards E-Arena. They've got the hovercraft in play. I think for Razak's got to be careful here though. Yes, he can keep gathering information. Make sure he knows exactly when E-Arena moves, where they move to. So they can plan out the rest of the game ahead of this. He is slightly dangerous versus Turney Cage playing on the top of the building.
Okay, party step your dog there. John, I think EDSA, so when I go starting, you have a pandini gelo. Now we have a Hurari. Shame idea, baby town here. EDSA, learn my room hodo. So what? Okay, Ever 7 and 1 G, D would Ever 7, 1G, Timber, Jordan EA, Jugaru in a moment. They all survived to pin ID 2 men down to Reniraku Almaro. EDSA, common the phone that Kuneve, because when I go on a pandini gave his red need hammer, but you're saying not be like it.
One player goes down there.
I don't know, Takino, but now it's a horror, Dave, Peter pushing the gave his kind of car, and a bit of a chin, gave you a Takin, and you can get so many air or Ninger relation to give you horror. Number champion and be over 4, but alone gave his red need to come out Emery. No, get Emery Joe, like I almost ready to talk ID eSport in Ida eSport, Jonathan Chama, horror in it, but they don't inside my room hold you. Sky deal, so when I got cool, started to be a pandini yellow, to shine yard, the very high ground, to Legion, and you have a Nigerian and you have a two retaining head at Kilba, look, you're a penny came at the
previous 2 games, they're going to want a chance to fight. Add a little bit more to that.
Ever 7, Carillo, job of secure, give a baby chairman, tell you of a quasi reboot, lay all on a machine and gave you a so as I get Pimba Chan if you're away. Nearly, Pianabio of a two retaining get out, rotating out a Kia or Miyashi Tiger, or also secure, the quasi reboot Carillo, Blouty, Tabi, the connection, Mimi, I think I must remember a common Sophia to Abigail, and Napuelo, Roda, the Gil commons on a Sachamati, a sharp way, I gave you a deep poema, or the Blouty Tabi, commons on Sophia and Gil Malay. Check the sound of Giam, military basement, so when I'm down school, Pandiam and the time, I think I was saying the Jenny gave you a player remaining 1,000 and layout. So, NSC, Helmet, the reality, but always have a horror leg or a high round, Chamala Sadi, you have a Talagelo, so Federalist, Vitality, the Tingy 5 Kineve. And so, when Mesa gets upon the new or you know, piano of a whole lot of it.
Off the back of the drop.
You know, IDA, retail, EA, moment, Carnival, number champion, and you're forward alone against Shabby, so people tell me to do like it. I mean, doing it, so when I got to go pandemic, IDA, eSport in the arrow, Chamber, she are Banco, but they may be a 2 log manager, the channel sound of a retail. She was chatting Colonna Papa, and I do have a 2 retaining girl ever 7, and even number champion, and I do have a 2 retaining game. Emery, Kyle, but so not that we give Vitality, Biba Jamal, Tiamba, Boba Jamal, Revo, Hiva 7, Jordan F7, Eva, Colonna Chini gave you a ducking, Tiao in the alley. We are the Senopini gave Vitality, think it's his key, Name, the poema, the tab, you have a commons of Sophia Nigelo. So IDA read the tail, so Boba Jamal and tab of EA, Tani Kiru, out in the arrow, so Ninja Kuro, Pandila get low, F7. He's only the pay gallotion of throne in the Ritaru, P2 minute idea, now some tea of very channel. They are nail chance, Hura, say cloud, 1G, Sudden view of a knockout of Chabi like if it's ready, Darkumaro, 1G, Hura, but if people chance throw you from Yan and give me hello. So Piali, come on, 1 penny, Lobo, hello. ပြသေး AC ပဲ1G ကဆုံးတော့မထိသေး1G က AC ပဲတွေးလဲအပြည့်ပဲကျော်ခိုရာ2ယောက်ကတွေးတော်နဲနေပြီပြန်ကယ်ပြီးသွားပြီဗျလို့ပါဦး 1G ကိုပြအောင်စမိုင်းမာနက်ဘေးဘချက်စလီပီကပလိန်ပြခွဲသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရဲနေတာတခုမှတော့ 1G တွေမြန်ဆန်တော့ဘက်ကက်ထောက်မှတော့ရတော့မယ်ဟိုရာဗဒေးပါစပြီးတော့ဖွင့်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုရဲနေတာတခုမှတော့အသင်းနေနဲ့ဘလောက်တိထပ်ပြီးလောက်နေခဲ့မှလည်းဂျဂကားတွေနဲ့ပါအကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လေးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကြည့်နေခဲ့လို့စေးကလောက်ရိုမီယိုနောက်တစ်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ပြီနေစတယ်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့စမော့ဒီပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ခင်းဂျဂေတယောက်ရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ sleepy နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရဲနေတာတခုမှဒီနေ smile အိုးကန်တော့ကောင်းသားရဲ့သေးတယ်အဆင်ပြေတယ်ဒီနားမှာ Novia ကားနဲ့တော့ပေါ်ပချမ်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုံနေခဲ့ပြီးဟိုရာတွေဗဒေးမဆိုင်ဘဲနဲ့တော့ဇုံဝင်လဲရောက်တစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးသွားခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာမစ်ဆာကေကိုပြေးတိုးသွားတာဟိုရာတွေကမစ်ဆာကေကိုပြေးတိုးသွားတာဗျာကောင်းဆုံးကြံမယ် YG ဇုံဝင်လန်းကြောင်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ဖန်တီးရမယ်ဘေးဘက်ချမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ F7 ဟိုရာဘက်ကတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာချင်ခဲ့တယောက်ပါထပ်မှပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ F7 နေတဲ့ထိုးအတူပဲဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာအကုန်လုံး721နေတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်း Young Gladiators YGကောလုံးပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးထိန်နေခဲ့တာအသင်းက8သင်း military base အချမ်းမှာအယောက်30လောက်အပြည့်ကျန်နေခဲ့ပါသေးတယ်ဗျာ YG တော့ဟိုရာဘက်ကရှိတဲ့ point ကျွန်တော် sleepy တယောက် jiggle နှစ်ယောက်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ကယ်တယ်လို့တော့ရှာသွားခဲ့ပြီ vitality ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက် second ash ကနေကျွန်တော်ဟိုရာ YG revo ကျွန်တော် day ပဲပြေးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် late low စတင်ပြီးတော့ပြခွဲထားခဲ့ဆိုမှလည်းနိုင်ငံလုံးလွဲချော်နေခဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် F7 day 2မှာဖလူ1G NA တွေများလိုက်တာစမိုင်းစမုတ်တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်းနေကြလို့နေတွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကိုင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီစမိုင်းတော့မချောမြန်ဆန်တော့ forward လုံးမှာတော့ရတော့မယ် revo ရဲ့နေတလုံးကားပေါ်ပဲချမ်းမှာစမိုင်းကန်တော့ကောင်းသွားခဲ့ပြီနောက်တစ်နေ့တွေပါလုံးတော့လိုက်လာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ 1G စင်တော့ပြေနေခဲ့သေးတယ်သူတို့တိုးနေခဲ့တဲ့ point ရွှေ့နေခဲ့တဲ့ position တွေကလို့တော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ F7 ဇုံရဲ့ cycle ကိုအကျယ်ကြီးတို့တာဇုံ cycle ကိုအကျယ်ကြီးလိုချင်တဲ့အတွက်တော့အကုန်လုံးပတ်လေးပြေးစော်နေခဲ့တာ revo တယောက်ကြာပါဖို့တော်တော်မျောကောင်းလိုက်တော့ YG တိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ပေးတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းနေငယ်တော့ NA တော့များတယ်နှစ်သင်းလုံးအနေနဲ့ race တော့ you တော့ကြာတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီမှာမာနန်သူရတော့တဝက် revo ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ smoke ဒီပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်းနောက်မှချောင်းပြန်လဲ forward လောက်ဖို့တော်တော်ပြေးစင်နေခဲ့လို့ YGဒီဇုံမင်းတော် 1G တော့အနေနဲ့တော့ NA တော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီဗျဟိုရာလေမစ်ဆက်ကေကိုပြေးတိုးသွားတာ
I think they've looked a lot better today. Honestly, it's looked a lot cleaner. It's a lot more like the Alpha.
Get your Romeo
consistently getting towards those late games.
ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Osakua ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ 1G တွေအပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ EA တွေကလည်း day ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီ high rob အချမ်းမှာ 1G စင်ပြေတဲ့ short bait ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာအရှိမလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Novia တို့ Chicken ကျွန်တော်ဟိုရာတွေ4ယောက်အငိမ့်ပဲ
info up top side towards the arena with the split they've gone
တော့ဘယ်ကိုပေးမသိဘူးကျွန်တော်ဒီဇုံမြင့်တော့ NA များပါပြီချမှာတော့ရတော့မတာတိကေကောင်းလိုက်တာကျွန်တော်ဟိုရာဘက်က sky knockout တော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲချပေးထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှပြန်တော့ကယ်လို့ရ AC ပဲ high ground လုံးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုပါလဲခေါ်လို့တော့မရဘူးဗျကိုကောရေဘယ်နှပွဲဆော့ပြီးလဲနှစ်ပွဲပြီးပါပြီဒါ3ပွဲမြောက်ပါ
Certainly put Tony K down.
ဒါ3ပွဲမြောက်ပါ
Got to be suffering off the back of that. Rough for Tony K as well.
ကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်အုံဖတ်ဇုံလေးက 1G ပေးလိုက်မလား Hello Ever7 တယောက်တော့ထားတယ်ကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒါလေးကအဆင်ပြေတယ်ပေးလိုက် 1G ဇုံပေးလိုက် 1G ဇုံပေးလိုက်အော်ဟိုရာ EAဖြစ်သွားပြီ EA show လိုက်
Aura down towards the southeast.
NA များကုန်နော် NA များကုန်နော်
From the buildings, it's very clear where they've been playing for such a long time.
NA များနေပြီနော်
I don't know how far in this is, but you could play off the back of it if you still got
ဇုံတို့ဘလို့အောင်မယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီဘက်ချမှာဟိုရာ jiggle 4ယောက်တော့ဇုံရဲ့စကဲ ash မှာကျွန်တော် ID eSport တွေနဲ့လည်း 2man live feed မကြံနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ထဲပါဇုံနဲ့တော့ပြီးတော့တိုးရမှာ Ever7 နဲ့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲရွှေပြောင်းနေတော့လုံနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ဒီတော့မှာ horror တွေဘက်ကို day ပဲပြီးတော့ join နေခဲ့ပါလားလို့ပြောနေနေပဲ Ever7 ကျွန်တော်ထဲမှာရှိအပေါင်းတော့ day ပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီကားနဲ့ပဲတယောက်ကိုဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲတိုက်ပေးထားခဲ့တဲ့ curry လို့ revo တကယ်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့တွဲလုံးနဲ့ပဲနောက်တစ်ချက်နဲ့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပတ်လက်ပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီတော့မှာထဲပါand ဒီတော့များသွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ curry လို့နေတယ်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်တော့တစ်ချက်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ NS ဒီနေနဲ့လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲ short bait ကားတွေပါကွဲတာနီကေနှစ်ယောက်လုံးတော့ knockout တော့ချမဟုတ်ပဲမှာတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲရိုက်ခွဲပေးလာခဲ့ပြီးတော့ 1G အကုန်လုံးအပါတော့ခေါ်ပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီး EA နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တယ်ဗျ YG ပြပါအောင်ဟယ်လိုလောက်ပါအောင်တာကြီးတို့ကေးတွေရနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ YG ဒီဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ထမ်ဘာတွေဘက်က Eagle တယောက်ကိုတွေ့နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ Eagle ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ ID ဘက် Richard တယောက်ကိုတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ပြီမောင်မန် YG ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာအကုန်လုံးဟဲ့ရောဘူးမာသားတွေဟိုဘက်ကိုကေးသွားပြီးကျန်စောက်ကြည့်မကောင်း E တွေဟောယောကြီးထိုင်းကြနေကြံနေပြီယောကြီးရှိုးတယ်ကေးတွေသွားပြီးတာလို့တခြားအသင်းကို
Hillside position in play currently. They will have to abandon eventually.
Oh, I get it. Kung ya, 5K ရပြီဗျ 1G ကမဘယ်လိုပြရလဲရှင်းပြအောင်နဲ့ပွဲပြီးရင် 1K 1 မှတ်ပဲလေ 1K 1 မှတ်ရှောက်1 chicken က10မှတ်16မှ4 3 2 1လေ chicken 10မှတ်run by chicken ရတဲ့အတင်းက10မှတ် run 2က6မှတ် run 3က5မှတ် run 4က4မှတ် run 5က3မှတ် run 6က2မှတ် run 7နဲ့ run 8က1မှတ်ပြီးရင်ကျန်တဲ့ဟာတွေကအမှတ်မရအခုဒါ8သင်းပဲကျန်တော့တာဆိုတော့အမှတ်ကစရနေပြီတစ်မှတ်နေဆုံး game point နေဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုမျိုးမှတ်တွေကပြပြနဲ့ပေါင်းသွား 1G ကောင်းတယ်ဗျာသုံးပွဲထားတဲ့ point ဒီပွဲလေး chicken စားလိုက်မလား hello 1G ကစမိုင်းက4 vs 1ထားတာနော်ဒုတိယပွဲကစမိုင်း2လာ4v1 ကဲဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ EA လေးတော်တော်စောက်သုံးကြတဲ့ကောင်နော် 1G ကို game မပေးဘူးချားတင်ကို game ပေးလိုက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ NS ဘက်က Revo စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချပေးနေခဲ့အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ခွာဆိုပဲနေတလုံးကွက်တီပဲ Eagle ခါလေးပဲ knockout ချနောက်ဆုံး QCC တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောနေတယ် first aid ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းမရတော့ကောင်းလေးစုံနေတော့ကြိုက်ပြီးတော့ရှော့သွားခဲ့ပြီ F7 ဒီပွဲမှာလည်းလုံးဝ stable ဖြစ်လို့နေ9မှတ်နဲ့2ကျွန်တော် King 7K နဲ့ကျွန်တော် Power Chan top 1 to 4အသင်းတွေ4သင်းဒီမှာကျန်နေခဲ့လို့ 1G အနေနဲ့ကလည်း 2K တလေးရလုံး survive ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဇုံလင်းလည်းတစ်ခုကိုလည်းဖန်တီးရအောင်ပဲဗျာမရှိတော့ 1G စောက်ပြန်လာတက်ပြီးကျွန်တော်3ယောက်ဘေးအချမ်းမှာ vitality ကျွန်တော် rising ကျွန်တော် 1G ဘက်က Romeo တယောက်ကတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ခွဲတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ vitality တွေရှိရ point ရောဘယ်အသင်းတွေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြေးတော့တိုးအောင်မှလည်း Marnese Club Romeo ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ XV ရဲ့ပြချက်မှုတွေအောက်မှာ Curry လို့တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ Hora အငိမ့်လေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထိန်းတော့ဆော့နေခဲ့လို့ 1G လဲဆိုကတူလေးတော့ပါနေခဲ့ပြီ Smile တယောက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာဒါပေမဲ့ပြန်လဲကေတယ်လို့ရပါသေးတယ် Smile AC best mode ကပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့လို့ 1G မာနဲ့ဘေးဘက်ချန်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီ Exer Vitality ရလို့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပြခွဲနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Romeo တယောက်ပြချက်မှုတွေအမ Razor စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ Hora ရှိ point ပဲ F7 နဲ့ဒီလုံးတော့ကျဲနေခဲ့ပြီတယောက်မှတော့ knockout ကြာခြင်းတော့မရှိသေးဘူးကျွန်တော် short way သွားပြီးတော့ team နေခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ Hora အနေငယ်တော့တတရတော့ရသွားခဲ့တယ်ဗျာနေကခုနလုံးတော့ပြေးဝင်သွားတာအဲ့တော့နေဒီရှိသေးတယ် oh my god ကျွန်တော်ခေါ်ဆိုကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာလဲ vitality တွေပြပြီးတော့ခွဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ YG Romeo Cyclone နှစ်ယောက်လုံး play ပြုတ်ကျသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်နေတာတခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်ဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုမြန်စံတော့ဖန်ဒီမှာတော့ရတော့မယ် Smile မာနဲ့နှစ်ယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တယ် YG ကားလည်းမရှိတော့ F7 တေးပဲပြေးတော့တက်လာခဲ့ပြီးတော့ခွာဆိုနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့ Secure အကုန်လုံးပြစ်ချထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Hora ကျွန်တော် think 3 kills နဲ့ကျွန်တော် top 5 KD ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပါဝင်လာခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။ဘာကြလဲဇုံဝင်လို့မရတော့ဘူး NA တွေများသွားခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် smoke လည်းမရှိတော့ဘူးကျွန်တော် NS 3K ရထားခဲ့4ယောက် survive ကျွန်တော်ဇုံရဲ့ miss ခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးတစ်ခုအောက်မှာကီးတွေမရလိုက်ဘူးဘာကြနှမျောစရာတေးပြီနဲ့တူတယ်ရှာဦးထွက်ရင်ပြစ်ခံရမှာပဲဟုတ်လားပြီးသွားပြီ run fight နဲ့ဒီပွဲလဲ
And that could be a statement that you could attribute to every other squad in the lobby with how Vitality is starting to play.
Oh, de bia, wanje sanna na pi wa bi.
10 elims in the space of
this season. Sei thai thu ni la show lan on lo chat ti long.
4 squads the only other.
Lo yi wa ta pya lai niကျွန်တော်thu ma thi ne.
No Joker.
တီးဖင်ရနိုင်ကျင်တယ်တီးပြ Vitality ကကောင်းနေရောတာဘီကိုလည်းရှော့ပြီVitality ကစောင့်နေပွိုင်းနေဆောင်းအောင်မိုက်ကဲ 1G run 5ပါနော်ဒီပွဲမရတော့ရှော့ပြီစုံနေပဲနောက်ခံရှော့သွားပြီ game ပေးတော့ကောင်းတယ်ကျွန်တော် Vitality လေးကိုအားပေးမယ်ကျွန်တော် Rising ကျွန်တော် Federalist Exer
thinking about the future of what
ကောင်းနေကုန်တော့အရင်တော့ PDR ဗျ Fidelity ကကောင်းတယ်အခုဟို Federalist ဆိုပါတော့အခု Fidelity ပြောင်းသွားလူကနှံ့အောင်လူကိုနဲ့တော့ငယ်တော့ Power Ranger လူကိုနဲ့တော့တူနေတယ်
down to our final
ကျွန်ပြင်ကြ NSD 4ယောက်နော်ကျွန်တော် 4 vs 4 ရလား AC ကြည့်လိုက်တော့မယ်ပွဲလေးနော်ပွဲတွေ cast ဖို့တဲ့အတန်လေး power လေးခြံထားလိုက်အောင် AC easy
for Nongshim Red Force. They moved up early. They've got one vehicle that I can see in play. The Vitality having these cars still up and available is a really big deal for them, which is maybe why actually earlier on Razak was making such a big deal of scaring off E-Arena's angle, so they couldn't take shots down towards the tires because they knew they'd need those wheels later on. Little plays like this can make the difference. Moving up towards that loot crate could be the big thing though. Vitality looking to make the first move. You can hear the engines revving. Observers.
Story on
this one. And I think you're spot on with how they played it, mate. But that's the devil in the details. That's really raised our opinion of Vitality just in the space of the previous 2 games, with the fact that strategically it's been on the money time and time again.
The rooftops, both teams begging that each other makes a peak. Information gained and everything. Having any sight denied by the windows inside. Comes down to this. Make a move. M79's dropping out the smokes. Clearing out space between the center of the buildings, vehicles. Razak goes first, gets it up towards the next. Had to make the crossing without taking too much damage here. Again, everything is folding into this.
Federalist ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီး Rising Smoke တွေပါမီးခိုးတွေပါဦးအကုန်လုံးခင်းတာအကုန်ခင်းတာ show လိုက် Smoke အကုန်ခင်းတာ Katoli Tola, a Conkinana, show. Juicy, I will show some of the native Sabi, that's nothing on, but there is any game to really talk about native, but Pialan up your coin again, rising, native Lomilo, oh, raise at the outside, if you're not going to China, give laser, so paper channel rising, paper channel, David Pure, don't give here on Mino, outside the Shiva channel, Colon, Papa Pila, technical NSD, Chavna point, Colon, Papa Pila, technical, Gilbert, common, give Federalist, paper channel, Kiaomi, the outside, if you're not going to China, give exit, 2 years, Shogun and now the Tia Suzy, a combo of a Pialan, and everyone also. So the vitality, the Alberto channel, and Aaron of Catoli, COVID of a kind of get rising. She was telling a bit of total game of a small venture all over Piquaban and giving out tomorrow. So winner chicken in our
with a strategic, comfortable game.
Korea thing, the day, Yashi Bagan, I left you about it.
Strong inside the building, they say, to vitality. C'est la vie.
DRS.
But honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, I half expected that just to be the ending of them. But it was stalwart in their defense. Losing Razak on the approach was the big deal. I half expected them just to all follow Axel's approach and just move to the side. But Nongshim Red Force, they've been storing those nades up until that moment.
That's the crazy thing, right? They were just given so much space to sit comfortably. And they get it done, they get a chicken dinner. But you can see, Blank, it's not just what they've done for themselves, it's the reverberations they're sending throughout the other teams in this lobby, in this group. Alpha 7 such a horrific position. A squad that looked like they were really starting to build up energy in that lobby, in that game. Held back by Nongshim Red Force, could not get out of their angle, forced to fight horror, and it all falls.
Honestly, again, when we were watching that game, Alpha 7 probably had the roughest task ahead of them. But they persevered, and that really speaks volumes for Alpha 7 in my opinion. I think those boys really gave it all in their game. For Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, they had the best compounds since minute, let's say 10, right? But I think for Alpha 7, they had to work those points. They had to work for that money there. And it's nice to see the synergy look good, and that's what Revo was talking about, that they feel better going to these games. So I think this is the difference maker today. Again, we got the Alpha 7 squad. We're not sure just yet. But yeah, Vitality, they are stepping up at the moment.
It's incredibly competitive out there, and I think that's the beautiful thing about it from what we've seen from Group B today. Everyone is keeping it so close. They're giving it their best. And you're spot on, man. I entirely agree. It's what they've said in the interviews as well. And sometimes it's just words, but no, they prove that it's reality.
Exactly.
They prove it, Blank.
It's not just false confidence. I mean, it's nice to hear from Revo when he just says, look, the synergy's better, we're prepared this time, and you can see it in game. But are you prepared to go up against an E-Arena? Are you prepared to go up against a Vitality, a revitalized Nongshim Red Force? I don't know, but we'll find out later today.
Max and Lace here at the merch stand at EWC 2026. Now, I've heard, Max, you're a little bit of a card fan.
Look, I've been playing and collecting card games for over a decade now, and I've never been on a card myself, but that changes today right here at this booth.
Well, yes, here at EWC, you can actually choose what you want to go on your card. Fantasy, fighting, shooter, cyberpunk, horror. Max, I'm going to have to go shooter. What about yourself?
Look, I love shooters, but fantasy is just so sick, so I'm going to go fantasy. But now the next one is you're picking your class. Usually in every game I play, I'm a healer, so I'm going to go with the healer class.
And guess what? I'm a DPS gal. I'm right up in that action, so I'm going to hit DPS. Fire, ice, lightning, shadow, glitch. So now we can put a bit of an aura light around our card. I think you're a glitch. Glitch?
I'm a glitch? I don't know how to take that. Thank you, I guess. But yeah, Esports World Cup is all about, you know, getting that technology involved. So I'm going to go with the glitch side of it. And next one is going to be Alien, Elf, Orc, Demon, and Undead. And I don't want to pick for you, Lace, but I feel like Elf would fit you perfectly on your card.
Absolutely. I'm going to pick Elf. It's like you just knew me, Max, and I'm so excited for this card. Now we're going to open the camera here and take our photo.
I'm going to use my mic as a staff. I think that's a good way to do it. Oh yeah, dynamic pose. Oh, I like that. And confirm. Let's see how it comes out.
I had to get the pose down, Max. There we go. Now, of course, you guys here can come to the merch stand at EWC in and amongst your games. Make your own card. You can actually get it sent to your email address for free. But Max and I think we're going to get ours printed.
Yeah, we're going to redeem it right here at the booth and see how it looks in real life.
All right, Max and I haven't seen our cards yet, but you guys at home have. Are you ready to have a look, Max?
Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm excited.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa. It really encapsulated my jawline. That's crazy.
Yes, and I like that when you do the motion, it actually captures that.
Yeah, you know what? If you want your own trading card now with you on the card, make sure to come and get it right here at EWC 2026.
Johnny, ဘယ်တော့ထပ်ဆောင်လို့ဒီကောင်လေးတော့ထပ်ဆောင်လို့ဒီအဲ့ဒီကလာခဲ့တာရတယ် easy နော်ကိုယ်လည်းဘလောက်ထပ်ဆောင်အောင်မလုပ်ဘူးကြာကြီးပဲဆောင်အောင်ပါစလိတ်လေးပါလေးတောက်လဲ
Boy, oh boy, if we had any questions about Nongshim Red Force, they were just answers. There were vitality in that last game.
Energy အပြည့်ပဲကိုယ်
Nongshim return, let's go. I was watching them, I was going, okay, they're playing for survival. They are trying to just get into that top 5, just try and do something here. However, However, I knew, we've been talking about this actually before the game, right, where it's like, this team does not have any pressure on them whatsoever.
NSD in a session match, Vitality, a child my horror, 4 match, or Alpha 7, 4 match.
I was like, okay, let's see what they got.
TD Project Shimmer, Irina Ngama, 1G Ngama, ID Esports Toma, Joby 721, Toma, Joby AC, Toma, EDSH, Nama, Joby.
Having sat all game in one compound and actually go,
still
play very well, still go as a group, push as a duo, make sure we're safe, and that's what won them the game.
And I mean, I gotta talk about Vitality again. I'm sorry that I'm harping on about them, but they were able to have a 11.3 average elimination rate to catch E Arena. This is insanity after obviously the cracking game from E Arena right at the start. But they created themselves such powerful positions in this zone. They had such an incredibly close gap in points that they were like, you know what, we need to make this rotation. Obviously, right at the end here, I like the way that Axel sort of made that push with the vehicle. Unfortunately, that communication wasn't really passed on to the rest of the team. They should have followed through after popping the smokes, but obviously 3 of them held back. It would have been a different game for them. But from the start, I mean, the recon that they had on every single building push that they were able to do, especially against, I think it was TNT, they are playing absolutely insane, not only for, hey guys. I decided to join you guys for a little bit of a CC update because I've got some interesting stuff to talk about, okay? We've got a lot going on at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We already had a 3rd, 4th place decider match happen, and Geek Esports was able to claim 3rd place, making Rock Esports be that 4th place squad. Once that was done, we now have a grand finals match occurring. We will have another EWC champion in just a couple hours. That's between AGAL and KSG. It's going to be massive, and of course, I'll keep you guys all updated at home for how that ends up playing out. But, I mean, now that I'm here, let's get back into the discussion. These matches are great. Max, I kind of want to ask, Lace, do you have any thoughts about
Vitality?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't be trying to take Go find some more updates for the club championship. Yeah, she was going to ask you about, I don't even know what. Max, after these 3 matches, what has surprised you so far?
That was it's a normal-ish game. Actually, it was kind of weird still. The circle was very far to the western side. There was a lot of water on phase 1 zone. But overall, the execution was fun, but it was very gifted. We know, looking at this game, Vitality, Nongshan Red Force, not contested. There are 2 buildings in the circle until the very bitter end, literally until circle 8/9, and they went to make it work out. But pretty an easy win, right? And we're going to have a replay very soon to check out how Vitality...
Okay, when you talk, they win la, no. When you talk, they win la, Irina, the point gap. Vitality, Hura, Lisa, Eva 7, Sang,
mental 41 points up against 25.
And that's in the Nasser, ID, Satama, Astuji Sangama, 1G Sanama.
I mean, I was looking at 35 to 16 points, and it keeps going. 41 to 25 is insane. 25, 20, 16, 15, 12. That's sort of more normal for a game 3. 51 is not, and I don't know how we've got here. E-Arena, Vitality, even Hora doing fantastic in what have been back-to-back insanely difficult zones.
We do have to say though, for E-Arena, they have slowed down Lays. They ended up getting 39 points in that first game, but after that, yeah, you've been able to get some points here and there. Obviously, just for everybody, I'm not expecting for you to get 30 points again, but if it does happen, that'll be amazing. But the squad just hasn't been able to pull off the gap that I thought was going to happen.
See, this is what I see across several games, is that your game number 1 can be the crux of the whole entire thing. You can clearly take everyone's weakness, go in strong, but of course, 2nd, 3rd game, people are going to start reading your plays, understand where that you are going to push and how you're going to make this through, and that's what's happening to E-Arena now. They had such a strong start, but everyone's reading them like a book.
Everybody is reading them like a book. When we saw the overall there, at the bottom 3, we did ended up seeing Godlike. And with Godlike, we saw this past match that they ended up getting into a hot drop. For this squad, you know what? Before we even talk about Godlike, let's talk about this, because I know you wanted to talk about this, Max.
I really wanted to have a bird. Really can see the center of the circle. So Vitality don't have the advantage anymore. They have to be on the offensive. Massive smoke road. And looking at some of these smokes. synergy and communication, it kind of all spread all over the place, not denying lines of sight properly onto Nocturne Red Force, but you can see the moment the two teams do get in grenade range, it's just a mini red zone here in this final zone, sending it forward. But this, I would say, is the biggest mistake from Vitality, and the main reason why they didn't end up getting this chicken dinner. They're sending it one by one. One player sends it, then an extra player sends it, but two players are still on the back end of that fight. This is the moment to send everything onto Nocturne Red Force to hopefully make it work out. But here, one player on the left side of the wall, he gets overwhelmed. That's the end for Axel. Another player inside the building gets 1v3 at that moment pretty much. No way, Jose, is that working out. The two other players still on the roadside. Unfortunately for them, that was a massive misplay, sending it all together. Maybe that could have been a Vitality win, but Nocturne Red Force, they see that mistake and instantly shut it down.
And it was going to be a hard push for Vitality. The fact that they weren't even able to try to make that push was perfect to see. Now, going back to Godlike, one thing that I was talking about with OG is that I wanted to see aggressiveness. Here with Godlike, I don't want to see unnecessary aggressiveness out of this squad, and I'm talking about those hot drops. You don't need to do those hot drops. Right now, you started off hot in Rondo, but they have slowed down in a way that they're just having to do silly things. You don't want to be hot dropping. You want to be securing those points.
Look, before this game, I said, I'm going to cut them some slack. We need a more normal game from them before I really judge them too harshly, right? Because bad zones are they're just horrific. And we had a normal zone-ish. Wait, no, we didn't have a normal zone, but we didn't even get to the non-normal zone because they were normal-ish because they were too busy hot dropping. Why are we doing this?
I'm gonna jump in again on your solo camera shot.
Yes.
Miramar's coming up. La Cobreria. So if it's happening on a wrangle, they're hot dropping the entire day, basically.
That's so true. You're so right, actually, and I'm not here for it. Stop hot dropping. Play normally. We believe in you. Just stop it.
I believe in them too. You know what? Let's all get into it cozy here. Let's go over, Lacey. Yeah. How do we feel about hot drops?
I freaking love it. I think it's fantastic. I think this is the 6 games you've got to make and do these plays. But you've got another 6 tomorrow to sort of calculate and figure it out. Hot drop. Go crazy.
What if it's a hot drop with Vitality?
Vitality gonna get you. I don't know. Maybe don't do that.
Definitely.
Read the game, VOD review, guys. Don't drop where Vitality's dropping right now. They're playing great.
Just please, honestly, Godlike, stop hot dropping. You're a team that has the potential to make it to the finals, just like OG was able to do as well. So please make sure you keep doing that. And as we're at the halfway point here of PMWC at EWC 26 Group B, I'll we send it over to Barney and Luti. What are they up to right now?
Luti. Yeah, Barney, tell me. I've asked you to come down to the stage because I was talking to a few people and they told me that you have found out the formula, the secret to win at PMWC. Is that right?
Yeah, I spoke with so many specialists, so you have to listen to me carefully, okay? Because the secret, Barney, is like you have to... And the chicken, you take the chicken at this point. And this is how you can be the champion.
Wow. I never knew that. That's some crazy insight into this game. And I tell you what, for those of you at home, if you're watching and you want to find out what it takes to win at PMWC, that right there, that's the secret. And so, casters, over to you.
Hope they listen well.
The secret is out, baby. Let's get it going. We're live in Paris, France. Man, I thought Group A was crazy, but Group B is not messing around. I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. Bro, are you kidding me? What's going on today?
I mean, E-Arena, what a start to the day. And then Vitality just hitting those games every single time, always ending up in that late game and having a blast with it. Now they're neck and neck at the top, and they're pushing past those boundaries, Jukes.
Man, those boundaries are long gone. We saw, in my opinion, the best start in a tournament in PUBG Mobile esports history here. And we got some teams actually competing with them still. It is unreal. The zones have been going all over the place. This first half has been nuts, and I'm expecting even more craziness as we get into the final 3 matches.
There is so much still left to go. If you can even imagine it, right? That is so crazy that we've had such a bombastic start, but
We've still got plenty more matches left. This is the last Erangel today, so we're going to be heading to Miramar later as well. The desert awaits, but we have to get through the last of the grassy pastures first in order to get there. We haven't earned that right just yet. Neither have our players, but they are getting locked and loaded and lobbied up as we head on into the match. It is time once more to see if Vitality can reach that late game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. This is the final Erangel. Like you mentioned, this is that place
let's
to
go,
put
let's
up
go.
some serious points. We finally saw Nongshim Red Force get their chicken dinner. They were at the down on the bottom of the leaderboards going into that match, but now they've got to be feeling pretty good. Which is going to be the next team to get it? We're about to find out.
Let's go.
Get into it. The last Erangel here of day number 1 of Group B.
Let's get stuck right in from the military island up towards Severny on this plane path. Going to see a fairly fair distribution of drop spots available for everybody. No real big dramas here. Taking a look at those tables as well. Nongshim Red Force jumping up with that chicken dinner all the way to 5th place on 20 points right now. Just goes to show you these early doors don't mean a jot if you can keep it going. So for Hustler Crew, let's pick up the pace, you know? A UK team in the finals? Absolutely, I'd love that.
Let's get it going. I mean, hey, we saw Nongshim before that last game. They had, what, 6 points? And then now we see them, like you mentioned, in 5th place in just one single game. So, when it comes to Hustler Crew, they could definitely get it going here. We can see the top players there on that bottom left side with Axel with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, doing bits for the rosters right now. Vitality Arena are going to be slathered all over these top player cards. I'm guaranteeing it for you now with what they were able to do. They are looking very, very good. Arena, a little bit less legs into those later games, I think it's safe to say, but they still have done so much. And Horror keeping pace. That 41-point record for Horror would be pretty immense, right? After the first couple of matches.
ဝိုင်းကြီးချင်းလေးကိုကောက်တယ်ဝိုင်းကြီးချင်းလေးကကောင်းတယ်လောဆယ်12မှတ်ပဲရသေးတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ဗျာဒီကောက်ဆုံးကလေ AC ကိုဝိုင်းကြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ပွဲလေးကိုတစ်ချက်ပြန်ကြည့်မယ်ပွဲလေးကိုကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်ပြန်ကြည့်ရမယ်ဆိုရင်ဝိုင်းကြီး site ကမိုက်တယ်ဗျာနော်
You're right, we're back down south once again.
ဝိုင်းကြီးတော့ဇုံနေပေးနေတာဝိုင်းကြီးတော့ဇုံနေပေးနေတာအဓိကဝိုင်းကြီးတီးပေးဖို့ပဲလိုတာဟုတ်လားဝိုင်းကြီးတီးပေးဖို့ပဲလိုတာဗျာဇုံကြီးကကောင်းချက်ပဲ S2G ကမိုက်တာမစင်းနဲ့
Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, since then, what is that? 12 points they've earned in the next 2 games, which is still pretty good, right? That's pretty good. That's like a middle table performance right now. 8th and 9th, both on 12 points apiece. So yeah, they've still done pretty well. But Vitality's consistency for me is
F7, Osakura,
Vitality are in such a good spot. If it does go south, because they do need to keep themselves nice.
Osakura, Federales, Speaker. So no, key do need then a corner wood, the same right, no?
Make sure you pick up all that good stuff.
On no Java, TNE.
Immediately. I'll tell you what, I make sure that
TNE, no Java, no Java.
Has got his, but which team's gonna get this chicken dinner? We can see the Wolves. They ain't messing around. They said, let's get down south.
No Java.
Absolutely. First over the bridge. Well, second maybe over the bridge, I think it's safe to say. You do have some players.
Are you kidding me?
No. They're just going to abandon it. Not even going to try and flip it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any nades or anything. That's actually really nasty for the Wolves. That's going to slow them down. The good news is that they are across. The bad news is we saw them do that.
Yeah.
So, you know,
out of all the things,
that's the most negative aura that I think I've ever seen of any team is from the NA team, of course.
Out of all the things that could have got put on stream, has to be that one.
Who was driving? I didn't catch.
You know what? It was nobody that was driving.
Oh, they get caught by Vitality.
Chavi. No, like Genie, Vitality. Vitality, no one is like Genie. Oh, you hold the wolf dog on your pain, the chapter player.
He got a pan knock. I think that was a thrown pan knock coming on through. Okay, they're not out of the fight just yet. Wolves will struggle here, and I imagine the race is going to back up.
TV, Vitality.
He got necessary all by his lonesome. Razak trying to pull off some plays there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they 3G, free giddy, Vitality.
Are getting destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. One
Wolf, oh, the whole fire,
a domino effect into a straight disaster.
ကြောင်ပြောက်တာပဲဘဲလေးကြောင်ပြောက်တာပဲ
right now, man. Oh, that would suck so much. Wow.
Look at his face.
Hey, he's got a vehicle. They found another. Oh, okay. I think. Wait, no.
လိုက်ဒီလေဟာလိုက်ဒီလေဟာ
Found the flip turn vehicle, the beetled vehicle.
လိုက်ဒီလေဟာရှော်ပေးလိုက်ပါမယ်ရှော်ပေးလိုက်မလားလိုက်ဒီမှာလား
For Vitality is that this is their drop
တုတ်သွားပြီဘူးပါကောင်
spot. They're already so high on the leaderboards, they can do whatever they
ဘူး
want.
ပါကောင်တုတ်သွားပြီပန်နဲ့ပြစ်ပလိုက်တာအော်ရခေါင်းထိပါတော့ရှုပ်လို့မရအောင်နော်ခေါင်းပါထိတာနော်တော့ရှုပ်လို့တော့မရဘူးညာနော်ပန်နဲ့ပြစ်ပလိုက်တာရောလို့
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah.
အကောင်းဆုံး highlight ပဲလား
Okay, they get some aura points.
ပန်နဲ့မှာပြစ်ပလိုက်တာရှုပ်လို့
Flip vehicle, you know, if you're getting a ranged pan headshot, that was cool. You're breaking
headshot
scrambling like eggs.
အော် DNG speaker ကြော vitality တကယ်အကုန်ပတ်တီးနေတာဗျာချောင်းမှာ vitality ချောင်းမှာလူဖာတော့လိုက်မှာအေးဟုတ်တယ်တော့လိုက်ကောင်းတယ်
We're going to see Lufa get a nice knock onto Razak.
ဟုတ်တယ်ရော exam မြန်လိုက်တာနောက်က bucket တွေကအော်လို vitality က
taking 2 knocks their way. Looks like Razak
vitality bucket ကြီးကျစ်စင်ရချီကိုင်းနဲ့တိုးလာရရဟိုမှာ
for that recall as well. Ooh, is having the hovercraft rolling up to the fight juice.
ဖုံပါတော့ကိုင်းနဲ့အာယုံနောက်နေတာအဲ့ကကွဲတော့မှာ
Still surviving for the time being, but now it's on fire. Kenji has to back up.
နေကြီးကွက်တီပဲရောက်ကြီးအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ vitality ကွာမရှိုးလဲ Razor ကတော့တော့ပါပြီအဲ့2 versus 3တော့ပြန်ဖြစ်မယ် AC ပဲပြန်ကယ်လို့ရမယ်ငိမ့်နေတတရာလေးကြောဒါ DNA တွေနည်းနည်းနှစ်ယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံနေဗျ Metika နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Metika နေတလုံးတကယ်ပဲကွက်တီပဲကြာနေကြအောင်မလို့ပြောနေရင်လည်းဘေးပဲကျွန်တော်တက်ပြီးတော့ Hora ဘက်ကတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာ Vitality ACK တော့ကယ်ပြီးသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်ဒါတခုမှတော့ Speaker တွေဘာလို့နေနေရတော့နှစ်ယောက်ထဲနေကိုပဲဒီစားတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းစောမှာတော့ရတော့ Metika နေတွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကင်ဆောင်တာအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တယ် Metika ရဲ့နေတလုံးကွက်တီပဲကျွန်တော်တခါလေနောက်ကတော့ချပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်နေတာတစ်ခုမှ vitality ထပ်ပြီးတော့နောက်ကတော့ကြာနေကြလို့ matika ရှေ့ကနေတေးပဲပြေးတော့တက်နေခဲ့ပြီနောက်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တာ speaker တယောက်ပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့နောက်ကတော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ပဲချက်နေ dunkin လို့ရောက်လာခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့တေးပဲပြေးပြီးတော့ပြေးလာခဲ့တဲ့ speaker ခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလာခဲ့ vitality ရဲ့ key တွေအကုန်လုံးဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan နောက်ဆုံးကျွန်တော်တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းပြောနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ rising အဘချန်နဲ့ small တွေပါပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်တင်းခဲ့ရ SSK တွေရရှိထားခဲ့ဆိုမဲ့လည်း NA ကတအားကြီးကိုများတယ်ကျွန်တော် IDA တွေတဲကြီးပဲပြေးတော့ rush လာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ speaker အိမ်ထဲမှာအငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟိုးလာခဲ့တာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ IDA 16မှတ်နော်ဒီကောင်လေးကလည်းဟုတ်တယ်ပြီးတော့ vitality ကယ်ပြီးသွားပြီ exo နှစ်ယောက်ရှိနေခဲ့သေးတယ်ကျွန်တော် rising နဲ့
The fact that they're so high on the leaderboards, I mean,
it's still not ကျွန်တော်ပေးတဲ့ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ target တော့ဘာလို့နေနေရတော့ကားတွေတော့ပတ်ပြီးတော့မောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီဒီ position တွေတော့လိုက်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ကြည့်နေခဲ့ဆိုရနေတာတစ်ခုအောက်မှာကျွန်တော် call light တွေနေနေရလဲ power ကျွန်တော် Hora ဘက်က sleepy တယောက်ကိုခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုရနေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Hora ထပ်ပြီးတော့ power ပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ချကျွန်တော် Novia ပေးပဲချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ Sky တယောက်ကို admino ကျွန်တော်ပေးပဲချက်မှာကတိုလေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ Hora ခဲ့သေးတယ်ကျွန်တော် Mania တို့ဘာလို့နေနေ Hora နဲ့ battery တောက်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့တာ and တွေတော့များတယ် Hora နောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျန်တော့ နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ connect ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ summary တယောက်ရှိရတယ် day ပဲပြီး rush ခဲ့ပြီး Novia နောက်တစ်ယောက်ပါထပ်မံ knockout တော့ချနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ 4 versus 1 ဆိုရနေတာတကူအမလို့ Novia တယောက်တကယ်အကောင်းဆုံးတော့စောပြနေခဲ့အိုးကျွန်တော် call လိုက်ဘက်က admino ကောင်းလိုက်တာကျွန်တော် shotgun နဲ့ခါရဲဖလက်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် Hora ဒီပွဲမှာတော့ Alibaba တွေမှာ white out တော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာမင်္ဂလာပါဂွေးတို့မင်္ဂလာပါလိုခဲလိုခဲ
Really annoying circle.
Just seeing it here.
It pushes you up to the north coast. And I mean, it technically still has the ability to go back to the mainland.
This is so yeah. I mean, you guys can see it there in the top right. This circle, just so much water in between them, and that zone could still go north. But Axel trying to put some more eliminations for his team. Can he win this 1v1? He's got the DBS. He's gonna have to reload. He's got the pump shotgun. See what he can do. It's Og. He's gonna do the jump out. Let's see. Trying to make some moves, find those angles.
Reload on their UG now. Got 10 rounds behind. It should be enough. He goes for it. He's got the advantage.
Oh la 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 la. Call like that.
Will get back to his feet, but
wow.
The circle pushing out to the east. They do need to start to get a move on now, severely diminished as they are, but they are on 58 points already, 7 points earned this match. As you said, it's already a good result. All the way up by Rozhok Bridge as we hop on over.
Charlie,
as they try and hold it underneath. Looks like they're doing pretty well against 7-2-1 game GS.
Yeah, you can see Fajita's got that nade. And just pulling the pin, scaring them off. Okay, and this is a tough fight here. This is way too long in the blue zone. But the fact that the zone did go up north, it does buy them a little time. They don't have to really panic all the way down to military base. But regardless, you know, you're trying to get a big game here. I mean, especially for 7-2-1 GS. Down a player, only 7 points. This is just rough for them.
Absolutely. Very, very difficult stuff. Them and Hustler Crew, well, everyone towards the bottom of these tables.
Oh, shit.
Is going to look for that Nongshim Red Force injection of points. Nongshim Red Force getting across the military island early on the northern side of it, I think is going to play fairly well for them in this sort of a circle. Given how the lay of the land sits, they're going to be buffered around by teams trying to cross either side of them, rather than coming across, and they can farm up players trying to go for a swim. Let's hop back on board with the fight on our screens, though. As 7-2-1 GS lost a player, we saw that on the crossing, and Etch trying to keep them there, but there is a knockback over to Fajita.
Yeah, you can see Speed holding that angle on the backside. Needs to get with his team at this point. There ain't nobody in that direction. But oh, we see the MG3s in play. Masco's got that S12K. That's the gun you want, though, in that CQC close quarters combat. And right now, this fight is still ringing out. This is all the way over by Rozhok, folks. This is going to take a long time. Now we're starting to see some utility thrown back and forth, and everybody's just trying to wait for that first critical knock.
Oh, Alico should completely see Nasser there. Uh-oh, going for the nades. Beautifully placed. They felt like they should have known there was a player here. And that's going to be a big opener for them. Is going to dominate. And S721 GS will be able to clean out partially some of the team from Etch, and both teams now bleeding heavily. No one having a good time. They're losing players left and right, and they still have to get south. I don't think these two are going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a sacrificial play. I wouldn't have minded this fight personally if that zone was deep millie, because it's like, yeah, our chances of getting down there are pretty tough now. Let's just try to get these points. But considering where that circle is, I think they could have just avoided this fight and fought late game. But regardless, you know, that's the decision they made, and that's the one they went with. Let's take a look at
F7 review. Pivot chairman, tap your the winning of cool panini game is already done. The bloody tap your look at Donny, shut the song to my tip on it.
It does look like they're going to have a clear path to that circle.
ကဲဒီတော့ carry လို့ပေါ်ပချမ်းမှာကတူလီပြန်ပြီးတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ beast line တောက်လျှောက်မှာတော့ F7 လောက်ထိထပ်ပြီးဆော့ပြသွားနေကြဦးမှလေကြည့်ရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒါဒီပွဲကတော့ top 5 ကိုဒီက chicken ပွဲပဲဟုတ်တယ်
but you can't be sleeping too long because you do still need to get on towards this circle.
Don't
Take a look at their utility. Carrillo's got a UMP.
F7 2ရပါတယ်ဘာကြောက်နေတာ2 so on stage 3ဖြစ်နေပြီနာတော့နာနေပြီဆိုတော့
stage 3 you could definitely afford
ဆိုတော့နာတော့နာနေပြီဒီကောင်တွေကလမ်းလာလက်နေတယ်
Look, considering where the circle
is, this is
not a bad play from them at all. So far, Alpha 7 not doing bad at all. They're in 4th place right now with 25 points. This is really good to see for them, considering that they haven't hit a final all year long yet. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, the one final there's been.
They
didn't hit it in a very dramatic fashion. I think that's kind
ရှေ့မှာချမ်းပါတွေရှိတယ်နော်ရှေ့မှာချမ်းပါတွေရှိတယ်အပွဲမကဆိုဟလာ ECV ကြည့်လိုက်တော့ချမ်းပါSo YG
bingo card, right? So to be able to regain a little bit of confidence moving here would be brilliant. Obviously, a top 5 is what they're shooting for. What's what they should be aiming for, right? But even getting through to survival stage, I think for them would be a little bit of reassurance. Depends how heavy the ego sits, right?
Yeah.
If they're like top 5 or nothing, then fine, sure. It's a competitive spirit. I'll give them that, but you know. Even survival is better than what they did before, and improvement is the name of the game.
That's what it's all about. And when it comes to Alpha 7, you know, there's an old saying in the boxing world, you know, as you get older, the speed slowly goes away, but the power always stays there. And I think that's Alpha 7, you know, like,
see where the going ever 7 military base now, but nearly training and going on. Ever 7 you're calling it as a winner.
Right, but getting to those end
games,
getting those placement points on top of those eliminations, that can be difficult because in the 2 recent global tournaments they played in, at the 18 games, they had 46 eliminations, only 12 placement points, which is insane for them. So they're already looking to beat that game, which is great. It's a good sign for them, and they got a good position in this next circle as it hard shifts on over to the lucky. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
Who else has a pretty good position here is the Vitality duo, right? Up towards the north side, they've got Tianba. So nice little buffer. The difficulty, of course, Vitality. They're going to try and work this ground.
Oh, calm it down, Hamza. Oh, chop like that, Andy.
We're going to push on through. That is 721 GS going down.
Oh, look, some of
their players out.
Vitality and TD are 2 over. Vitality are your Panel Shira. Vitality Neon Jenny, Rising.
Yeah, and on the
number 1 GC, the ID sheet, no? Malay, only. So, tap you over 12 exo. Japima, the tap you over AC, S2G, and Tommy T. Wood or Pins in the game.
Gatekeeping for the time being.
D on my only.
That bridge, I think all the way to the end.
Tweet it.
When he's going to take
S2G, and you
to have multiple angles on the shot, right? Especially when you're
so cover. So Hamza got 4 man, lost the phone later. Oh my god.
Will not lose.
Oh, yeah.
On that face, looks for more as well.
Oh,
And Hamzy has to step up to keep his teammates
safe.
Seem to have found an opening. No real third parties on this one. And Hamzy
just
have to get gone here.
Yeah, the team's going to be taken out. I mean, this is stage 4. The is looking crazy as he's on the move here. They should definitely get these confirmations. It's going to be difficult to get across that zone. Instead, they just said, hey, you know what? We are sending it down this bridge. But for how long are they going to make it across? MCG is up there up top. When is he going to take these shots? Let's see.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it. If they break
someone, two jump to the jump to go like that. Someone, you're not a deal, TV. Someone, man, only you don't go, man.
Yeah, that's going to be them out of
here. Only you don't go, man.
Tough start for them.
You don't go, man. Why do you?
We'll see if they can bounce back.
Oh no, it's only
heck of a game here. Is this down in military base on the northeast side near the bridge. There are quite a few little dips and valleys that teams can hide under and make some plays in. So we still have 11 teams remaining here. Everybody just waiting for that next circle to pop and deciding just where that fight's going to take them.
Getting eliminated, allowing TT Project to take a central position here, puts TT Project in the driving seat. In terms of stopping control, there are high grounds around them that technically have more oversight and things, but they are a linchpin. Ida will be next on the chopping block and Alpha 7. TT Project, though, steal a point away. Darkin does get flushed out, and now it's Alpha 7 still. Look at her try and handle it.
Hold it. Alpha 7, David, Peter, Reggie, gave you a call, Deal, Reboot, Carter, someone, Tabila, gave you a call line. John Nathan, 2 man, like very general, the Puri, never cause of Deal, very general, also Q, Viva champion, and you have a town in Kello, Alpha 7, Royu and Aeromiade at Milo, number champion, and you have a Pianakello, also Q, Open Fee, Leija, Matia, Viva champion, and you have a pick up it, I gave you a Alpha 7. So the thing on Aliban well, they not pit target.
A roll up from Godlike. Alpha 7 didn't know what hit him. And now from the west side, Godlike are going to look to push across. TT Project wanted the third party, but not enough blood was drawn against Godlike for them to find a worthwhile pursuit in going for a consistent, a sustained third party hold here. They're now regrouping out to the west, and they know where the major danger's coming from now. It's on the west side. It's Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike fans right behind us going crazy on that fight. They like to see that. Alpha 7 fans not too happy on that one, but they're still sitting in 4th place for now. We'll see
what
the
drums?
Yeah, where are the drums?
Where's the vuvuzela? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Well, you know what? Well, you'll probably hear him in a little bit, that's for sure, as we get into the desert coming up. But we got this match to look at. We got Tianba in the mix, and Tianba man, in 12th place so far, haven't had that crazy pop-off game, but in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. QZZ is an absolute animal. In my opinion, one of the best players on the planet. He's a 20-year-old Chinese superstar. When is he gonna pop off? In my opinion, only a matter of time.
I mean, I'm still waiting for it though. I'm still waiting.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
You know, you got some real big boots to fill when it comes to Chinese superstars, right? Paraboy obviously is the forefront, the paramount of the Chinese superstars.
We got to see him recently at PMWC.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fun.
Yeah. I mean, fallen off. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, but he's not here.
You know, we got to see him in a little bit of a show match for those guys that missed it, and it was good to be able to see kind of like the old Nova squad compete once again. Now, they did end up having to go against the likes of like Revo and Aurora, and that was pretty dang tough considering that these guys are the modern monsters of these days. But still, it's good to see the OGs of old still going at it here. But you know what? Speaking of OGs, we got Young on Galacticos, our previous winner.
So YG, so take it 2 years to buy some target loop. Over time, I'll tell you about NSD, the Shini Cave, to the side yet, paper channel, and you have a town again, so you need that Kumar NSD. So YG never the top people to run again, need on Lisa, and you have a stake out there, you have a paper chat, and you call on Papa Le Quabi, but take out a point, give a load of penny care over there. Roger Smile, Romeo Mana, Sake Lock, me all of nearly a Shini. Gave it up to a second turn, if you have a TD in the FES, you have a paper chama, Colo, nearly a PM of a town ID in India, you have a paper chama, Colo me, Tataya, Eating in a 3 man life, you have a channel, gave you a ERAM, Emery, dear, 3 hours, say yes, paper channel, then you have a town with I gave you in Halma, E in it, or a tower of a TD, but then people do not name it, and Aero Yada Shabby, paper now by China, Colo, Papa, the piano, a town and get a call in India, like TD Pagu, David Peter, Tony gave you a Alpha, oh, kind of David Peter, rest, all I give you in Tamara, a minor deal, paper channel, tablet of a mania, Colo, of Piquavi, and gave you a summary deal in the Alpha, she and David Peter, rest, and gave you now so much son of then gave you in Takumara Mania, call like 10 kills or any time, common of that cool another channel tablet, Swabby to David Peter push and gave you in Takumara, Irina, and then D. Queen, Jacalo, Colo, Papa, Piano, Piquani gave you say cloud to Wasa, Irene, Padesamuro, and signing gave you in Takumara, Shango, Glady goes, call like paper chama, Colo, Papa, Piero, Tani, Katie, Serenity, Tamar, 1G. Deeper de Marocolo, we marvel to not pinch in the gear, the pepper.
This is what I like to see though. If you're gonna make a crazy push like that, you got
low Miami, Boba Chani, Bill at my no, she the bubble, Nate, oh, and then you're so target. Chuka, Moment, paper chama, say cloud, Nangero, 3 Tamar, Sharam, Melopioni, never over Chamala tab, you have 20 KB call like so moment, you over 20 KB surrender out from Manatia, paper channel, piano, you have a 2 10 KB now, some E, near very channel, the Chuka, native side, you guys sounding again, which are a call like in it. Dinama, Tiano, Tonde, but the Tosan would have ended in Yanaka, the Pippa, Smody up Yamiro came through Nina position on the Shuma, Sharam, YG, say cloud, ship at home, call the channel, if you have Papa Peter, taking it a sick out, taking it a boy, give a load of penny, get to Eve a moment, the Catuli, Piamio, shooting together, open fee, Pimacho, I think Pim, hello. Nigga. Oh, be Jordan, say cloud, native, suddenly you have a guys out, I gave you surrender, Takumara moment. I never popular a column position of 10 chapter of women to Rosinzani Gavila, so 1G, over Channy, live a little and Piamio of a Tawi target, or Jordan, call like in the paper, Chamania, Tiva survived the piano cave of YG, so the 4 was a 2 or but then it had cool of Piano, but then he signed to Pian Nigel, Chugatia, prone never over Chamala tap of a minor Lucia point of YG, and Yain Piamio of a 2 shooting get a pillow, Jordan, this 2 shooting get a point near Gama 1G. To get a load of people to the Mio Lane, Cariba, Mura, Unigate, Jango Glady goes in the tablet of E. Chucadion in the Magnatia was suddenly a son of Tabila gave you 1G in Nero, so Albachama E. 2 Europeans in the game, native piano of a kind of target, moment, to a paper channel, piano of a Tabi target point, load of penny game like Chuka, Tibet, Nabachama, and European of a whole Nigelo, so say cloud the yaw, paper channel, money, pitcher moving to Chuka, suddenly you knock out a Java game is ready, Tatkuma, E. Now so moment, deal very channel, the native piano of a Piqueta moment. သူနေနောက်ပဲချမ်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်အောက်ပဲချမ်းမှာတက်ပြီးတော့ဂျိုကာတယောက်ကတော့သုံးတော့တက်ပေးနေခဲ့လို့မော်မယ်ကားနဲ့မှာ pro to pro ကတိုးလေးငိန်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲရွှေ့နေခဲ့ကားနဲ့ပဲနောက်ပဲချမ်း forward လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီး smile လိုက်ပြီးတော့ pick နေခဲ့ပြီး baggy တွေပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲကွဲနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရင်လည်း smile ပြန်မချဖို့သွားတယ်တော့မျောလင်းတယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်လည်းဘေးမဲ့ချမ်းနေတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲသုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ sick loud YG ကျွန်တော်စီကောတယောက်တော့ပြန်တော့တော့သွားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းအစင်တော့ပြေနေခဲ့တယ်ပြန်လိုက်ခဲ့တယ်လို့တော့ရှာတယ်ဒီပွဲတဲ့ chicken နဲ့စားဖို့တော့ဦးတည်တာခဲ့တဲ့ Shamon Gladys တင်ခဲ့ 4K ဒီပိုင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ NS တိနေနေရလဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ 3 man live တိ 2 man live တိပဲ channel ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ IDA reader ကျွန်တော်ပေါ်ပဲချက်မှာ call live ကအမိုင်းတို့တယောက်ကတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ YG ဒီပွဲမှာတော့အကောင်းဆုံး support တစ်ခုအောက်မှာပဲအမိုင်းတို့ရှိရ point တော့တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီး YG အကုန်လုံးပတ်ပတ်လေးပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ pick နေခဲ့ပြီးကားနေပဲ day ပဲပြီးတော့ push တော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့မာနဲ့နေဒီမစားသေးပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲမာနဲ့ရဲ့နေတလုံးတကယ်ပဲ quality ပဲကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ကောင်းနေတဲ့ 1G ကျွန်တော် 10K 5K နဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ top 4 တဲ့ဒီတော့ပါဝင်လာခဲ့ပြီလေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ AC ပဲ AC ပဲမျိုးကောင်းနေ 1G ကိုအထင်မသေးနော်အကုန်တီးမှာ chicken let's go chicken 1G chicken လို့နေတာတိုင်းတော့နော်လိုအပ်နေတာ 1G chicken AC ပဲကျွန်တော်မာနဲ့ small ပြန်ခင်းနေကျွန်တော် NS က4ရောက်အပြည့်ရှိနေသေးတယ်ဆုံးလဲပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ထမ်းပါလေ4ရောက် 1G လည်း4ရောက်
And let's just see
ID တကောင်မတယောက်ပါ
circle shift to go and then we're going to find out where this end game is going to happen.
ထမ်းပါ 1G ဝင်မတိုင်းဘူးတော်မျောလင်းရတာပဲ
Of course, kind of corralled now onto the south side. This is what I was worried about, that overcommitment potential to
AC ပဲပြေးချင်းဆော့လို့ရတယ် AC ပဲဘာမှပြု 1G ဆုံးပါသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်အောက်ပဲချမ်းပါလေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲချမ်းပါတယ်
And the P90, right? What an absolute monster. This guy is only 18 years old and he is one of the best PUBG mobile players in the world. One of Maxman's favorites. That's for sure.
18 years old နော်မင်းဘာမရှုံနေလားကောင်းတယ်စမိုင်းတို့ထမ်းပါဝင်ချမယ်နဲ့တူတယ် AC အငိမ့်တွေးပြေးလိုက်အောင်ဆုံးပါသေးတယ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး AC ပဲ AC ပဲ 1G ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ NS တွေဟျောင်းပေးလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ထမ်းပါတီးတော့မှာနှစ်သိန်းလုံးကနှစ်သိန်းလုံးကကြည်နေတာဗျာထမ်းပါတီးတော့မှာကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းလည်း ID ဘက်ကတယောက်ကျွန်တော်နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ ID ဘက်က reader စင်တော့ပြေးနေကြတော့ C cloud ဆိုတွေပါ game ပြီးတော့ပဲအငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟိုးလာခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် NS တီးလိုက်မှာ reader NS တီးလိုက်မှာတိုင်းတော့ပိုင်းနော်
It's pretty nasty, especially with Nongshin Red Force bearing down. You're right. I mean, you're right. Hyunbin, one of the most successful breakout performers, one of the most brilliant rookie performances we saw from him. He's looking to try and build that.
80တွေ့တယ် reader ငိမ့်နေတာအိုးပိုင်းပြေးတက်လာပြီးနေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှ reader ရဲ့နေ quality ပဲတွေ့ရတော့တဝက်ကျွန်တော် 1G နဲ့လည်းဟိုဘက်မှာ battery တော့တားပြီးတော့ပဲရင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် XZ day ပဲပြေးရ range တော့ချိန်ရနေခဲ့ပြီ reader အငိမ့်ပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးထိန်းနေခဲ့လို့တွေ့ရတော့တဝက်ထိပဲကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီ reader တယောက်2 vs 1 carry ပဲဆုံးတော့တက်နေခဲ့လို့ဘေးပဲချမ်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ 1G နဲ့ဖြန်းပါအကုန်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲတီးနေခဲ့ပြီနေတွေစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားမီလူရဲ့နေတလုံးကျွန်တော်တခါလဲ smile စာတင်ပြီးတော့နောက်ကတော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ပဲချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် NS တေးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးနေခဲ့ 1G တော့ဂျားတော့ညနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုရင်တော့မာနဲ့စင်တော့ပြေးနေခဲ့တော့ Romeo နေလေးနဲ့တရားလောက်ထိပါပြန်တော့ wine တော့တော်စင်တော့ပြေးမယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲမာနဲ့ရှေ့ဘက်ချမ်းကိုနေကြီးကားတွေပကာပါတော့ရနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် action ရှိရပတ်ကပဲနေတလုံးမာနဲ့နေငယ်တော့3ထားမှတော့ရမယ် C cloud တွေ့ရတော့တစ်စက်ကန်တော့ကောင်းနေခဲ့တယ် smoke တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ NS ဒီပွဲမှာ chicken dinner စားဖို့တော့ဦးတည်နေခဲ့ပြီလား molly တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျဲနေခဲ့လို့ 1G ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှထပ်ပြီးတော့ Romeo နေနေတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ smile မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာသွားဖို့တော်အန်လီတော့များနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတော့ NS ကမှဝင်ပြီးတော့နိုင်နေခဲ့ 1G တော်တော်ယူအန်ဒီတော့များနေကြလို့မာနေ action တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ချ2ယောက်တော့ကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီ C cloud နောက်ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်အောက်ဘက်ချက်နဲ့မာနေတယောက်2ယောက်တော့တဝက်ထိပါကျန်နေခဲ့ first aid ပါမြန်ဆန်တော့ကြီးမာတော့ရတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲ NS တွေဝင် join လိုက်မှာထမ်းပါဝင် join လိုက်မှာ hello တိုင်းလို့ AC ပဲ 1G AC ငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲခိုးမှလည်းဖြစ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပေါ်ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ TC ကျွန်တော်နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ TC ရဲ့နေကြီးက 1G ဘက်ကို quality ပဲကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီလို့ပြောနေရင်းနဲ့ပဲမာနေစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကားနေတော့တိတ်ပဲပြေးတော့ push တော့မဲ့ကျွန်တော် 1G အနေနဲ့အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ main ရဲ့ picture မှုတွေနဲ့အတူပဲ TC နိုင်ငံတော် အန်ရီတော့များတယ်ကတိုးလေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဟိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ထပ်နေ့တွေပါစတင်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ခွဲဖို့တော့ကြံရနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဆုံး C cloud တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောနေနောက်ထပ်နေ့တစ်လုံးကျွန် 1G အန်ဒီရောများနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲအိုးနေကြီးကကန်တော့ကောင်းနေခဲ့ပြန်ပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့စိတ်တော့ပြီးတယ် first aid တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိုးရတော့မြန်မာနဲ့တယောက်ရှိရနေ cover လေးပဲပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့စိတ်တယောက်နေနေမိမဆန်တော့ကြီးခဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတော့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ TC အော်ဘချက်မှလည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ကြည့်နေခဲ့ပြီး Eagle တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ YG ဆိုတော့ Nate TC စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထင်ပါအော်ညပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်သွားခဲ့တယ်နောက်ဆုံးမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် YG run 3နဲ့တော့ကျင်းနေလိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီဗျာ
operative
Alulu and then win now
over the course of these last circles and he's looking to open another can of war pass.
Chicken dinner badu ba lam di Chicken dinner badu ba kwa and then dia hope badu ba chicken dinner
That is how you do it. Masterfully orchestrated in those final circles for Nonch and Red Force. As soon as Yangon Galacticos stepped out of that middle position, they were like, guess this game's ours now. We'll have that one.
Oh man, I remember I was backstage with one of the fans out there that was just looking at PUBG Mobile for the first time, and I was like, hey, you see that team right there? One of the best teams in this lobby. And they're like, wow, they only have 6 points. I was like, you just wait and see, right? And I think you're listening to this. You have seen now, because Nonch and Red Force, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. These guys have rocket launched themselves all the way up.
Military Island, man, what can you say? It's going
well. Really, top 5 ကိုရောက်သွားပြီ NSD က။ဘာကြီးချင်းနေကောင်းတယ်နော်ဒီ World Run 3 ကရလေ 4 killer 5 killer တွေရောက်သွားတယ်
Vitality felt in that early game as well, getting stuck into a fight instead of maybe even allowing other teams in the area to hold that bridge for them so that they could establish more of that ground, maybe go deeper into the game. Not that it was a bad match, but still, maybe a lost opportunity.
I think I would be way more critical on Vitality if they just have such an insane amount of points, right? But considering that they are like all the way at the top of the leaderboards, I'll give them a little bit of slack, right? I mean, you're allowed to flex a little bit, right? You pretty much almost secured a top 5 in just a few matches, and yeah, 7. But you're right. I mean, if they would have made a couple adjustments, considering that it was military, it could have been 20 points for all we know.
I feel like when you're at the top of the tables and you're doing so well, I want to be more critical of you in a lot of ways, right? I want to hold you to a higher standard because that's the bar you set for yourself. And if you're not up to it, what are you doing earning all those points in the first place, you know? Come on, give them back.
You know what? That's a great point, though, because if this was the finals, it would be a different story.
That's true.
Right? Because that one little mistake could be the difference between becoming our champions and 2nd place or even 3rd place, right? Especially the fact that we've seen the smash rule come into effect so critically, you know? So, yeah, you know what? You're right. I mean, I think that you definitely got to take every opportunity you can. No matter how high you're up on the leaderboards, just be relentless no matter what.
Yeah, you got to keep that train going. You got to keep that momentum. It's the most important thing, especially when you're talking about shorter game sets, right? Where you're playing 12 matches in your group.
Romeo, Roy fighting. Let's go, YG.
As
fighting.
Finals too. Well, technically at least 14 matches. With the smash rule. It is going to get a little bit harder to stay towards the top. But Vitality will hold that accolade. Let's send it down to the stage with Kalaris.
Yes, thank you very much. Down on the stage here to get a word from Axel after looking fantastic throughout the day so far. Not chicken dinner just yet, but second already here. Very much on the way to being able to qualify. So first question, based on this, PMGO and PMMI, it didn't look as great for you guys, but here so far today, it looks amazing. What has the preparation been like coming to PMWC?
Jadi tentunya buat turnamen PMGO atau PMMI itu bukan turnamen yang kurang baik untuk tim Vitality. Tetapi apa sih persiapan kalian dan perbedaannya dari turnamen yang terakhir dengan turnamen kalian di saat ini?
Yang pertama yang pasti dari PMGO dan PMMI kita kayak belajar banyak banget, kayak banyak hal-hal yang baru kita dapetin bareng. Jadi kita datang ke PMWC dengan hal yang udah kita bawa dari turnamen sebelumnya. Dan kita pasti belajar banyak lah dari hal-hal itu. Dan semoga kita bisa terapin sampai ini ke final.
So yeah, I mean we learn a lot. I cannot go into details like what we are learning, but we are like bringing it here in PMWC. So far we're doing good, and just hopefully that we can continue this until the finals.
All right, and from what we've seen so far, Axel is obviously looking fantastic in the IGL position, but also putting up a lot of eliminations to try and challenge for that MVP spot. Is that something that Axel's kind of looking at, and does he think he can keep that up?
Oke, dan tentunya kamu hari ini memberikan performa yang bagus banget, bisa dibilang MVP level performance gitu. Apakah ini sesuatu yang kamu tuju atau kayak enggak juga, atau mungkin ada pendapat tersendiri?
Kebetulan nggak ada sih, karena dari dulu aku kayak berusaha selalu ngalah buat ngasih temenku main enak aja. Cuma mungkin hari ini lagi wangi aja, cuma nggak ada ke arah sana sama sekali.
So usually it's not like this. Usually I've tried my best to make my team perform more, make my players more comfortable in their roles. But I don't know. Probably today is just like a beautiful day for me, and yeah, we can see.
All right, well, thank you very much, Axel. You're looking awesome so far here. That does it from us down on the stage. Back to more for PMWC.
Oh, yeah. Đó PMWC để cho nhà linh người nào.
차벽 이용해 오버. 야, 공 왔다. 얘들아 왼쪽 보고 많아. 형 앞에 나무 기절. 나무 중간 나무. 나무 라스. 해단대. 나이스.
해주나요? Nongshim Red Force with that back-to-back. Just look at Hyunbin. He's so happy right now, Max, with the way that team is performing. But by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the PMWC Lucky Spin is now live. You can get 3 exclusive sets made by PDP creator Nana, the Electron Energy set, the Protein Power set, and the Stunned Alien Fusion Grossa. All bring in the PMWC spirit. Log into PUBG Mobile and take your spin before it's gone. Because looking at that one, honestly, that Grossa looks so sick. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Max, you already have all the skins.
How did you know this? I actually spin for one and I got them all. I had enough coins, I got everything. And it looks really cool, so I like him, so I'm using it right now.
I just know you, okay? I know every single time we do an event, you always try to get whatever exclusive skins are out in the game. But we gotta talk about that last game. Nongshim Red Force with the back-to-back.
I love it. Can I just say that? Look,
great.
I do like my one-word answers. Nice. No, Hyunbin, Nongshim Red Force, I really like what they did there on all of it, honestly. What I will say, the biggest point for me here, Max, maybe you'll agree with me, is that for me, when Yangon and Tiamba were finally going head-to-head there, rather than spreading up and around, which they did do eventually, but rather than waiting for that fight to finish, they took advantage of that fight to actually spread into zone a little bit, maintaining that control, getting that high ground, and their reward is 18 points on the board.
You know what? I'm going to steal your thunder right now.
Okay,ကျွန်တော်ဝိုင်းကြီးနေရဒီပွဲမှာ10မှတ်ရထားခဲ့တယ်
18 pointer. That's a back-to-back chicken dinner as we
ကျန်တဲ့တင်းနေရာတော့မပြောတော့ဟုတ်လား NS က18မှတ်တော့ထွက်ကြပါတော့အဲ့ဒါဆိုးလိုက်တာ
right now. I'm getting Notable 2.0 vibes. Loving what we're seeing
အဲ့ဒါ
so
ဆိုး
far.
လိုက်တာပါ18မှတ်ထွက်ရပါလား
To the second slot here. Godlike. Interesting to see, right, 7. No hot drop, how it can do for you in these games.
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about Godlike a little bit more. Tiamba How about Tiamba? Tiamba with that great performance as well, putting up those numbers. Tiamba really hasn't been putting up much. And also another team that I wanted to touch base on, Lace, is none other than Young Gun Galacticos now having back-to-back good performances.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the last 2 games, but not too much to show for it. Then coming into this match, and as the PMWC Championships, they have finally picked up the phone to their goddamn wake-up call, because I could not understand why this team had to take this long to get to this point. Now, we're obviously in this final zone. They didn't have the cover to sort of protect themselves from it. They had to just bide their time to make sure that they can get those placement points. But I mean, it moves them from 15 to 6.
Yeah, it does end up moving them from 15 to 6 because of the sponge points. Something that we ended up seeing there is in the top 5, there was none of the top 3 teams, so allow other teams. And you were talking about Godlike. Guess what, Godlike? This is what happens when you don't hot drop. This is exactly what I've been talking about. And we can look at the stats here as Power was able to get those 4 eliminations.
Finally, just give it up. It's just not worth the hot drop. They're really happy behind us, though. They're not hot dropping. They're really hype about it. But no, going to see when you don't hot drop, look at that. 4 eliminations, 3, 2, 2. Especially Some. What a save earlier. He got the entire team reset. This team is looking great so far.
Man, I just want to talk about Manya's decision to make the largest rotate over to the eastern, well, not from the eastern side, the western side's bridge. They were able to scout. There were 3 teams on that east bridge. They made their way around to the western side. They obviously moved their rotation into there. They were able to obviously protect their 4 eliminations early on. But my God, they actually then took notice of IDA's split hold, took them down, and quickly advanced and moved their rotation in. And then Alpha 7 came out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to third party this easier. No, Godlike read that like a book, were able to defend them off. And look, usually, you know, we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of like clutch mentalities, but we're handing that over. We're handing that over to Manya because that was an absolutely insane performance to be able to defend through certain teams after that entire long rotate.
It's the next one. It's
it wasn't you.
I dodged it. I was so quick.
I can't throw him at Max anymore.
It's my turn. It's my day today.
I got in trouble. But my God, what a performance.
No, it was really good.
I kind of need those.
You can't damage me.
We were kind of talking about, right, how you were like, look, Godlike's a really aggressive team. Don't be so aggressive. And this thing is that actually
unnecessary aggressiveness.
Unnecessarily, right? Yeah. This was very necessary because once they stopped hot dropping, they took out Hora, A7, and with a little help from Yangon, EA as well. E-Arena, the top team. Well, second place team now, but you can see that this is a team that actually can go up against the big names in this lobby as long as you don't hot drop. Don't do it.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Unnecessary aggressiveness from Godlike. You don't need to see it. Just wait for the right time. You know, we know you have the fragging power. Snacks is currently watching. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. But you know what else we were watching? Wolves Baton with the headshot off the Pan Max.
That's so you love to see that. Sorry, I can only laugh at the plays like that. Come on. The Pan is the deadliest bullet. Look, it hit me. You got me.
Why is this a boomerang?
Okay, if only we could have a real Pan.
So actually, you know what? Sorry, I gotta be that guy. Actually,
according to my calculations,
we're talking about no hot. According to my calculations, that sounds like John Allen. Anyway, no.
Thank you.
Looking at these drops going into Miramar, which is going to be the next coming map, right? We do see Godlike actually normally going in La Cobreria. I did do an interview with them just yesterday, and they said Godlike they're going to commit to the hot drop. So did Sky from Hora, but that's not all, because apparently, what I've seen in the announced drops, Tiamba and also Hustler Crew could also send it over there. Tiamba, I think they're going to put their ego aside, go for maybe water treatment. I wouldn't be surprised. But Hustler Crew, maybe. They're a bit of a troll team, and they like ruining teams going into these games like they did on Godlike earlier in Apartment. They might do it again.
Tactical sabotage is what it's called.
Oh.
They're also going to be sabotaging their own performance if they keep doing that kind of stuff. Well, let's take a look at this head-to-head between Vitality and E-Arena, because those two teams have just been sponging up so many points. I mean, right now, Vitality 10 eliminations average is absolutely insane, and that's why Lace, they're currently sitting at the top with those 59 points.
Yo, I heard Hot Dukes before saying like, oh, you know, it's not the best game from them, but, you know, blah, blah. But can I just take you through a story? Rizak, with the drive-by giggle, this team is having so much fun in this game, which is absolutely insane. And after, you know, a cost of their fight, a bad zone pull, the duo and the firepower of Razy and Axel is just another level. They were actually able to obtain another 5 eliminations as a duo, which is more than any other squad did early on in that match.
Looking at this bottom 3 teams, you got 721 GSE Esports, Wolves Esports, our NA crew, and then Hustler crew. Talking about those drops, talking about them actually wanting to spoil, right, maybe sabotage a little bit. Neptura, with them being at the bottom, I mean, they're just going to continue on sabotaging their own style.
I really hope they don't do that. They need to actually try and find some points more organically than just hot dropping. However, I don't feel like we're really going to see that today. I think they're going to try at least one Miramar to see if they can actually make it work, which it's not going to, but you know what? You just have to find out for yourselves.
Well, yeah, hopefully they're not going to be throwing anything. Ha! I got somebody! And as we're going into game 5.
3.
Not at all. You see that? Let's go to stage. Anytime now.
Right now, in fact, yes, of course, despite, of course, we had that amazing win at the very beginning of the day, it's Vitality in #1 here, Blank, after insane consistency throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day for Vitality so far, and honestly, I think the Indonesian crowd can't be happier for this team so far. They're going to be very, very proud. Even in that last match, yes, they come 13th. However, of the 8 eliminations they got, they took out everyone else and then went out by another team. So these guys are having a great time. Consistency's through the roof, like you say. It's also awesome because it feels like a spiritual successor right now. You've got Razak and Razy.
Yeah.
It's like Zuxi and Luxi the past. You've got Axel who's doing incredible work on his own. Kind of like the Ryzen of the past as well. It's like we're bringing it all back here, and this is the future of Indonesia.
I saw on socials one of the twins was milling around in Paris as well.
Luxi is here.
Yes,
yeah, Luxi is here. I saw him the other day. He's a good lad, yeah. He's a lot more mature than he used to be as well. But yeah, it's always good talking to Luxi. He's a really, really cool guy.
No, definitely. I think that also Vitality not only is able to bring the gun power, but also the positional awareness as well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to that beach situation in Ehrenkel and having to sort of weave your way behind the strong Alpha 7 position in a lot of that, they understand where they need to go and when they need to go, because sometimes you could be in positions too early, but Vitality was there when they needed to be, even though the circle eventually goes against them.
Well, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think maturity is a great way to describe them at the moment. The way that they are just regrouping on one another during these games is fantastic. It's really, really good stuff. I've been very much enjoying it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game at PMWC.
Absolutely, we are ready to get stuck in. Thank you very much for the Blank Jutsu breakdown there. It was a real treat to hear about the maturity, the development, the further progression of all of our teams, because it is getting a little bit dicey for a couple. But back-to-back chicken is going to be pretty simple for the nerves and Nocturne Red Force. Vitality going to be feeling pretty chill. You know what I'm slightly worried about though?
What's that?
Is Arena.
Okay,
Where they've been at since that chicken dinner at the start of the day.
That's a good point. I mean, they've been putting up some decent points, right? But considering that they had 39 in one game, they set that pace like we would not possibly believe. But you know what? That's it for Rondo. That's it for Aragale. It's time to get into the desert of Miramar. We heard it there on the desk earlier. We could possibly actually see some hot drop action here. That is going to make things mighty interesting. As we look at the leaderboards, Vitality on top, 59 points. 6th place cutoff right now, Yangon Galacticos with 22. That is a 37-point difference. 37 points from 1st and 6th. That's almost as many points as Nongshim Red Force have here.
I think I would definitely say that would be big. A big difference.
That's a big one.
Yeah, definitely. I would classify that according to my calculations, as apparently I like to say.
A big one.
We say that too. Yeah, it's a real big one.
You know what? It's international.
Yeah, it's Pan-Atlantic. That's what we're doing.
Unit of measure. Yes, it is. Well, you know what else is larger than charge? This plane path. This is all the way down on the south side. That's not going to be too comfortable for a lot of these squads here. We'll see where the zone decides to go. Then this circle's been chaotic all day long today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go all the way over to the water.
Partona, let's go.
Partona.
We're going for a prison circle. That's what we're going to see.
3, 2, 1.
Show me. YG episode.
I might just leave now. I don't want to stick around if it's not a crazy stuff.
Tried
and true. You know what, though? I think it's about time we get a little bit of a break here. I'm looking at the drops. Actually, we're going to see over there in Valle del Mar a little action there on the south side. Looks like ETSH might be in a little bit of a hot drop situation, and all the players going up north hunting down some vehicles. We could see some shots out of some cars.
Yeah, Etch and Yangon Galacticos going to be going toe-to-toe a little bit on a hot drop there, but they have taken either end of the settlement and not really committing for the vehicle drops either. They do have, I believe, one vehicle on the back line, so for Etch, you could just grab a vehicle and send them away. Looks like they want to stick around, maybe try to find a spot instead. Godlike alone in Los Leones, and we are going to be seeing Western side start to pack in, I'm sure, as teams make their way out that way and try and make themselves look as good as possible. If you want to look as good as possible, you need to be heading over to the Uzumaki Naruto event, grabbing those fresh-looking skins. Look at the firepower on that skin.
Ooh, that Nine Tails Fury right there, and it is insane. Those guys that have played the event, man, let us know in the chat if you're able to take down the Nine Tails, because that man does not mess around. I mean, one of the most difficult bosses I have fought in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those weak points and making sure you're breaking through that armor resistance, and then making the most of the time where it's down on the ground. Either way, that sort of scale of monster isn't going to be played in esports. The only thing that comes close is maybe E-Arena's first game on Rondo. That kind of felt like a similar sort of kaiju level threat in this game, but so far that hasn't been repeated, and we're going to be a little bit more sensible.
They definitely channeled his chakra, that's for sure, in the first match. But, you know, just like in Naruto, it fades away. You know what I'm saying? So
does it fade away?
I think it lingered a little bit because they still have a whole points here. But Vitality, somehow we're able to pass them up, which is just crazy to me. But the one difference that we have from Group A versus Group B is there are some serious points bunches here, right? It was pretty close for the most part when it came to Group A, where we felt like any team could make it in the top 5. The thing is, though, with these next 2 matches to go, if we continue to see, you know, Nongshim, Aura, EA, Vitality, you know, even if Alpha 7 get a win here, it's going to be pretty difficult for these teams to try to make it straight to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, 5th place being 25 points, like that's one kind of good game, right? From a team all the way down towards the, well, I say kind of very good game. That's doable, right? That's a reasonable thing for a team to be able to achieve. So literally anyone at this point could just jump straight into the top 5 if they've got that firepower.
And by top 5, you mean just 5th place?
Oh, right. Yeah. 5th place is top 5. I checked.
That is true. I mean, that's what's so crazy, though, considering that, I mean, 38 to 25 from 4th and 5th is wild. So, yeah, I mean, we still have that 5th place spot that's looking good. But, you know, if you continue to give breathing room to those top 4, then that only leaves one slot available tomorrow, and you do not want that. And there's some serious names Aura, easy to do same point. Galacticos right there in 6th. PMWC champs barely holding on right now in 5th, and Tianba, a monster squad right below them. So, man, it's going to be pretty wild to see how things bring out here. You can see the coach corner. As we take a look at these guys, every single time we see the coaches, I want to see them smiling, getting hyped. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get, but it's just serious business from these
much more than maybe in about 5 minutes. These early game negotiations with the lobby fair enough that they're locked in. It's almost like they're trying to take this seriously. You know,
now that I think about it,
cringe, actually.
Kind of, yeah. Like in pretty much in every sport, anytime you look at it, right? No matter what's going on, if
you're not thinking about it right.
Yeah, it's right. That's right. Whoa. Go to 1 by more points. And look at this. He's on a horse. Giddy up.
That's powerful, back legs there. We need to consult the terms to see if that's a reasonable amount of height for a horse to jump, you know.
YG ကလည်း2 အောင်ပါပါ
She is our equestrian
ဘောနဲ့
expert
တုတ်သွားလာမသိ
panel.
ဘူး YG နဲ့ landing တူတူဆင်းနေပါ
Let's take a look at
Alpha
Alpha
7
7 though. Alpha 7
64ယောက်အပြည့်ပဲဗျဒီပွဲကတော့တယောက်မှမလျော့သေး
They
ဘူး
know this whole city
ပြက်လည်းမခံရသေးဘူး
back
အ
of
စီ
their
ပဲ
hand. So for them to be able to make it up here nice and safe and sound is going to be a
Shotgun
great
shotgun
sign for our PMGC champions here.
ခွာဆို
As far as teams that are not in this zone just yet, we got Nongshim Red Force, who just won 2 chicken dinners. They're all the way down south.
Okay ကျော်တာ NSTZ ဟျောင်းပင်
You have Vitality and Los Leones.
အစီပဲသူတို့ဒါဘာမှတော့မချသေးဘူးဗျတတရာပဲကျွန်တော်ဇုံဝင်လည်းကြောင့်ကိုတော့ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲဖန်တီးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် NST အနေနဲ့ကတော့ဒါဒီဘက်ဇုံဘက်မှာဘာတွေများဆက်ပြီးတော့လောက်ကင်ကောင်းမှာလေသူတို့အနေနဲ့ chicken နဲ့ပွဲတီးစားထားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ထားမှာတော့ဒါ run 40တော့တက်လှမ်းလာခဲ့ပြီဗျ NS chicken နဲ့ပွဲနော်အစီပဲဒီကောင်လေး show လိုက်အောင်ကဲဘာ chicken နဲ့ပွဲတော့လိုတယ်ဗျနော်ဘာကြီးစသားလိုနေတာဟုတ်တယ်
Past the west side of Crater Field to try and find a way in that way. Either that or get much closer to San Martin, but I just don't think it's really by going straight past Crater Field. I just don't think it's going to work out well. And I think that they may have read that.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find
Sukiru,
themselves
oh, yo, David,
and it's going to be Slownik battling it out with TT Project. Gonna go for a little 1v2 action here. Pulls a pin, fakes it, jump shots. Oh, you gotta watch out for that. Backing on up. Now getting hit by that. He's gonna have to find some cheeky angles here.
bucket 哦又講嚟啦喎
Ends up catching
bucket 又嚟 bucket 又嚟 bucket 又
able to save
嚟
their teammate. Looks like they might have just done so in just in time.
And now in comes back to hold
係
the
白
angle,
河
get
嚟
the
後嚟
flush as
show
well.
呢緊
Sonic very,
打撚嘢吧又呢乜緊
do need to get it picked back up right now if they want to try and make this one work. Neos is still on the top floor. Slownik is bleeding. He's bleeding out.
ဘောတော့မ
And
ကဲ
down he
ဘူး
goes.
ဘာလို့
And
လဲ
down goes Neos. He's dropping down.
ရှောတော့မှာပဲအော်တော်ဒီရောချက်သိနောက်ကပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်နေတယ်ဆိုဘက်တရီကတော့ရှုပ်ရှက်တော့ခဲနေကြတယ်ဆိုရင်ဒါကမှ FX ဒီအဝေးကို channel တွေပြောနေနေပဲကျွန်တော် wolf တွေဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဗျာအလိုလိုဟိုဝန်ကြီးအစ်စ်ပြသွားပြီဝန်ကြီးကဆိုရင်လည်းကြောက်နောက်မှာသိမ်းမှမရှိတော့
Our NA representatives getting that
NA
fight
များလိုက်တော့
done, and they are
ဝန်ကြီး
in elimination
ပူပူ
range.
ထဲမှာ
They're all the way at the bottom
အစ်စ်
3 here, so with that fight, it does push them up a
Sigla
little bit.
ဒါ AC ကတော့အဲ့လိုမကောင်းဘူးည
At least make the survival stage and extend their
ဆုံး
turn
အဲ့ကို
time just
ပြီး
a
တာ
little bit longer. But it looks like we may just have a
Vitality
true El Pozo
ထုလေ
circle here.
Vitality ကလည်းတကယ်ကိုထု
As
လာ
now we're
တ
gonna
ရက်
look
တ
at
ရက်
Vitality
တုံး
get
ချက်
some
စီ
shots
ဆို
down range as well.
တယောက်တော့နော်ဘေးဘေးမှာဖိုက်တာကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာ
Tournament time though, and it's up to Federalis and Axel to try and hold off against ETSH. Against Edge.
အော်ရဟုတ်တယ်ရော Federal ပြန်တီးလိုက်ပြီ
playing field now on the numbers.
Federal ပြန်တီးလိုက်ပြီ
Being as isolated from the rest of the players as he is going to make it a
Federal
little bit easier to get these rests, but Razak may just be able to go on the objectives. He is very far afield. Axel launches a volley sent from the back lines as well. So Morales has one looping over the top. Razy likely going to get picked back up.
Nate Bouchou, Nate Bouchou,
not stopping off to go for
Nate
the flush.
Bouchou.
Instead, once
Fahida
the
ne
position
jonra
for Edge.
April no dia ve jana April
He's going to have to make a play all by
T de no
himself.
me Nate dia T de no not alone Federales Nate
Just on point with the
Hold de yo T de Rising Nate alone
he does
What
get the
the
heel off, but that nade's gonna hurt.
yo juicy yo
And that is ETSH out
Someone
of there.
did out on the Fidelity you show la juicy 3-4 ပြန်ပြပြသွားနော်
Hitting those nades like 5 big booms for Vitality. They are
Hallelujah.
doing bits over
Tempo
on
ne
the
Vitality
south side, but they do need to get a move on. No one really too close enough to
Chạy là
cause
nade
any worry for them in terms of third parties, because they are outside the circle. They're going to have to push up north past Montenuevo and try and find
Just
where
saying,
they
yeah.
can slot on in. In the meantime, I'll take a look at the rest of this lobby. And Hustler Crew did in fact go for that wide north rotate. S2G didn't. They sent in and they're now south of Crater Fields and have kept all 4 of their players alive. So I didn't expect them to be able to do something like that
Vitality.
without taking
So
up that
Forky.
high ground, but seems like they made it work.
Forky တင်ရနှစ်သိန်းပြတာ ETT နဲ့ EDS က
Behind Hustler Crew and go past their
Tiamba,
competition. So
Tiamba.
potential for the
Tiamba
northwest side of
က
El Pozo to get pretty crammed in.
ဒီကောင်လေးစင်တော့ပြည်တာပဲ S2G ကစတော့ပြီဗျာဟိုရာ2
That top of that circle here. Alpha 7
ဟိုရာ
dead
2နေ
center of the
S2G
zone.
ပြန်တော့နေပြီ
You got Tianba there down
ကျွန်တော်
south.
stage
And we're
2
gonna see some
error နောက်တစ်
great
ခေါက်ထပ်
start
ကြ
to
တယ်
fly in
So
this
YG
Miramar match.
NS နဲ့2အောင်အဲ့အတင်း2သမ်းမှာပါ NS ဆိုတဲ့
Because
အ
of
တင်း
the playing path, we didn't see any crazy hot drops. The
So
zone
bad.
does center on
You
up,
see it?
so
YG,
that early rotation
NS,
from
I
Alpha
think
7
two
really,
ball
really
genuine
paying
in
off here. So take a look at the top players so far. Axel on top, and then I'm no surprise. Two players from the arena followed him.
Yeah, it's still just got to be these two teams on these top player cards. It was kind of nutty with the amount that Arena were able to do in that first game and the amount that since then Vitality have been able to rank on. It's been pretty beautiful stuff. Godlike on the east side losing a player there as we hop back over to the map. Vitality still making their way in from that south side. Those fields that are overlooked by Ida's position now gonna make it pretty tricky. Okay. Oh, I kind of like this approach. Hops out with the parachute. Jumps on top of the mesa. Okay. Looking pretty stylish from the stunts there.
That's how you get it done. The question is how is he going to get down?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
PWB SUG FR7 your DNE your allo ebuzure ma nena mu
And now
enemy
they're looking for some angles onto Alpha 7. So this fight starting to ring out, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they are in center of zone. It would pay off for these teams to kind of just hold their position. Kind of out of position here. It is going to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, with Dopeness sort of cutting through the middle of that position, it's going to make things hard. S2G are going to start to get angles on it too once they figure out how to park a car in their little garage.
FR7 săn nổi. Khá đấy vào khổ. Nice. So easy way cho là speaker rồi vào để đi về chăm mà xí đấy. So reboot 77k. So YG là easy ba. Rồi ní là xong. Rồi ní tu ra ní à. Đi vào lòng survive xí đấy. Survive chết đấy. Đi nào mà tên này cũng là bật đèn rồi sai đâu mà.
I mean, this is still dead
Kero
central zone.
cho da revo S2G Soki tôi lên đi ở bên nhì với FR7 này ở pi lại ở bên này ở bên channel là xin pi đấy nhá mọi gì FR7 tao sẽ làm được luôn đi gặp key phang về luôn mà hura 1k à đấy cho da Vitality 4k ER0k mà tôi lấy ở luôn survive片này E này nó chọn này shop cái kiểu cái đó mà sống nó ya rồi cái này còn này sống nó ya là E
And I like what Rita has done here.
FR7 cho Carrillo
they're not under threat from their east side anymore, which means they can almost certainly not under threat from their east side, not technically guaranteed. Moving Rita out, I really like that. Gives them a foothold to move down because they're very likely going to have to leave this high ground. So they can start to scout out the angles that they can crash towards in those fields out on the east side. So hopefully we're going to see a Turkish team have a good game here.
Yeah, the zone definitely goes to them. Okay, idea mà still tên làm gì tụi nào idea just so this could be a huge opportunity for them to get some points at that next circle.
Vitality too mà Vitality win too mà ai bao
they're going to get a crazy game because that open field is disgusting. Like if
NSTL nó này có đấy là ra liền.
areas, you're committing to there for the rest of the game. But now we're going to see Vitality, Team Vitality getting into it with Tianba.
Vitality
this is a huge fight.
I mean, Tiamba not really getting into it at all. Actually, something straight across the open field. Okay, Vitality and Ida both actually vying for the warehouses on the south side of the field. Tiamba trying to get across.
S2G là này thì thêm mà boy giờ mà tôi giờ là idea là tao mà. Còn mà đi cháu biết mà đi cháu tiền.
It might just be working out beautifully for them. It's going to send Vitality away, deny them access to the eastern portion of the
NS này two rồi mà.
See on the
west side. Il est chaud là maintenant. Ah, yeah, je vais dire tout les.
XCY. Going to be looking for some more players here. Hyunbin
mighty close.
He heard that pin get pulled and he said, "Let me time to back it on up." This is a very difficult area to name.
Oh, but I point you play là luôn, con em point nhau.
Now Tizzy from across the way, putting a little
bit of pressure.
Gonna go ahead and get his teammate back
up. NS ka point khơi bi lại vậy. Ai giờ mình lười đâu, ai tao mới giàu lên trên.
Because this zone is not kind to either of these teams, and yeah, Arena is trying to find some room to work with.
Trying to roll on up to the back lines, take that 2 versus 2 fight, and it's going 1 for 1.
Hold it, con này, ôi tí đi anh yêu mà đúng không? Ping every time này con này.
serve a lesson straight on up to half of the arena, and the other half is nowhere to be seen. Big nade in as well across the way. That flash comes through. We're on stage 4 here, which means the zone is survivable, but you don't want to be staying in there too long.
Này là cháu đấy. Có một cái chào á. Tani cái ID cho nó tiêu nó. Tizzy nó gặp cái thao biết đấy. Nhà rồi, y đi show rồi cho ông mà quan gì lấy xí này nó chả thế này lấy xí đấy cả. Shabby cái này cái tí đấy tani cái tiêu là bao khó biết em là. Phải từ là đi nó vào lấy này này, có tí về làm gì anh này chứ?
Doesn't quite get the mark, and now Nongshim Red Force are getting their whole squad together. This is not good on the side of the arena.
Yeah, they didn't manage to win that fight out on the east side. I mean, it was a little bit of a gamble. Unfortunately, this time around, it did not go their way. Moving across through those smokes, waits for the nade, darts past it, and they are just moving across Vitality in the meantime. The points where they can, but no, not gonna happen.
Easy rồi NS rồi. Mà đi là một nhá rồi. Cho bị tiêu con. Nice. Tôi bây giờ này, con là no bị tiêu cái tí với lại show đi. Đá đi. Tiêu bây giờ nó show đi của pian đu, ép con pian đu. Con này ra 1G. Ui anh này đi lấy đâu, quán gì à? Chẳng phải là tiêu nó nọ vì cho y cho cái này sống thiệt rồi vậy. Ôi anh trên đi con này giống hết vào này.
It's not quite another chicken dinner, which they're probably hoping for. Not going to happen this time around. All of that fight was exacerbated by the earlier engagement, the earlier descent we saw from Ida.
Somebody what the fuck?
If that hadn't happened, I feel like Nongshim
Yeah, you're right, and it's so crazy how just the tiniest little can just destroy your squad. Honestly, destroy this whole lobby because it is Team Vitality that gets more points. 60 not done with match number 5.
There's still more to go. If you could believe there's a whole extra. This is whoa. Careful with that sort of numbers. But we are going to be heading into match number 6 after this as well. And yeah, it's pretty nasty to have a team like Vitality putting on this
ID Vitality ID match. 2 mà anh đã tính 2 lần mà. Trong 721 nó sao bị nọ bị giờ cao lên trong máu nó cô nó nhiều đấy thì cô nó phát tí đi. Chú xin ông mà theo mà đi xí đấy anh ấy giống đi là phía ngoài mà này ơi. Còn cái gì đâu.
QZZ putting up a little bit of a car wall here, and this is where they're
going to stay. Phát sinh điểm gì mà đây là cô chỉ nhà xem view bé xem phim mà lâu rồi. Mà nè sao điểm rồi bây giờ đã AC bắt đầu logo tiêu của sao điểm rồi nó có được chơi với lại cái gì cho nó đi chơi mà tiền sao tới thì bắt chơi này cái player remaining này là tông ra chơi thì chơi này bây giờ. Rồi tên là cô nó thì sau ra này là chết rồi cho đã AC bây nó này tiêu tiền này cái rồi ra này cái mà nó Vitality này là cho đã exer thì bây em bảo chơi này cô nó bắt lại pi rồi thao này cái là trái kiến tiêu là single tap này phải carry ở bao khó này cái bị sửa này thắt cũng mà bảo là vì cho exer cho tank Vitality Vitality là chút xíu tùy đấy.
He spotted a helmet there. What are we getting a replay of? Crazy. Oh, the links. And
that's what I'm talking about. Love to see some sniper action in this game, and when it comes to Miramar, that's a chance we get to really see it.
Tí lần là YG AC nhìn con này tôi là giống như là con plan này về ra cái video đấy. So ever 7 ni AC တိုးရတဲ့ point ကိုအကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ထိန်းနေကြလို့ 1G ဒီဘက်ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနေငိမ့်လေးပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်းနေပြီး AC တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့နောက်တော့ကြာနေကြပြီး side မအကုန်လုံးကေးတွေပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့မဘူးတော့ 1G နေငယ်တော့လိုအပ်နေပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှနှိပ်တလုံးဆို 1G ပဲတော့ရရှိနေခဲ့တဲ့ 1G နေနဲ့ KS ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ fan မှုတော်မျောလင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Revo ဆုံးတော့တက်နေခဲ့လို့ Romeo လို့ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ထောက်ကေးတွေပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ fan နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ဆိုတော့ AC ဒီမှာပဲတသိန်းလုံးတော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအဲ့တော့ဆိုနောက်ထပ်တစ်စုံထပ်ပြီးတော့ပေးနေကြလို့ Alpha 7ကျွန်တော်တို့ DNE 1G ကျွန်တော်တို့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဘက်တရီရောရင်ဆိုင်ရတော့မှလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ Revo မနဲ့ပေးမှရှိတဲ့ Carrello စမိုင်း Shaw အမ Revo စီကိုနေကြီးကကွက်တီပဲသွေးတဝက်ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့စမိုင်းဒီ Carrello ပဲ knock out ချနေခဲ့ပြီး Sake လို့ Day ပဲပြေးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ Carrello စီကိုနေတလို့ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ 1G ကျွန်တော်တခါလေးပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတို့မှာထင်ကြီး 4 case တော့ကောင်းမွန်ဆုံးတော့ဆော့ပြနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့သူတို့ဒါလိုချင်နေခဲ့တဲ့ point တော့ထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ပဲရနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်တစ်စုံထပ်ပြီးပြောင်းလဲလက်ဖို့တော်တော် 1G တွေမြန်ဆန်တော့ရွှေ့ပါတော့ရတော့မယ်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ sleepy ကျွန်တော်ဒါ eagle တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ချနေခဲ့လို့မာနက်တို့နောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲ forward တော့လုပ်နေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်တစ်စုံနောက်ထပ်နေတာတစ်ခုမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဗတ်တယ်ရင်ဆိုင်ဖို့တော်တော် 1G ဘလောက်ထိထပ်ပြီးတိုးလို့ပြောင်းရွှေ့တွေလုပ်နေခဲ့ဦးမှာလဲကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်နေကြည့်အောင်မယ် smile forward channel အကုန်လုံးတော့ပတ်လည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်နေခဲ့လို့သူလိုချင်နေခဲ့တဲ့ point အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲတိုးထိနေခဲ့ပြီး right Z တယောက်ကျွန်တော် Wu ဘက်ကတယောက်ကိုခါရဲပဲပါတော့ခေါ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ 1G ကျွန်တော်ပေးပဲချက်မှာတက် fidelity 10k 11 kills နဲ့အတူကျွန်တော် horror နေရာတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ S2G ပြီးတော့ပေးပဲအချက်မှာအငိမ့်လေး point တွေမှာပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထိနေခဲ့လို့ DNE တွေနဲ့ 1G လည်းပတ်တယ်အဝင်ထွက်ပြောင်းလဲမှာအနေငယ်တော့ NA တော့များတယ် 1G ဘက်ကတယောက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရှေ့ဘက်ချက်ကနေဇဝင်လန်ကြောင်းတစ်ခုတော့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ fidelity smile ပေးပဲချက်မှာနေတယ်လုံးတော့ရောက်ရှိလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာ smile ကန်တော့ကောင်းသွားခဲ့ Romeo ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာအငိမ့်လေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ကတိုးလေးတော့ဟိုးနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ vitality wolf ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ2ယောက်ပဲတော့ရှိတော့နောက်ထပ်နေတစ်လုံးတော့မသွားဘူးတော့ကန်တော့ကောင်းမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ Romeo တယောက်အငိမ့်လေးပဲဘေးဘက်ချက်နေ Federalist တခါလဲ Romeo တယောက်ကိုနောက်တော့ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ဆိုမှလည်း AC ပြန်တော့ကယ်လို့တော့ရသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော် AC ပဲနေတွေမပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲဝင်လာခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် Molly တွေရောအကုန်လုံး DNE Day ပဲပြေး rush နေခဲ့ပြီးဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ S2G စမိုင်းတယောက်ကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့knock out ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် DNE ဒီမှာပေးပါကြနေအငိမ့်လေးတော့ကတိုးလေးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ hair နေခဲ့တယ်နောက်ထပ်နေတွေမှာ bounce ပြီးတော့ပဲချနေခဲ့ smile တယောက်တစ်ခါတော့ပါတော့ခေါ်ကန်နေခဲ့ပြီးပေးပါချမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲနေတွေနဲ့လုံးတော့ပြန်တော့ကျင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် loot for ကျွန်တော် vitality ပေးပါချမှာ YG point တွေအကုန်လုံးတော့ဖိပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် lost တယောက်နောက်ထပ်နေ bounce ပြီးတော့ပဲအောက်ဘက်ချက်ကိုချပြီးသားခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့နေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ DNE တွေနေနေတော့ NA တော့များတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပေးပါချမှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ Kenji နေတလုံးပေါ်ပါချမ်းကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါ club ပေးထားပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Kenji လည်းတွေးရတော့ desert speaker နှစ်ယောက်ပဲတော့ channel လည်းပြောနေနေပဲ 1G 2 man down ကျွန်တော်ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာထပ်ပြီး kamikaze ပစ်ချက်မိတဲ့ call လိုက်ဘက်က power တယောက်စတင်ပြီး knock out တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးတင်းရတော့9သိန်းထိပဲကျန်နေခဲ့ပြီး knock နေခဲ့တဲ့ကျွန်တော် 1G ဘက်က player တယောက်ပြန်နေခဲ့တယ်လို့ရှာပါမလား okay စင်တော့ပြင်နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာမှာ call လိုက်ဘက်က summary ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာပြန်နေပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးနေကြ horror ဒီဘက်အောက်ရင်ဘက်အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တာ summary ကန်ကောင်းလို့ကောင်းလေးတွေး desert first aid တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးရတော့မယ်ဗျာကဲဒီတော့အောက်ဘက်ချက်မှာ horror လည်းရှိလို့ S2G Day ပဲပြီးတော့ rest နေခဲ့ပြီး Matika တို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ loss ရှေ့ဘက်ချက်နေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့လို့သူက speaker နောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထိုးတော့ထောက်နေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဘက်ချက်နေဘေးဘက်ချက်နေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့လို့ Molly တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကျင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knock out တော့ချနောက်ထပ်တယောက် Hamsit အကောင်းဆုံးပဲအကုန်လုံးတော့ဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် S2G one man down ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာ YG တွေနဲ့နောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ forward တော့လုံးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ဖန်တီအောင် Romeo သူရတော့ desert သူနေနဲ့ first aid တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ထိုးရတော့မယ်စင်ပြေး 1G တွေနိုင်ငံတော် pressure တော့တက်နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲဇုံဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုကိုမြန်ဆန်တော့ဖန်တီမှတော့ရတော့မယ် vitality ကာရီယာမီလိုတွေဦးနေခဲ့ပြီးတစည်းတော့ကွဲနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာမှာဆေးကလောက်ကိုတက်ပြီးတော့ vitality ပဲညှော်လိုက်တာလို့ဝေးရနေပြီးတော့ဒါကြောင့်ဆေးကလောက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကဲတယ်ကိုတော့ရရှိအောင်မှာ wolf တွေဒီဘက်အောက်ဘက်ချမ်းမှာဒီပွဲလက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ vitality chicken south chance တော်ယူပဲများနေကြလို့ call လိုက်တဲ့နေနဲ့ပေါ်ပချမ်းနေပြီးတော့ဇဝင်လည်းကြတစ်ခုတော့ထပ်မပြီးတော့ဖန်နေကြဟိုရာရှိရ point နဲ့တေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးနေကြပြီးတော့ဟိုရာနဲ့ခေါ်တော့ပြီးတော့တီးနေကြ sleepy တယောက်စတဲ့ပြီးတော့ knock out ချနေကြလို့ sky call လိုက်တဲ့တော်ယူ and ရောများတယောက်ထပ်မပြီးတော့ knock out ချနောက်ဆုံးတယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေဒီဘာလုံးတော့ပြန်တော့ကျဲလာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှတော့ sky ပါရီပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲခေါ် show ဝေးပါတော့ပြီးတော့တီးနေကြလို့ vitality ရလို့ point နဲ့ call လုံးပပလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောင်းနေကြ S2G ရအစားဒီဘက်ပေါ်ပချမ်း call လုံးတော့ပြီးတော့တိုးနေကြပြီးတော့ federalist ဘေးဘက်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ 1G ကျွန်တော် Hora Soki ကျွန်တော် S2G တွေပါအကုန်လုံးတော့ရှော့သွားခဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်ဆုံး Hamster တယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့မယ်လို့ပြောနေတယ်ဘေးဘက်ချန်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ Vital အကုန်လုံးပြခွဲထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Kamikaze သူရတော့ Desert Lost ဘေးဘက်ချန်မှာအကုန်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပုံနေခဲ့လို့ကားတွေနဲ့ပါတယောက်ပြီးတယောက်တော့အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြီးတော့ထိုးနေခဲ့တယ် Wolf တရားစသဝင်လမ်းကြောင်းတစ်ခုလို့ဖန်တီးနေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုရတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ YG တို့ဘာတွေနဲ့ဆက်ပြီးလုံးနေခဲ့အောင်မလဲဘေးဘက်ချန်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Wolf တွေလည်းတိုးနေခဲ့လို့ Vitality ရှာရတော့ point ကိုလုံးတော့ပတ်ပြီးတော့ခွဲပြီးတော့ထောက်ထားခဲ့တဲ့ point တွေတကယ်ပဲလုံးတွေလိုက်တွေပါလုံးပြီးတော့ပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေတလုံး S2G ကျွန်တော်အကုန်ပြရှော့ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် 1G top 5 play ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့ပါဝင်လာခဲ့လို့ Horror နဲ့ Wolf နဲ့တော့တွားပြီးတော့ကျုံနေခဲ့တဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာ Horror တွေနေတွေပါလုံးပြီးလုံးတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Horror နေတလုံး Sky Shot နောက်ထပ်နေလုံးပြီးလုံးတော့ချဲပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးဂျားတွေကိုကြာ shot ဝေးတွားပြီးတော့ထိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဆင်းတော့ပြင်းနေခဲ့ Godline over chan မှာ summary တယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တယ် open v over chan ကိုကတိုးလေးပြီးတော့ဆင်းလာခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ paper chan တွေပြလိုက်ပြီးတော့ပြချက်မှုလေးအောက်မှာတော့ Vitality Rates ခါလေးဆုံးတော့တက် Horror ဘက်က Sky နေတလုံးကွက်တီပဲခါလေးပဲဆုံးတော့တက်နေခဲ့လို့မာနဲ့တယောက်ပါပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ချ Romeo မရတော့ 1G လေးလဲမာနဲ့ Romeo နှစ်ယောက်လုံးတော့ပေးဆက်လိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီးတော့နောက်ဆုံးကျွန်တော်တို့ run form နဲ့တော့ကျင်းနဲ့လိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီဗျာအလို Vitality ကိုလည်း show လာတော့နောက်တဲ့နေတလုံးကွက်တီပဲကျွန်တော်မီးတွေပါဆွဲနှစ်ယောက်လုံး short တော့မဲ့နေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ Limitress ကျွန်တော် necessary တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေတယ် Wolf တွေတော်တော်ကြီးအနေတော့များနေခဲ့ပဲ Horror နောက်တဲ့နေတလုံးကျွန်တော် Vitality Exalt ရှေ့တဲ့တေးပဲပြေတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတော့နေတော့ smoke တွေပါပြန်နေပြီးတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ဒီကမှာလည်းအတင်းရတော့3တင်း Horror လည်းအနေတော့များတယ် Limitress ပေါ်ပချက်မှာ Rising ကိုလုံးပတ်ပတ်လေးပြန်နေပြီးတော့ထောက်နောက်ဆုံး Horror နှစ်ယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေနေလေးပစားနေပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် Rising ရဲ့ Molly တလုံးကတော့တကယ်ပဲကွက်တီပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Rising သူရတော့တဝက်တော့ကြံနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Molly တွေပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲဆွဲနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲနေတလုံးကြီးကဂျားထဲမှာ bounce နဲ့အိုးကွက်တီပဲ Sky ကန်တော့ကောင်းလာခဲ့ Rising နောက်တဲ့နေတလုံးစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ပြီး Sleepy တယောက်ကားတွေပါကွဲပြီးတော့ပဲနောက်တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး Sky တယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေတယ်ပဲ Rising တို့ကျွန်တော် Vitality ဆို Tinkers တွေအများကြီးတော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့ပြီးနောက်ဆုံး Sky တယောက်ပဲတော့ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေတယ်ပဲ Rising တယောက်ပြန်နေပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီးဘေးဘက်ချက်မှာ Exer ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောင်းနေခဲ့ Rising နဲ့ face to face ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ 1 vs 1ကျွန်တော် AC ငြိမ်နေတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲပိုးနေခဲ့ပြီးကျွန်တော် healing နဲ့ပြန်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပဲလုံနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် shotgun နဲ့ Horror ဘက်ကအကုန်လုံးအဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Rage နောက်ဆုံးဒီဘက်မှာ necessary တယောက်ပဲတော့ကြံတော့တယ်လို့ပြောနေနေပဲကျွန်တော် Rage တေးပဲပြီးတော့ push နေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ခေါင်းလေးပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ထွက်နေခဲ့တဲ့ကောင်းလေးသွေးတော့မရှိတော့လို့ပြောနေနေပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ Vitality win chicken တင်တော့ရရှိသွားခဲ့ရတယ်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာတကယ်ကောင်းနေရ 19k လား 20k လားမသိဘူးဒီ group ကြီးကတကယ်တီးရတော့ကြောက်ဖို့ကောင်းတာဟာလို့
Okay, sure, we saw something pretty crazy earlier on, fine, but this on Miramar, on that map from Vitality's position, to be able to get that done is miraculous. This is a team that I think has already, on match 5, qualified in the top 5.
Oh, I mean, that's a fact. These guys could not show up tomorrow, and we'll still see them in the finals. At this point, it's just a victory lap when it comes to team vitality. And look at that no reaction. These guys are just too cool for school at this point. It's just like, hey, you know what? Another day at the office.
You know, when you're a giant striding amongst the pigeons, do you look at the birds?
That's
no,
right.
you got your eyes on the horizon. You're stepping towards those finals.
Like that
is what Team Vitality are looking to do. That is so impressive. We talked about consistency from this roster from the start of the day all the way through and all the way to the end. They've got so much punch.
Oh man, what a game. You can see all these other players right now looking down at the stage, and you can see them just kind of talking to each other, being like, what do we do for this next Miramar? Last game of the day, how do we do this? And I look at Team Vitality, and they're just like, hey, what kind of croissants are we going to get here at this point, right? Because, I mean, we're good.
Hey, you can't be saying it like that. We're in Paris, you know. You got to go full French. You got to throw out that croissant. Well, we are going to head over and see if we get some better pronunciations on croissant. What do you got?
Let's go.
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, sorry. This is Media Day at EWC 2026, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what the players go through every single day whenever we're taking pictures, recording content, and basically everything that you see on the streams. And I'll show you a little bit of a walkthrough once I'm done with this, so give me a second.
What's up, everybody? It's Jukes. We're here backstage at the Esports World Cup here in Paris, and while watching all these players get all their media shots done, let's give you a quick little behind the scenes of what we got going on here, right? So you can see these different stages here. The production value of this is absolutely wild. We got some of the boys here as well from Nigma Galaxy. What up? How y'all doing?
It's great. Organization is great. Everything is perfect, you know. As always, EWC on top.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we'll see more of these guys in here in a little bit as we go and take a look at some of the player photos that we're doing. Look at that. Look at that right there. So sick.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Do I look bonita? I feel bonita. Thank you. Okay, now let's get to it. So, first things first, once our lovely players get their hair and makeup done, we start taking them towards hero shots. We start taking them towards like content ideas and such. And this is only the first stop. So, at the moment behind me is one of the teams, and they're doing their hero shots. So, there's two kinds of hero shots, and they usually do either solo shots or they go for group shots together as a team. And of course, none of this would be possible without our lovely sponsor, Sony, for providing us all the incredible cameras that we're using at the moment to give you the best quality pictures of our lovely players. Now, this is only one of our stops for the day, so okay, that was a little bit more difficult. I don't know how they're getting the players up here to shoot these pieces of content, but hey, this is another one of the segments that we have here, and now I don't want to get down. I have a slight fear of heights, so just hold on, give me a second. Okay, we're good, we're perfectly fine. But yes, one of our many areas here that we use for Media Day, and we want to get the players to be a little bit more creative, give them more places where they can use different kinds of poses and stuff like that. And listen, I'm already out of air. This is crazy. Oh, that's what they use. They have a ladder. I wish I have known this was a thing before. It was only one climb as well. You see, that was the problem. I thought I was a little bit more athletic than this. Turns out, no. So next time, use ladder. Anyways, to the next one.
Now we're going to go on over to the next set, and look at this. Let's get a little sneak peek behind the scenes of what's going on over here. Look at this. Look at these guys. They're getting ready. They're locking in. We're going to go ahead and see how this interview works, and we'll get back right to you. That's it for now. So why don't we go ahead and take it back on over to the studio, and we'll talk some more about EWC.
Vitality just putting up a clinic here today. It was Arena at the start, but Vitality has been performing so well. Don't forget that you can join the Fan Zone experience. It's open through August 11th through the 16th. You can check out all the awesome collaborations that we have with Naruto, with Spider-Man, and you can also earn some rewards. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and get some exclusive rewards. But Max, Vitality, my goodness, they just looked like a boa constrictor that just kept squeezing and squeezing and squeezing.
Look, me and Kalaris were talking about this game literally from start to finish. We're like, okay, well, this game, you know, Vitality just stay in the warehouse. We're going to be super chill. A very easy game.
Warhouse.
It was the Warhouse by the end. And they decided to just send it to the west side like, no, this is getting a bit boring. How about we get like almost 10 eliminations, then go back to the field finish. But looking at the overall stats from these players for the entire day, an average of over 4 eliminations for the day, then almost 3 for Razy, Razak, and Federales. Insane numbers for literally the entirety of Vitality.
It's consistency to a T. I mean, they're doing very, very well right now. I feel like I've been talking about Vitality all day today. I'm like their biggest fan or something like that. But realistically, they are playing well and they're having fun with it. And they get to the point where they can have fun with it because it's feeling like it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 with where they are playing. But this is incredibly greedy. We
Yes.
have to just quickly take a little look at that. I do like it, but you can be greedy if you are the dragon of the lobby, which they are.
Exactly. And with that said, I mean, with this team, you were saying it's going to be hard to get them off the top 5. The cutoff for Group A was 88 points in Neptura. Right now, it looks like, depending on what happens next match, actually, we need to see the overall too at some point, because they might have even already hit that, or they're about to hit that as well.
No, I think they might have already hit that, which would be absolutely insane. And you know what a great team to actually have that happen too, right? Because we have seen them be so consistent throughout today. We have seen them just take control of everything, all the way from the western side down to the southwestern side, clearing teams left and right, pushing Ida out of their compound, which I think should have never happened. What?
Look at Ryzen. He's just giving them the lucky high five.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Very nice.
He gave him the dap up as we see Hora Esports getting 13 eliminations as well in the last game. And a big one too is going to be none other than Wolves Esports. Wolves Esports was in 15th place coming up before this match with 13 points. That's going to be pushing him up. And keep in mind, you want to be outside of those bottom 3.
No, it's very true. Wolves were able to just, get as much points as they needed to, just keep that momentum going or move up onto the last match. But I want to talk about Hora here, because this dip is actually incredible for them, because you've got the back end of you right there is completely covered. Nobody can see you in there. In fact, when we saw, I think it was 721 GS move in, it was a complete surprise that they were even there. Out in front of you, it's too open. The only place a team can go is within nade range. So actually that was a fantastic dip for Hora to be in, and they were able to get 3rd place because of it with quite a few libs.
That's right. That's very correct. I mean, it's a great position to play as well. I think a lot of teams tried to pick this place up. Tiamba, though, they're kind of disappointing me right now. I think Tiamba has a lot left in them. They originally had this spot quite early on, but were evicted fairly quickly now. They played fairly decently over at PMI, and I think they had some really pop-off moments. I mean, QZZ was looking fantastic, but where is that now? Tiamba has been down on the tables for a long time at this point. That's got to change. We've got one more chance to see it through. I hope it happens, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice, come on, to see some Chinese domination here. I mean, QZZ had a really good moment, right, from PMMI going into this one too. But
that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just stealing your point.
I'm leaving the desk now.
That's why I don't want you on the desk. Otherwise, he's too good on the desk, guys. It's a big issue. There you go. Your game MVP is going to be Razy. From Razy and Razak, also known as Ray Ray. That's why I call them.
Yeah, we should get that changed. We actually need to get a new MVP card for Ray Ray.
Just Ray Ray.
My boy Ray Ray.
By the way, Racy was able to make that push up. It ended up backfiring because he ended up getting knocked. But you could see that was going up to par with what you're saying, the greediness. And with this squad, if they're going to continue to perform like that, I see that greediness getting worse and worse and worse.
Okay.
Which is going to make it even more scary for some of the other squads that are outside of the top 5.
There are some games as well where that greed comes back into play. But my boy Ray Ray. Okay, sometimes you got to lay one of the Rays down, all right? That's the way it's got to be. Actually, Erangel game 3, I believe it was, they greeted a res. It was Razy. Axel had gone in, Razak had gone down, and Razy was like, my boy. And he went back for him. So it's greed in other areas as well. And I think Vitality, what I've loved about them there is that maturity, that ability to be like, we can't take this 2-2 split. I don't want to let it go to their heads. I love that they're down there. They're smiling, right? You know, they're dapping each other up. That's great. But let's bring back what we saw from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking back real quick at this game in particular, and I want to know if you would agree or not with this, Blank. Okay. Looking back at how they played in PMGO Season 1, right, which was a tough tournament for Bigatron, this looks like a completely different team, so confident, the synergies up there, of course a bit greedy as time, which is what you just said, but this does not feel like BTR we had earlier this year.
Well, it's not a horrible overcorrection.
Group of death.
Group of death.
No, sorry, I'm just looking at the contradictions here between people on the Twitch chat, because one of them said, this group is not strong. The next one was like, this is the group of death. Make up your mind, chat. Which one is it gonna be?
I mean, but look, the thing is, it isn't the group of death, right?
Oh my God!
They got it exactly.
Yeah, they've got 88 exactly. This is not the group of death. It has a selection of ridiculously strong teams at the top. When we say group of death, we mean it's very even across the board.
YG နော်မှတ်30 top 5ထဲပါလာပြီဗျာ
here it's quite obviously
တော့ရှုပ်လို့တော့မရဘူးလား Yangon Bloody Ghost
time again perform well.
ဒီမှာ30ရှာထားတယ်
It's the more unfortunate group that you have Team Vitality.
Vitality က88မှတ်ကျစင်တရတဲ့မှ80ရှာထားတယ်
Yeah, this bunch of points is
အဲ့
something
ပဲ
that
ရ
we're just
တ
going
ကယ်
to
ဖုန်
continue
နေ
to
တာ
keep in mind here, especially from the top 3 teams. You can
အဲ့
see
ပဲ
there
တကယ်ဖုန်
between
နေတာ
top 3
ကြောက်လာပြီး
and 6th
Vitality
place,
ကို
already 27 points difference, which is going to allow for some of those teams to have even more freedom later on, especially tomorrow.
I mean, for Yangon Galacticos Neptuna, they're currently in 5th place right now, tied up at 30. For the defending champions, do you think they can stay in that top 5?
I think actually they can. I really like how they've been playing today. I didn't have that many expectations for them going into today, to be honest.
Okay.
Because, you know, we just haven't. They won last year. We haven't seen much from them since. But this is a really nice team that's able to actually compete very well against everybody else, and I'm very excited for what they got both today and tomorrow.
It is you, Shiva. Yeah, great points, by the way. Sorry, I got sidetracked here.
This guy does
as
not
I was able to find Shiva from ESPORTS Rejects. I wish we were able to come along at a different time because you guys did end up getting eliminated from PMWC at EWC 26. But anything, first of all, how are you enjoying Paris outside of, you know, getting eliminated?
I am enjoying Paris. Like, Paris is probably one of the best places I've ever visited. I really love it here. And the venue here is crazy. I've never thought of something like this in my life.
Is this guy trying to steal John Allen's
I know. I was like, that voice, brother. Hey, if being a player never ends up working out, you can definitely might be looking at something with us working maybe here. But what have you learned from PMWC that you can take on later into the year, right? Because we still got PMGO Season 2. We still got PMGC. Have you learned anything that you can take into those upcoming events?
I think the biggest thing that we have learned is like to be a bit more aggressive, because I think not being aggressive, you stuck yourself in one spot and teams takes advantage over that, where you allow them to get space, and if you don't do that, I think, yeah, like I said, like I think if you don't give the other team space like BTR are now, they don't allow any team to come close to them, and that's why they have rocked up 61 kills. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Honestly, with the way that some of these teams have been performing, it has been scary. Natura, do you have any questions for Chiva from ESPORTS Rejects?
I mean, I want to know because I was thinking that there was going to be, you know, some big plays coming in from you guys, but we didn't really see that much coming into the end of, you know, the end of the circles, the end of the games that much. Was there like a rotational pattern that was being cut off by other teams, or what went wrong in the mid phase of your games?
I think the biggest problem that we had is that we kept on losing 1 or 2 players on rotations, and that already makes your game even harder. Like you lose almost like 70 or like 25% of your game winning chance. So if I think you have 4 players in game, I think you already have a really good game. So for us, what we need to fix on is try to have all 4 players up on rotations, and also be more coordinated on pushes and holding spots and things like this. That's also a big thing.
Hey, man, Joe, thank you so much for coming on and just giving us an insight, and I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see you at PMGO Season 2. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see you as well at PMGC. You know what? I actually want you to take over my job. I want you to say, John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven and Shiva over there for that lovely throw. It was great to hear from him, and that is what we talk about so much for tournaments like this, from PMWC, from global level tournaments. Getting that information, getting that practice and knowledge and insight is just so important, and the fact that they're taking that on board so quickly and with such humility as well is beautiful. I love to see it. Let's see him again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, make sure you go follow him on Instagram, Shiva.ios. That's what it's all about here, guys. And we're gonna get into the last match of Miramar here, and just how many points is Team Vitality gonna get? They have 88 points. 88 crazy, insane, are you kidding me, points in 5 matches. That is over 17 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 17.6 points per game?
That is correct.
Which is crazy.
It's
like, it's nuts, right? We talk about first place. You're in contest for first place if you're at about a 10-point average.
Yeah.
They're so far ahead of that. They're not even looking in the rearview mirror right now.
Double
right?
first place.
ကဲကျွန်တော်ပွဲလေးစတင်လာခဲ့ပြီလေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Currently at quadruple the scoreline.
Let's go ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲ
I don't know. Well, we need to make a whole new word for
Come on,
first place.
come on. ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲ
First place. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
1 year top 5မှာဗျအမှတ်30နဲ့
Not vitality, don't worry about it.
That's right.
S2G Ever 7 Austina VE Horror Vitality
Insane,
အဲ့ဒီမျိုးကြော်မလို့ရမယ် 1G
Yeah, you're
ကျွန်တော်လည်းတော့မှထပ်ပြီးဆင်းမြင်ပြီး NS နဲ့
in first place. This is unreal. It's literally an unreal performance. That's why we just keep on.
NS ကပါတူနာလေးပဲဆင်းနိုင်မှာ
Two of them being from Vitality is not shocking at all. Or
1G ဟိုပေးလိုက်လေ
sneaking
Okay.
himself into there. We got
ဒီရချူမသားမယ်လေတွေ့
more tried and true
စင်ကြီး
play
လေ
path
စင်ကြီး
here.
ဘာလို့
Bozo's
ဖြစ်
gonna be
ဘူး
still
easy
out of range, but at least we're gonna see
easy
some
easy
able to hit that
easy
north side.
Oh, these damage numbers are insane. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing E-Arena too much anymore. I imagine that they are going to start to drop off. This is a full slate of damage dealers from Vitality, and they are doing a lot of work for their roster. Playing part on the east side here. Going to leave ESPORTS, so maybe a little bit hard to get towards, but you can drop out up towards the north. Maybe is what Alpha 7 is looking for. Circle, fairly chill, centering up west of Picardo. And grab
you can't see
on the north side. I was saying Alpha 7 could grab vehicles.
This is on
north
edge. No, if I say
that's
I'm
what they're
better.
going to look to do here. Watching out for hot drops, but not really going to see.
I think we know. I think we know. They got 1G. Easy way to lead them out of the NS.
Yeah, not gonna.
NS ကသူကသူ easy လေးပဲဆိုတော့ multi new ကိုပတ်ပတ်တော့ okay power ကတိသွားလို့ရ 1G easy လေးဗျာနော် Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Field in that whole side of the map, which is just unbelievable. But no crazy
Let's
hot
go,
drops.
1G, 1G.
So it does look like teams are going to be avoiding it here. They don't want to be dealing with any of those shenanigans, and that's the right play. I mean, guys, this is the last game. You have quite a few squads that have done a ridiculous match here. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some teams trying to rotate and make the right plays.
Hey, if you're talking about
that's something
that you could be doing on the
line.
That is what you're going to be trying to look for, right? Getting those good rotations. As we all know, spinning is just a term for rotation.
That's
which
correct.
is what it's a beautiful segue. Trust me, I did it. But yeah, make sure you're getting those spins in before they go away. So make sure you're getting those skins on board because they are looking mighty fine. The desk was talking about them earlier. Make sure you're locking those ones down to look as good as these players here.
And they're looking real good. Oh, Obscure, was that a Winchester I just saw?
It was, yeah.
I like that.
It's my favorite gun sound in the game.
It really is. To me, suppressed M24. It's just
okay.
So nice. That, I'm not even gonna try it. I actually did try it. Yeah.
Go on, Obscure. Give us the gun sound. Give us the gun sound. Pop a shot. Go on, you know you want to. Pop that lever. Let's go. Oh, he's not for it. What a spoiled sport. Alpha 7 currently in 7th place. They did get pushed off that 5th place spot at the end of that last match by Yangon Galacticos and actually by S2G as well, who now sit ahead of them. But it is still very much all to play for. We were talking about the difference between the teams from the bottom towards the top. It's still, even for Hustler Crew, very possible for them with a big chicken dinner to jump up and past that 30-point margin, right? They're on 8 points, putting them 22 points behind. That is a 12 elimination game in terms of differences if you're able to get a chicken dinner. So whilst they haven't shown their capability to get that just yet, it is possible. It's within their wheelhouse.
Absolutely. It definitely is. You know, the scary thing, I think, for me when it comes to Group B and this whole lobby is just looking at how heavy the top
S2G အမှတ်30 S2G လေ 1G လည်းအမှတ်30 Ever 7 26မှာ call like 26မှာ
If Nongshim Red Force get a
လည်းပြန်ကြရင်တော့ပြေးနေတယ်လို့ပြေးထားမှရမယ်88မှတ်တယ်ဟိုကောင် Vitality ကတက်တော့နော် Grand Final
I mean it would be pretty nasty, I think, for a lot of these teams to look to try and close that sort of distance. But again, it does rely on performance tomorrow. So, I mean, for me, Vitality, they've already done so much today. They've almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5.
Oh, it's done.
It's pretty much done.
Yeah.
I want to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, right? Because a day like this can go to your head, and you've got to let cooler minds prevail. You've got to listen to your coaches, listen to the people around you, and don't get carried away. Sure, they're almost certainly going to the finals, but for me, it's about how they're going to perform in the finals that I'm going to be watching for tomorrow.
You're right, because, you know, this is the best practice you can get on the planet, you know, and the good thing when it comes to when you have such a ridiculous performance like Team Vitality, I mean, 88 points is literally enough for them to not show up tomorrow and still be top 5. Like, it's 100% they're in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So with that kind of performance, that gives you 6 matches tomorrow to fix any problem that you have going into the finals. And that's especially important for a team like Team Vitality, because when it came to PMGO Season 1 in their own home turf, they did solid when it came to the group stage, right? Group stage, they popped off. We thought that, oh man, come finals time, they're going to really do something. And then finals, it wasn't really what they wanted to do, especially when they're at home, right? But now they're in Paris. They have the most ridiculous day out of all these teams here. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happen.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. 107 points was first place for 4 Thrives over in Group A. Vitality, they could do it here and now with a chicken dinner. Just saying, they could break that century. They could surpass them with, you know. Well, it would be difficult. It would be difficult, right?
Dude, that'd be wild, though.
It would need a 19 elimination chicken dinner. Wait, not even that. No, it would be a 9 elimination chicken dinner, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it? Yeah, I think it would be. So that's actually very doable for them. So if they win this match, it's very likely that they surpass 4 Thrive scoreline in first place from Group A over the 12 matches that they played. But that is a big if for Vitality to get another chicken dinner here. We did see our first casualty, I believe, of the match as Dopeness able to clock a shot over towards TT Project.
Lufa with the car, 98 too. Love to see some sniper action here. It's very rare these days with just how overpowered the M4 and shotgun meta is right now. But you know what? When it comes to military or when it comes to Miramar, right, we're going to possibly see some of that.
Now, on the north side, we're on board with Alpha 7, who have got in amongst it with Horror. I don't know how much they can stick around here. It doesn't look like they've got the weaponry to be dealing with this. Carrillo's only got an S12K. What happened? Kind of, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They must have jumped out from the plane over towards the north side. Maybe they were just really slow on grabbing those vehicles and trying to get out west, which seemed to be their approach, but they've got stalled. They've stymied over in these great fields locations, and it's not looking super good. They do need to get on towards El Pozo and probably get a little bit more loot, if we're honest.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly where they would be heading straight. Look at the player cam there. You see that? That gyro just tapping away with that mini. Making some great shots downrange. Trying to catch Alpha 7 off, but it's like they're hard to be able to get away. This is why it's so good. This gives you so much more kind of have your way with the lobby you do. Maybe not even the best play, you know, but just you can afford to make mistakes here. Next zone about to pop. Let's see where it decides to go. The yoink all the way down south. Red said thank you very much. We'll take that. Vitality said muchos gracias. I am very, very happy about that one as well, as they're coming all the way up from Los Leones. That is how you do it.
Wow. I mean, that is actually a really big shift for Vitality. They are going to be kept safe from a lot of the teams descending from that north side. The bit that you have to worry about a little bit is sweeps from the west, right? So for instance, Alpha 7, Yangon Galacticos, maybe even Horror could rotate around that west side and try and cut in beneath them, but they have Los Leones to try and buffer any pushes coming from that east side. They might just want to get a little bit more central with it, but yeah, I think for Vitality, this is great news, and they're guaranteeing themselves probably at least a 4-point game here.
That's
I think,
right.
which is pretty nice, pretty nice. 12 points for them would be needed to get to 100, break that century in a single day, which would be monumental. A real record breaker of a day. With the arena kicking us off with a huge match on Rondo, and Vitality saying, "Hold my beer, we're going for more."
What a crazy day here. Let's look at this though. It's Hyunbin, the man, the myth, the legend, all by himself. He's got the DPS, he's got the stairs. Oh, he has to jump in. He hit the headshot.
ဟုတ်တယ်ရောကြီးအော်မရတော့တယောက်ပါခေါ်ပေးလိုက်သေးတယ်နော်ဘုံကရှေ့ချမ်းတာဟာလည်းဟုတ်တယ်လို့ကျွတ်စင်ကြီးလို့ဆိုနေလာပြီ vitality ကဝင်မှာတော့
Hops straight out, immediately puts him in the grave. The flush comes through. Knocks your red
force.
Decision to disengage. You don't need to commit. They have the buildings. They have that defense. You've already lost your player. There's nothing for you there anymore.
Hey, just a quick little handshake.
Oh, yeah, MG3
one for one. Good job. See you later. All right.
He's got the MG3. Look at that. XZY.
He'll take that.
XZY.
Risk it.
No, you don't. That's for sure. Man, it's so crazy that
so one even not doing them. Idea deal no
here as ETSH getting a run
so
over.
Just seeing it, bro.
Players getting taken out on rotation. I wonder if Team Vitality are going to get blessed here.
So just seeing it.
Pass up 4 thrives.
2 Sky. Ora Leo long jan the AC be pyo to so na second Ash ma.
That is a huge thank you on
the side. Na to ma wu tin no shi ye ti ma la mli. F7 oh shit but Tom 300 meter. Tom ကျော်တော်ဝင်အောင်
towards the end and right now on the south
side EDSH 2 as we
on the west border of Los Leones to potentially hold this one out. I'm slightly worried about some of the buildings further out to their east. They might be vulnerable to that, but the next circle is going to be coming through fairly soon. Definitely more chaotic.
Hey, hobby nice.
Okay, so Vitality
gets the
circle once and then it takes it back.
Yeah, so you know what? Okay, we'll get a little close to you, but you're gonna still etch your name into PUBG Mobile history even further. But you know, the one thing that happens when you have such a crazy performance like this, it really kind of puts a lot of expectations on your shoulder, right? So we hopefully will see Team Vitality into the finals here.
Hey, Vitality down now.
That is the question. Wolves are saying, you know what? We don't want to get eliminated right here. They've pushed themselves up from the bottom. That is a much more comfortable position to be in. They would love to launch themselves at least into that top 5. And it is possible. I mean, top 5 from all the way down to 11th place, that's only what, 9-point difference? That's pretty wild. So these leaderboards can definitely shake up here. That bottom mid-pack area, but Elementrix will hit the lay down. Gonna try and edge it out here, but Tom jumps on out the vehicle. He's hitting the shimmies. He's dodging these shots. He's moving back and forth. Sky trying to get some return fire on him, and he goes down.
He's burning him with this guy. And there is nothing you can do about it. Sleepy will be on the chopping block there as well. He will be put to bed. Not living up to that name as he's turning tail and fleeing from the sight of that pack of wolves.
Gotta get moving. Yeah, the wolves. They were doing that dancing.
Alpha 7 is on S2G in a 2
Alpha 7.
Oh, so you carry to Java. Charles, Poma, told her to call it out, copy cousin.
Alpha 7
was a you a puppy. You move no one. It was 70
just obscure. Last one up for A7. If we're gonna see them in the finals, they're gonna most likely make it happen tomorrow.
3D Juga, Tunnel, calling it. If I say on a show, Carrillo.
They got stuck in with
Get 2
didn't seem to have much loot on board.
Get 2 1 year.
Into S2G and broken their noses on the brick wall that meant them trying to have to skirt through the alleyway. Are gonna have firing lines on. Squad will be the ones to deal.
Two on the hit if I say Danny Gates, no fear of TV like for let's
on the Chubasera foothills now.
Call it, Danny, you 2 will have 1G smile. So, paper chama, tap you away to that eat in a battery pin and get it near very channel of Pioni in a paper chama, tap you S2G. So, by Messabi look and Piani, Gale, my letter, paper chama, tap you of 1G, top it at a point. Kill the common and gave you a better routine in the near young yellow point of Colonel Papa, the pen and you obtaining a room you dear. So, yes, I get Ash, a ship chama, Catulio Piano, a whole winning yellow eat in the near as when I got cool, Pandy go to and arrow. 1G ရှိရ command နဲ့ day ပဲပြီးတော့ type နေခဲ့ဦးမှာလားကျွန်တော်နောက်တစ်ချက်နဲ့ S2G လည်းရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတော့ data တစ်ခုအောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါ E arena နဲ့ 1G တွေ day ကြီးပဲပရိသတ်မှုအတွက်တော့ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့တဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ရပ်တော့တွေ့နေခဲ့ရပါသေးတယ်
pick it back up. That's the question. Take a look at this replay here. Lupa, bang!
ဟုတ်တယ်ဟာစနိုက်ပါပစ်ချက်တွေနော်ကျွန်တော် Hamsit Soki တို့နှစ်ယောက်ပေါင်းဝယ် 4K fan လာတယ် 4K ရလာတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒါရှိပဲကျွန်တော်လည်း EDSH တွေရှိနေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ Tian ပါလေမီလူလိုဘာလို့ဒီဘက်မှာ Eagle ကျွန်တော်ဒါ God Light တွေနဲ့သွားပြီးတော့တွေ့နေခဲ့မှာ Power နောက်တစ်ချက်မှာပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးထိန်းနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှလည်း Tian ပါ Action Eagle ကျွန်တော်တွေ့တယ်ဗျနှစ်သိန်းလုံးပတေဆိုင်မှုတို့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပြချဲနေပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါ vitality တယောက်ကိုစတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးပေးပစမ်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ action သူရတော့တစ်စက်နဲ့ပဲထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချသွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ပြန်လဲခဲ့တယ်လို့တော့မရတော့ဘူးကျွန်တော် admino ခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်ပေးပစမ်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ kamikaze စတင်ပြီး knockout ချနေခဲ့လို့ say yes pixel နဲ့ almost necessary ခါရဲပဲဆုံးတော့တက် wolf တွေလည်းတသိန်းတော့ပြောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီ TD နဲ့ပတ်တော့သွားပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့လို့ NSD ပေးပစမ်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့နိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီနေတလုံး quad တီပဲကျွန်တော် solid neck ထပ်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချကျွန်တော်ဒါပေးပစမ်းနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ effort ခါရဲအပါတော့ corner ခဲ့ပြီး wolf limit tricks ပေးပစမ်းနေပြီးတော့ခါရဲတိုးလို့ဝင်လာခဲ့တယ်ဆိုမဲ့လေကျွန်တော် effort ခါရဲဟိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ဆင်းပြေပါသေးတယ်under 4K TT 1G နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒါပြောမှဆို 1G နဲ့ 1 နဲ့တွားညှိနေတာဗျာ arena နဲ့ E arena နဲ့လည်း
There is still a lot of distance left on the track.
A lot of them are mainly vitality ပြည့်ချမ်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်နေတယ်လို့ call လိုက်တယ်ပြည့်ချမ်းမှာ amino maya summary power ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လို့အငြိမ်းနဲ့ပြန်ပြီးတော့တိုးတော့ထိန်းနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေတော့တစ်ခုမှတော့သူတို့အနေနဲ့အစိမ်းတော့ပြင်နေခဲ့တယ်ပြည့်ချမ်းမှာလည်းထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့တိုးဝင်လာခဲ့မယ်အသိနေရလည်းရှိနေခဲ့တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေတော့တစ်ခုမှတော့ထမ်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြည့်ချမ်း DNA ဘက်က Lufa စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာနေခဲ့ပြီ AC နဲ့ပတေတော့တားပြီးတော့ပဲရင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့တယ်လို့မာနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒါဂျိုကာတယောက်ကိုထပ်မှန်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြန်ပြီ 1G ထုလိုက်နိုင်ကောင်လေးကိုကြီးရတော့စုပ်ပြတ်တတ်နေတာပဲ first helmet တွေ 1G ခဏခဏတော့ဝေးတာလား EU မာနဲ့ကြီးကပြန်တော့သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့ပြန်တော့ကဲရမှာ AC ပဲ 1G ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Romeo ကတူလေးရဲ့ဘော်ဒါတယောက်ကိုပြန်ကြဲဖို့တော်တော်ပြင်ဆင်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တာနီဂျီတို့ဘာလို့လဲဇုံဝင်လန်ကတစ်ခုဖန်တီးအောင် 1G တအားကြီးဝေးတယ်နော်အဲ့ဒါကြီး AC ပြန်ပြီးထိန်းမတော့ရမယ်၄ယောက်လုံးစုစုနဲ့ EU ဖြတ်လိုက်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်းတဲ့အနေအထားတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ဂျိုကောက်ကေးတွေပါဖြတ်ကောက်သွားတယ်လို့တီတီဘက်ကဒါပေမဲ့အဆင်ပြေပါလေကျွန်တော် E 2ယောက်ပဲကြံတော့တယ်အမှတ်ကလည်း58မှ 1G 33မှတ်ရတာဆိုတော့ဒီဘွဲလေးတော့ 1G ချစ်ကန်စားလိုက်လို့ရှိရင်အနည်းဆုံးတော့အမှတ်50ကျော်ထိတော့တက်သွားနော်
One more snag. K9. Yes. Let's get it done.
Come on. No, S2G 34မှတ်ဗျာ
To send the bite to be as big as the bar.
ဇုံကငြိမ်နေတယ်နော် stage 4အသင်းအကုန်လုံးဇုံထဲမှာတော့ပါနောက်တစ်ဇုံရောက်လို့ရှင်တော့အကုန်လုံးတီးရတော့မှာဗျာနောက်တစ်ဇုံရောက်အကုန်လုံးတီးရတော့မှာဟုတ်တယ်ကဲ 1G ဘက်ကိုဆွဲပေးလိုက်တော့ဇုံထိုင်းနေထုသေးချင်လို့အေးဟုတ်ပြီကောင်းနေဘူးမထိုင်းနေထုသေး
This is good for vitality.
AC ပဲ
are going to have Hustler Crew trying to put pressure on, but Hustler Crew
AC ပဲတိုးတိုင်းထိုင်းနေကုန်ထုမှာ
It's the teams from Shumasara
တိုးလာမယ်ထိုင်းနေကိုထုပေးပါမယ် 1G နော်စိတ်ကလောက်အကုန်ပြေးတိုးလာပြီကျွန်တော် moment EA Taniki အကုန်ပြေးတော့ထွက်လာပြီဆိုတော့နေတာကမှတော့ 1G ကျွန်တော်မမှားဘူးတော် decision making ဒီတော့6မှာတော့ရမယ်ဘေးပဲချက်မှာ call light ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လုံးရှိနေခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ fight hitter လို့ပါလို့ EDSH တွေနဲ့ AC ဘေးပဲချက်မှာစတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်ခတ်တန်းနေတော့ကြားနေခဲ့ရပြီးတော့ပဲ Tiamba QCC ဒီဘက်အောက်ပဲချမ်းမှာပဲအငြိမ်လေးတိုးဝင်လာခဲ့မယ်အတင်းနဲ့အကုန်လုံးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲထောင်းနေခဲ့တာပြောမှဆိုတော့အကုန်လုံး long range ပဲဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အတင်းနေရတော့တိတ်ပြီးတော့ဘာမှတော့ဖြစ်ဦးမှာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ compound dive လေးတွေကိုကြည့်ရမှာဘယ်အတင်းနဲ့ဝင်ပြီး dive လာမလဲကျွန်တော်ဒါဘယ်လောက်ထိပြန်ပြီး defense နိုင်မလဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ခြေတော်ကြည့်ရမှာဗျ
happy to play in the shadow of the bigger tree.
ဒီတော့ S2G စတင်ပြီးတော့ဝင်နေခဲ့ပြီး EA Morman 1G Smile တော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ချပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတွေက forward ဆက်တူတော့ပရဲဆိုင်နေတာ 1G နိုင်မယ်လို့တော့ထင်တာပဲအဲ့တော့ AC ပဲကျွန်တော်တတအော်ရော TT တွေပါတိုးလာပြီလို့အဲ့ဒါကြီး NA တွေများလိုက်တာ Romeo ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲခါရဲပဲ moment တယောက်ကို knockout တော့ချပေးနေခဲ့လို့ဘေးဘက်ချက်မှလည်း TT တေးပဲပြေးတော့တိုးရခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှ Romeo တို့ဘာလို့နေနေမာနဲ့ပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ knockout တော့ကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဘက်ချက်ပြန်လည် forward လုံးမှာတော့ရတော့ 1G 2%ဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှ EA Tani ကိုဇက်ရအဆုံးတော့တက်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတာကမှ Romeo ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပတ်မယ် AC ကတိုးလေးပဲနေတွေပါပြန်ကိုင်း AC တတရပဲတိုင်းလို့လောက်ပြန်ထောက်မယ် smile ကျော်ဇက်ရကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ထောက်ပေးနေကြနေကြီး smile ကိုကွက်တီပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော် TT စိုးစီးတယောက်ကိုခါရဲအိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ Romeo ရဲ့ပြစ်ချက်မာနဲ့ blue အပါခေါ်သွားလိုက်တာပေါက် လို့ပဲစားအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်3 vs 3တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့ပြီနော်နေခဲ့ C cloud တယောက်ကိုလည်းပြန်တော့ကဲရအောင်မယ် Romeo နေတလုံးပွက်တီပဲခွဲပြီးထားခဲ့ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့နောက်ကနေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ S2G တွေပါတဲအေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ TT တွေကိုဝင်တော့ကျုံသွားအောင်ပါလားကျွန်တော်ဒါတစ်ချက်တော့စောင့်နေကြည့်အောင် YG ငိမ့်လေးပဲရှေ့ပဲချက်မှလည်း NS ရှိရဘက်ကတော့ S2G တဲအေးပဲပြီးတော့တိုးလာခဲ့ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှဆိုကေတိုးရတော့တစ်ဆက် YG လည်းပေးပဲချက်မှပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ထောက်နေကြလို့ 3man alive ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ Romeo TT ဒီနားမှာ S2G ကျွန်တော် YG 3နဲ့ဘတ်တေရိုရင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီ Smile နေတလုံးစားတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကင်ဆောင်ထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲ Smile ရဲ့နေငယ်တော့ NA တော့များတယ် S2G handset တယောက်တိုးရတော့တိုးရနေပြီဆိုတော့ F ရှေ့ပဲချက်နေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်ပြီးထားခဲ့ Molly လေးပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျင်းနေခဲ့ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှ handset တယောက်ကတော့ NA တော့များနောက်ပဲချက်မှပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ F ခါတော့နောက်တော့ချာပြီးနေခဲ့ခါတော့ပါတော့ခေါ်ပေးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော် handset ပြီးတော့ပေးစားလိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီးတော့ YG လေးနေတွေပဲလုံးပြီးလုံးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲပြစ်ခွဲနေခဲ့ Smile လို့ဆိုရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်တစ်ခုတော့မြင်ဆန်တော့ဖန်တီးမှာတော့ရတော့မယ် Jungle Gladiators Romeo C Cloud အကုန်လုံးကျွန်တော်ဒါမနေ့တယောက်ကတော့ပေးဆက်ထားခဲ့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ဘေးပဲအချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ DRS တွေလည်းရှိတယ် YG တွေအော်မနှောတော့ဘူးတော့တေချာတော့ထိရမယ်ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ YG အနေတော့များစကဲ Ash ကနေကျွန်တော် NS လည်းရှိနေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ point ရတော့ရှားမှာတော့မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးလို့ပြောနေနေပဲကျွန်တော် Romeo ကားတွေပဲဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ပဲပေါက်နေခဲ့လို့ရှေ့ပဲချက်မှလည်းထပ်ပြီးတော့ 10 ပါးရှိရဘက်ကပဲကျွန်တော် IDA တွေနဲ့သွားပြီးတော့ပဲပတေရောရင်ဆိုင်နေခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့တော်တော်ကြီးအနေတော့များအတင်းအပေါ်လို့ပတ်ပတ်လေးဘာလို့များဆက်ပြီးတော့လောက်ကနေခဲ့အောင်မလဲ QZ အိုးကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေတလုံးဆိုတော့ QZZ ခါနဲ့အဆုံးတော့တက်သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့နေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ထမ်းပါတယ်ဒီမှာတစ်သိန်းလုံးတော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ YG ဆုံးရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကားတော့မရှိကျွန်တော်တယောက်ကျွန်တော် TT တွေပေါ်ပချက်ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့တူရိုထိနေကြလို့ကျွန်တော် Kamikaze 0ဘာလို့နေနာပေါ်ပချက်နဲ့ SZ တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီနေဒီဘာလုံးလုံးပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကန်ဆောင်နေခဲ့လို့ကျွန်တော် XZ စင်တော့ပြေတယ်အောက်ပချက်မှာကွက်တီပဲကောင်းလေးခေါင်းလေးပါဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ခေါ်ပေးထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲနေမရှိဘူးကျွန်တော်ကဘေးပဲချက်မှလည်း vitality တွေဝင်တော့တိုးနေခဲ့လို့ YG တွေရှိရပါအော် Romeo တယောက်စတင်ပြီးတော့ knockout ချလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီ Smile 2ရတော့ Zebero ကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောနေတယ်ဇက်ရက်ပါပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ knockout ချနေခဲ့ပြီနောက်ဆုံး Smile စိုးစီရှေ့ပဲချက်မှလည်းပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲထောက်နေခဲ့လို့ Smile ခါလေးကိုပဲဆုံးတော့တက်ပြီးလိုက်ခဲ့ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ကောင်းလိုက်တာကျွန်တော်ကုန်းဆုံးတက်တာဟမ် TD project တွေတော့ဟိုညလုံးကနှုတ်အောင်ဘောင်းတိုက်တက်သွားလို့မရတော့တိုက်တက်သွားလို့မရတော့ဘုမမှာနောက်ထပ်အသင်းတွေရှိရနော်နောက်ထပ် player ရှိရနော်
But now,
Smile low,
to try and
Smile low.
solidify themselves towards that top 5 in the fight with Yangon Galacticos.
Molly,
They're trying to push
call
up
me.
beneath them. If they go down,
Smileဖြတ်ဖို့လုံနေကြပြီလောက်တော့2 vs 1
Yeah, let's see right now XCY with that
မရတော့ဘူးအော် MGB နဲ့ဝင်ပြသွားတာ
now out. So Dongshan Red Force by
Red Time နဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီ
in the mix when it comes to the top 5 teams. This is
ကောင်းနေ
again
S2G ကိုဖြစ်နေ1 kill လာဖြစ်တယ်ပေါ့လို့ပဲလား
S2G to make something happen, and they got some good sight lines here.
I think this is a big opportunity for Godlike as well, right?
On this position, they have
four of their players. Etch is currently putting pressure on. Not too many other teams are going to be pushing towards this compound. Could potentially third party from Hustler Crew. But Etch making this crossing is going to be tough. Because Red Force, they've got a side swipe on the approach as well. Moving through this compound is going to be so difficult. The question is how many points are Godlike going to get for this hole? Because if Nongshim just take them all, that's a little bit of a drought.
Yeah, let's see. We're taking a look there at Godlike. How many eliminations are they going to get? They're going to have to fight out ETSH first, though.
No, I need to
He's cooking it. Actually, no, he's just holding on to it. Waiting to see the approach from ETSH. So far, nothing. This is both these teams are in the circle right now. And they know that if they do fight this, the chance of them getting third-partied is pretty high. So I'm not surprised to see them just play this a little slower.
A full squad highly unlikely. The most likely is Hustler Crew. Do they want to leave that longhouse? Probably not.
Okay, now I'm throwing them here, no? T or T, NS, TZ, NS got the hold, no?
With Nongshim Red Force,
NS got the T,
S2G now. It's go time for Etch.
Molly,
To cut the cross, but Etch pushed straight on through, and speed is there.
No, my finding. Hey, y'all know, we going like hold it, go like that.
And the crowd goes crazy. The Godlike fans getting nice and hyped up for that one as they get the elimination and keep all 4 players up.
Where was the third party? Not there. Hustler Crew not in a position to go for it either. Not going. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime took down S2G, by the way, who do end this match currently in 5th place. The difficulty, they have to move.
တီးမှာပဲနော်ဒါက wall level မှာဆော့နေ wall class level အသေးနေဆိုတီးမှာပဲအကုန်လုံးကတီးရဖို့တော့ကြုံနေရစင်းတီးမှာနှမျောတော့နှမျောနေရတယ်
Still got team vitality up on top of the leaderboards, and they are still in the mix. As we look at Godlike, 4 eliminations.
Vitality ရဟုတ်တယ်အငြိမ်လေးပဲဗျာဒီပွဲလေး
That's a team that definitely could use these points. They do have that coverage, but this is outside of circle. The problem with this zone is that there's not a lot of spots left to take. The only way to really make this win happen is you're going to have to make a push, and you're going to have to get it done the hard way.
And that's it's really tricky now to make ground in this one. The reason Douglas can't push up the roadside there out to their west is because of Nongshim Red Force and 721 GS, right? Both of those two teams have the angle to control the roadside. If that fight goes forward, if the players start to drop from both of those sides, it is going to get a lot easier for them to move. And if you're going to get a pick on the Razy, that's also going to be quite a boon to your movement
Let's
potential.
get it. Lufa with the car 98, making it happen in the end game. I love to see it. Nongshim Red Force looking to possibly get their 3rd chicken dinner on the day. That would be huge for them. Dizzy going to make a play though. Here comes 721 GS with the buggy. He's got the shotgun. It's not good enough. So Easy's going to have to support him. He hits one. Can he get another? He's getting the thirst. Nongshim Red Force doing a great job of stiff-arming this team.
Absolutely beautiful start. He does go down, but he does enough damage to make it difficult. But now Malik has found a pick off the off-angle. Nongshim Red Force are going to go low. This is the scenario that I was thinking about for Dopeness. They can start to move west because that fight has gone a little bit mucky on the western edge. There's no longer the pressure from that side.
Let's go, and Nongshim Red Force finally eliminate that threat behind them. They have their back against the wall now. Now it's time to look forward and soak up some of these eliminations. But like you mentioned, Dopeness utilizing their time, pushing up, but they gotta battle the titans of the lobby. It's Team Vitality versus Dopeness. They're trying to get away. They say, no, we don't want to deal with it. They're they go straight into the jaws of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, it's not going to go well for you there. 2 players alive, that's all they need on the crossfire. Being hounded out of position by Vitality. With 13 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, they're looking to play with the big dogs here. But Vitality are the biggest of dogs in this lobby. It doesn't matter if you got an MG3 Loco. Axel is still going to run rings around you.
And you guys got to remember, if Team Vitality win this game with 9 eliminations, they will pass up for Thrive's 2-day performance in 1 day alone. Let's take a look, though, at Godlike Esports in the building. They got their shotguns loaded. You can see Mania pulling the pin. Psych! Putting it right back for now. It's them versus Ida, though. Oh, yeah, S-Power getting knocked. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Another nade being cooked now for Rita, Manya, and
on
that angle. There. A little bit of damage, and S-Power now is very low. Admino can't step forward. There's off angles to be dealt with. In the meantime, Hustler Crew have gone down on that north side. I think it's going to stick here. As Salme keeps his nerve. Being cooked in response now for Admino to try and take down this duo from Ida. This is the step that they need to take now. S-Power with another nade, but the shotguns are lying in wait, and it is vicious. A second one. As Vitality chime in as well. Down goes one for Ida, but Dark is still Vitality may do the unthinkable. Godlike at the perfect time. And it's Godlike going down. It's Vitality versus Nongshim Red Force. A great performance on the side of Godlike. An insane performance from these two teams. Vitality looking so solid. Nongshim Red Force looking for their 3rd chicken dinner, but it looks like it's all Vitality here when it comes to Group B. There's one. Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ. Is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the end. Put yourself down to the ground because Vitality live up top of the tables and beating a two-day performance from Group A.
Are you kidding me? No reaction needed. Team Vitality are your monsters here in Paris.
What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches.
6杯數啦，乜地啊小表啊？得個 V final。
A 39-point game at the start of the day from E-Arena. We were thinking, how's anybody going to top that? Well, let me introduce you to a little team called Vitality.
Darimaka-san, thank you very much. These guys are going to be sitting pretty tomorrow. Nothing but just kick back and relax, baby, because you made it happen on day number 1. But man, the expectations are now through the roof for this squad, right? You gotta have a good day tomorrow. You know what? As a matter of fact, forget tomorrow, dude, right? You're good to go. Finals time, right? That's where your eyes gotta lock in. So you know what? Even if Team Vitality doesn't go crazy tomorrow, I want tomorrow to be their day of, you know what? What is it that we need to fix? Right? Is it any little tiny little mistake that we can adjust? Even if they do something so wild just to work on that, I'd rather them do that there. So come finals time, they pop off.
Absolutely. I mean, I was really impressed towards the end as well with Godlike, able to jump up just about into that 5th place position at the end of that last match, holding their compound. Really, really heavy stuff coming through. Little difficulty in sweeping through that longhouse. I feel like longhouse or Miramar, those longhouses are always so treacherous. The side angles, you don't know if you're going to be playing against those shotguns. Those nades can come out of nowhere, it seems. So a real difficult time to get rid of a duo.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that you have to make sure you play it perfectly, and they're not going to just run in one at a time. You got to play that slow, and they did it the right way. And the problem is just that with how much time that took, Team Vitality at this point, they're not making mistakes, right? They're not even taking an extra 1/10 of a second of delay, right? The second they recognize what was going on, boom, they are right there, and they're taking out Godlike. But, you know, looking behind us, we got all the fans right with us here behind us in the booth. They're very, very proud of what Godlike did here today, and it's good to be able to see so many teams perform so well, and just an overall insane day. I didn't think we were going to even compete with Group A when it gets Group B, even though there were some monster teams here, but Group B, I think, just outshined Group A, and they did, right, in a big, major way.
Yeah, imagine getting an 18-point average.
What?
Like
18 points a game?
It's insane, the quality that requires, right? In a lobby like this, I mean, it's breathtaking. It's unbelievable. Over 6 matches to be able to put up that sort of a performance. Imagine, on average, you're getting 80. That's an 8 million chicken dinner on average.
Every game.
Every single time you get on that plane, you walk away with that.
I hope everybody watching, understand what they just witnessed here today. This is a performance in one day that we may never see again. But you know what? One team that we're going to see some more of is Alpha 7. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage.
Much, guys. I've got Revo here from Alpha 7 Esports. Group B, day 1, has come to a close. Middle of the pack right now. I think you're currently sitting in 9th place. Look, Revo, we know that the expectations for yourself is a lot higher. So what were the issues that you were encountering today? And, you know, what were the things that you kind of struggled with?
I think like we had a bad executions, so we need to fix that, and we're gonna fix that for tomorrow. And let's see what's gonna happen. We are doing our best. We're still confident, and we know we can make it direct to the finals.
Yeah, that's fair. Just so that you know as well, Rocco is on standby. We're going to try and this interview in English, but you know, Rocco's just there just in case we need him. So, more specifically in that Miramar game, that final one, you were forced kind of northwest of Picado. You had to do a big wrap through the blue zone, and then as you came back into zone, you encountered S2G. Was that just kind of bad timing, bad execution? Like, from your perspective, what happened?
I think like we need to join in the zone. We need to join the zone. We need to try. So we like said, let's gonna crash and let's try to fight. We saw them, but it happens. We made a better execution again. So that was the problem, and yeah, it happens.
It's just bad execution, and sometimes, honestly, for those of you watching at home, the level is so high, it's also just bad luck sometimes, and it depends on where the zone pulls, right? Finally, before I let you go, I just want to talk a little bit about you joining the desk earlier this week. You had a chat with Seven and the rest of the gang. You said that there's been quite a few strategies you guys are changing, some internal things you're changing as well, because this year hasn't exactly been the best year. Have you been implementing some of those things, and what's working, what's not working?
Yeah, we are trying. We did like many changes, but we are like still studying which one gonna work, which one not gonna work. We see that today, and we're gonna fix that for tomorrow and do better.
That's good. I mean, if there's any day to have not the best day, it's today. Revo, I really appreciate it. Best of luck to Alpha 7 Esports tomorrow because they've got one more day of group stages to go. But don't go anywhere because we're staying right here on the stage and we're heading over to Kalaris with another interview.
That's right, thank you very much, Barney. Bow down to your South Korean overlords, all right? Because I've got Hyungbin here, as well as Maddox, to do the translations and ask a few questions about the whole day. So you didn't have the easiest of starts, but after those first two games, back-to-back chicken dinners, looking amazing in this last game as well. Between game 2 into game 3, was there any kind of discussion in the team or kind of change of pace that you might want to kind of talk to us about?
일단 현빈 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 사실 오늘 첫 두 경기가 그렇게 순탄하진 않았는데 그래도 세 번째 매치부터 2연 치킨을 먹고 또 마지막 매치까지 또 2등을 하시면서 굉장히 또 좋은 마무리를 했습니다. 그래서 이 매치가 끝난 이후에 좀 어떤 점을 좀 얘기를 했고 좀 어떻게 분위기를 전환하셨는지 일단 궁금합니다.
일단 1, 2매치가 잘 안 됐는데도 저희 팀은 분위기를 최대한 살리려고 좀 같이 텐션 높여가면서 했던 것 같고 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 마지막 매치까지도 잘해서 점수 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Yeah, even though we're like 1 or 2 points in the first two games, I mean, we're not down yet. I mean, we just try to bring our tensions up as much as possible. Like, we just try to get spice up with everyone. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we try to be vibing, and we had a really good vibe from our team. So I think that went pretty well for us, and we had really good teammates. I think they lead me pretty well. So yeah, that led to really good results today.
Okay, and backstage, Maxman is your biggest fan, and I want to know, he believes that ever since you came onto the international scene as a young player, you've been unbelievably consistent with your performance. Is there any secret spice to that, or what do you think from your perspective?
사실 또 중계석에 있는 맥스맨 캐스터가 사실 현빈 선수의 또 굉장한 팬이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 또 현빈 선수가 또 어린 나이에 이렇게 국제 무대에 처음 와서 정말 지금까지 굉장히 또 꾸준한 모습을 보여주고 있는데 그 비결이 무엇인지 궁금합니다.
아직 제가 막 잘한다고 생각하는 선수가 아니라 잘하려고 노력하는 선수라 더 성장하는 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I don't really feel that I'm really a good player. However, I'm trying to being good at it. So I think the consistency of keep trying and the continuity of being an effort player. So I think that's what makes me a really good player right now.
Staying humble and looking amazing whilst doing it. 감사합니다, Hyunbin. Thank you very much. And that does it down here on the stage.
Standing by.
Thank you, Kalaris and Barney, with those interviews. But we gotta talk about the records that are being broken here at Kirilla City Grid, because not only did we get a 29 elimination in the first game of Group B, we also got Vitality to outperform 4 Thrives from Group A. In Group A, in 2 days, 4 Thrives was able to get 107 points. Here today, Vitality was like, we can beat that in 1 day, because they ended up getting 108.
Blank was also checking in the background, checking out with their PMGO Season 1 performance for the side of 4 Thrives in the finals, day 1 of finals. They got 82 points, blowing out the water 2 records in 1 day. 4 Thrives and Team Vitality make it happen, 108 absolute madness.
Not only that, that's right, not only just that, look at the bigger gap that they even have to 5th place and 6th place. Tomorrow, Vitality is going to end up showing up, Lace, and be like, we can do whatever the heck we want.
What do we say? Don't hot drop on Vitality. I mean, you heard it on the desk there. But look, every single decision they made, every team that they encountered, they had the strategy, and obviously the brute.
ဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်နော်ဒါ1 G ကတော့ဒီနေ့မှာ run 7နဲ့ပဲကျင်းနေလိုက်ခဲ့ရပြီလေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဒါမနေ့ပြန်ညနေ4နာရီခွဲမှာလဲကျွန်တော်နဲ့တူကျွန်တော်ဒါ PMWC 2026 Group B ကျွန်တော်ဒါ Day 2ကိုကျွန်တော်နဲ့တူလာကြည့်ရှုဖို့အတွက်ဖိတ်ခေါ်လိုက်ရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်ရဲ့စီစဉ်တင်ဆက်နေမှုဒီမှာပဲရန်နာခွင့်ပြုပါခင်ဗျာအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာရှိတော်ညချင်လေးပြကြပါစေခင်ဗျာ Bye. Good night.
from Red Force, Horror Esports, E-Arena, Godlike Esports also going to be up there. So it clearly is just a very SA and also South Asia focused run out on this overall leaderboards. But man, we were scared looking at Godlike a lot of today, right, Niptro? Like, okay, the hot drop is getting very scary. We had that one big hot drop happening in apartments with the side of Hustler Crew.
Yeah.
The planes were really good on Miramar. They couldn't really make it to La Cobreria. It goes to show the hot drops are just not it. Godlike Esport, they get into the late game. Boy, putting up a decent amount of eliminations, really, especially for a team that, unlike Orangutan, have never played globally before.
Yeah, no, I really like this. I mean, we've been talking so much about Team Vitality, Hora, E-Arena, all of those teams, that the teams that are actually doing very well and actually playing very normally for a group stage day one, I mean, they've got 37 points. That's a decent amount of points for 6 games. So very excited to see what they've got coming into tomorrow, because it is looking really good so far.
It is. Well, unfortunately, looking at teams that were looking very good, they're on the first page, second page, and teams not looking really good, unfortunately. ETSH, 721 GS Esports, and Hustler Crew. Hustler Crew, I would say I was kind of expecting it, but 721 GS Esports, after what we saw in their previous events globally, I was like, okay, they've got some potential, maybe middle of the pack, but bottom 3, that is brutal.
It is brutal, and also for expectations for tomorrow, Lays. I mean, these squads need to start bringing it like some of the other squads were able to do it earlier in the day to get out those bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to keep a very close eye on not only that top bubble, because yes, that's exciting, you know, the cash money, but we got to watch that bottom 3, because obviously they may get their keys crushed. And ETSH Esports, dopeness, they need to have more presence in the lobby tomorrow. Most of the games are them being sort of caught out on their rotations or too early of a position with the lack of utility. I also did see it a little bit from Wolves and TT, but I do kind of want to remove them out of that equation, because obviously in that last game, they realized this gap in strategy and they were able to sort of get themselves some elimination. TT had 9 just from that alone. So this kind of presence that they shown in match 6 is something that we need to see from them moving into tomorrow to avoid that bottom 3.
As we ended up seeing Baton being one of those teams that I was actually talking about earlier, getting that pan headshot with the buggy. But let's take a look at the MVP for today, which is going to be no surprise than a Vitality player, and it's none other than Axel with those 23 eliminations, 3,800 damage.
I mean, we saw that, they have like 70-odd eliminations, right?
71, yeah.
71. To have 23 of those on your own, I mean, that's a very even, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, it's very even across the board. So out of 5, there's Sky in there. There he is, just popping in to say hey, but the rest of them are all from Vitality. I think that's kind of to be expected, but the damage coming off of every single one of these Vitality players is pretty insane, Max.
Can we rename this from top 5 players to just like, no, top Vitality players of the day? Because it's literally just all Vitality. Axel, Ray-Z, Ray-Zach, the Ray duo is there, and Federalis, and then Sky's like, photo bombing in the middle of the graphic. But Sky also had some really good time. We saw some strong finishes from Hora. So overall, what an insane day. I thought Group A was a group of death. Group B is a group of entertainment. What a day it was. It's a good time to be a PUBG Mobile Esports fan.
I mean, I kind of like to say that this lobby was 2 different lobbies in one. You have the top of the leaderboard that are just the ones that are absolutely honing everything, and then, you know, kind of a different story at the end there. But no, absolutely deserved from Vitality, and that was just proof that how well this squad all works together to be those top players. That means they are insanely cohesive, and can't believe they beat the score yesterday. I really can't. Like, that's what's tomorrow gonna be?
Crazy.
In one day, and I'm hoping we usually have a situation where teams are in that position. They can either slow it down or they can just push that metal a little bit harder, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case for Vitality. But some of the other squads that we ended up seeing, especially in the second page, Neptura, Alpha 7.
I know.
Usually I get a chance to talk about them, but I'm not an expert this time, so Alpha 7, what's going on with them?
Alpha 7, for me, I think the big thing for me that I noticed is they seem to be making these pushes, making these plays with no information whatsoever. Like, they made that push into game 6, right? Into SGG's compound, and we're like, oh, there's a player over there, and there's a player over there.